once in a while it comes up with on
Maybe there's a loading delay.
There's a
Loading delay.
maybe.
It shouldn't be. It should come up the first time.
Yeah, I agree. Alright, well, it seems to be functioning now. So I might get that. Okay, good. So I go here and say, hey. Now, of course, content assist is happening much quicker. I remember changing that on here.
Then you pause the before you do the content. Oh, sorry.
It's something, yeah, it's food related. Mike is being a bit of a beast. Yeah, never mind. Mike is challenging.
As a contract.
He's working on a contract. Oh, sure. Yeah, he wants to have the business and he wants to get paid. That's okay. He's right. He's good. Alright. So what else do I have running here that I don't want? I think I got everything. Alright, so we'll do a Say what? Quick walkthrough? Do you like the loading?
No, well, I like the Eagle generally, but we need a different version on the back on the guard.
Yeah, that's all I got. I wish the best I could if I had available. I actually started putting, I took our little heads off of Planet Eclipse and was putting them on every page. Each page it was, and I thought that.
Yeah, that's weird.
But tonight.
I think it worked out pretty nicely.
Oh, I meant to put more things on here. What else do we have that's a little thing of ours? How many of these big things?
Yeah, just one wasn't it Luna? What was it once? We changed like this big name and then 10% text. Maybe you should not.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Felix, John Felix, JavaOne.
See that difference?
Sehr gut.
Yeah,
I grabbed that right off their release with documentation.
it's very good.
And then that's just a screenshot now. Just flip over.
That's also good. So, yeah. So what did? And then after arrow, you go right into Garrett integration.
I just kind of mixed it up a bit. Maybe. How about I'll do that? How about I'll switch those?
You know what? Maybe. No, wait. You know what? Maybe you don't have to.
Garrett,
Hmm.
Garrett and task focus kind of fit together, right?
They do. You see how with Megan, I get that all the time. It's a hate law.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, see, we came along about the same time Maven did, right? And we're on different tracks now.
it's really like. Usually it's not black and white, but usually it's black and white. You use it, or you do as much as possible to work with.
All right, I'm gonna put this up on the screen and I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah. You know what will be awesome?
When we're done.
Yeah, tomorrow. If we actually extend P2 to allow provisioning of Java modules.
So I guess he's gonna wear the mic. I'll just use this one.
Cool.
Just use the facility.
Oh, no, you're good. I'll have you hot about a minute before we get going. 8:29 or so.
And the recording is up to you later.
I think it's live streaming, and then they're also recording it, so it'll be up later
Awesome.
too. Yeah.
How was it? It's all good?
All good.
Where are we for time?
12 more minutes. You didn't set your phone to. You didn't change your phone to that time zone.
No, usually it picks, I don't know, sometimes it picks it up, sometimes it doesn't. I don't care that much. Just thinking I'll get the slideshow up on my phone. That way I can... We know what's coming next. Oh man, I should have got something to eat. I never did. Did you stop at the Starbucks?
Yeah, I went to Starbucks to get something.
Smaller crowd than yesterday, but that may change. My wife says hello, by the way. My wife says hello, by the way. It's sort of weird. I'm at a point now where I need to actually look over my shoulder when I'm reading my email. For years, hey, open source organization. I got no secrets.
Wow.
So Mike told Benjamin something about our talk, and then Benjamin told you?
Yeah. Yesterday in the bar.
I find that amusing. Why would Mike say something directly?
Well, maybe he told him when he was at the booth with Benjamin and you weren't around and I wasn't around, so.
It just seems so high school. Del Gunner, I like her.
Awesome.
Don't have that many options per minute, but
I think it will not be as crowded as it was yesterday,
Well, I think that's actually reasonable, yes.
given that this is actually the second session and that this is a morning session. Right?
I'm surprised how early 8:30 in the morning is, especially considering I was on the Eastern time zone only a few days ago. And already 8:30 feels early.
Yeah, I mean, I got up. I know I got up at 6, but then I had a couple of then I had meetings from 6:30 till 7:30. So I looked at my watch and said, oh shoot, it's 7:30 already. I have to hurry to get to my talk.
Well, I set my alarm for 6 and then said, forget it. I went back to bed for a little while because I was up late last night, of course, again. 7 o'clock every morning. I'm on this side of the building. So 7 o'clock every morning, they open that plaza there, the street there, and there's an announcement at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
The Java Cafe is now open. And I'm literally 50 meters away from it.
Oh, okay.
So
That sucks.
last night they had a band.
Well, I usually don't sleep long in the morning, so I'm like getting up at 6 is totally fine for me. In fact, like the first time I woke up today was 4:50 or so, right? But it wasn't that late either. So I sneaked out of the bar. I sneaked myself out of the bar around 10. So I got into bed around 10:30ish. It's fine.
Morning. Yeah, I've got to get out of the habit of working at night. It makes my evenings, my nights are too late, and then my mornings are just too late.
No.
Getting up to get my youngest is still in school. School bus is like 20 or 7:30,
Okay.
which for us is way early in the morning.
Like, do you have to pay for the school bus or transportation, or who's organizing
Well,
that? Who's
Part of my tax, pay for it in taxes.
okay? But you don't pay for the school either.
I pay for it in my taxes, yes.
Yes, with the taxes, but there's no separate fee.
And then ridiculous combinations of fees, like, they make you pay for $20 for this. And,
Oh, I see.
oh, we need school supplies.
Oh. Okay.
So the big things in Mars, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the Mac. Building as a proper Mac app.
That would be a little thing,
New code
perhaps.
new code formatter we didn't really talk about last time, and I'll talk about the Android development tools.
Well, the code formatter isn't new. It's just a rewrite, right?
Yeah.
A significant rewrite.
I actually tried to take some screenshots of what that looked like, and I had trouble even finding extra.
Actually pretty lucky because tomorrow you can leave your bag in the room and then you just check out after the talk, or do you bring your bag downstairs and head to?
Yeah. I figure I have a couple of minutes to go upstairs, just sit and relax for a minute, and then head in.
I probably do the
I
same
figure I'm
thing.
just gonna take a taxi. Last time I arranged for a shuttle, and it just seems it's too dynamic for my liking. Go outside, get a cab, and go.
Yeah.
How am I gonna get?
Well, I usually just take the BART.
Take the BART? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where do you? I guess there's a BART. Is it just one train? Is it one train?
It's just one train. You get in on Mission Street. Powell is the station, and then it goes right to the airport, to the international departures. And then you could jump on off to the air train and then go to any terminal you want.
I'm just filling in. Should have got some water or something.
There's water in the back if you want.
Yeah, okay. I'll grab it. this on their ThinkPad.
Yeah, I stay away from the table. Oh, we're hot.
Are we?
Okay.
I'll say. Another minute.
Another minute. And they recorded.
They're live streaming. I assume recording isn't part of that too.
It is part of it too.
I would assume that.
I confirmed.
Oh, okay.
I confirmed they're recording it as well. So we can post it on Facebook and be famous.
Let's try and let's do a good job first.
Yeah, that's
Oh, what happened? Oh, my screensaver.
Screensaver.
I'm assuming that since this talk is streaming, I need to stick to the schedule, so we'll wait another 30 seconds. How is everyone this morning? Good. Good conference so far? Oh.
That's the start.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This talk is titled Developing Applications with Eclipse Mars. My colleague Gunnar and I are presenting this morning. Hope you're enjoying the conference. My name is Wayne Beaton. I am the Director of Open Source Projects at the Eclipse Foundation, which means that I don't get to write software anymore. I do try to sneak it in wherever I get a chance. My primary role is to make the projects, the many open source projects at the Eclipse Foundation and the committers that write the code as successful as possible. A lot of that has to do with facilitating communication and helping projects understand our rules of open source development, which are a little bit different than many. Certainly we have a very high emphasis on operating in an open and transparent manner. We define open as being inviting. So we look for our project to accept contribution when it comes, in whatever form it comes. We look at contribution in the form of bug reports or code contributions themselves, patches, test cases, even answering questions on our forums and news groups. My job is to make sure all that is successful. I actually have about, last check, I think 1,200 different developers working on various projects at the Eclipse Foundation. The hard part about it for me is, of course, I don't actually employ any of them. I try to help them be successful without really being able to tell anybody what to do. That's actually a bit of a misconception about how Eclipse works. We actually don't employ any of the developers. They all are people that come to us from various organizations, some individuals who just either love to do open source or their organizations feel that it's in their best interest to contribute to these projects. So we're very grateful to the many organizations and individuals that contribute to our projects.
Gunnar, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Gunnar Wagenknecht. I'm one of those individuals that started working on open source 12, 14 years ago when I spent a lot of my day in Eclipse itself. Today I'm Director of Engineering at TASUP. TASUP is a company based in Vancouver. I work most of the time in Germany, taking care of the engineers over in Europe and taking care of our open source work. We do work a lot. We have products based on Eclipse and we do use Eclipse a lot. We've actually contributed, we're working on a project as Eclipse, and so I spend a lot of my time also with Wayne working on Eclipse projects.
So I guess I'll take this opportunity too to express, most of you I assume are here because Eclipse is a Java IDE. Is that accurate? Who here actually uses Eclipse as a Java IDE? Who is just here to heckle me? Looking forward to it, excellent. Does anybody use Eclipse software to build products? Now, when I don't mean the actual tools. I mean, do you embed Eclipse code? Perhaps like people developing applications on the Rich Client platform. Okay, a few. So the Rich Client platform is basically the windowing system, the component model, a lot of the infrastructure that sits underneath the IDE, and several years ago, organizations started actually building applications on that. We also have many other sorts of frameworks. Actually, one of the interesting new ones that we've just picked up is the GS, the Goldman Sachs Collections project, is being moved to Eclipse. Actually, there's a lot of really cool stuff in that. I'm really excited about that project moving over. But we have lots. We have almost 300 different open source projects at Eclipse. About 70 of them contribute to the IDE. So we have a lot of other different technologies. In fact, if you come by our booth, we have people demonstrating some of our IoT technology. Internet of Things is, we've got a really big effort going there. So actually, just previously, was anybody here at the talk yesterday? Good, I'm going to reuse a lot of jokes. A lot of people put up their hands. I think most people put up their hands if they use Eclipse. Of those people who put up their hands saying that you use Eclipse as a Java IDE, how many people have an account in our bug tracking system? Wow. Okay, so I'm always happy to see so many people in a room who have never had a problem with Eclipse. That joke kills every time.
Did you want to start?
Yeah, so you already mentioned that Eclipse is a lot more than just a Java IDE. This picture is actually, a little bit of kind of the architecture or the way Eclipse is composed is that you have a core, and that also applies to the IDE. So there's a fundamental part that's in the core platform, what we call the platform, and then you have a bunch of plugins, extensions, which are available on the Eclipse marketplace and can be easily dragged and dropped into any Eclipse installation. But I think the key here is that all those plugins is a collaborative effort of many individuals and organizations. So it's not a single vendor that is backing this whole Eclipse IDE.
So yeah, what makes Eclipse a Java IDE is the inclusion of the Java development tools code. You can make Eclipse into a C and C++ IDE by adding the C and C++ plugins on top. You can add plugins from multiple languages into the environment, and it supports those kinds of things. There's also the BERT project, which provides reporting tools, which are intended primarily for business analysts, and many other things.
Sometimes you might be motivated to start building I just want to build this giant, it contains everything IDE. Don't do it. We spend a lot of effort in making sure that most of the plugins and the ones that are used mostly work very well together. But like if you have an IDE with every plugin in it, like you got a ton of UI and you're basically just screwing up the experience.
Having said that, actually Eclipse is very good. The component model is very good at loading functionality as you need it. So while it may not look great, it actually will function relatively well until you try and touch every little bit of functionality, in which case you need a lot of RAM. Anyway, Mars is the current drop of what we call our simultaneous release. As we suggested on the previous slide and previous to that, there's a lot of different open source projects collaborating together at Eclipse to build the software that we ship and that you use. We coordinate the efforts of those teams through our simultaneous release. We started doing this in 2006 with what we called Callisto at the time. Callisto was the name is the name of one of Jupiter's moons. And we started this theme for a little while of calling the release, our simultaneous releases after the moons of Jupiter. It didn't take us too long, however, to realize that there are only, depending on how you count them, 64 moons of Jupiter, and we didn't want to work ourselves into a corner. It's also worth noting that some of the moons just have numbers and not names, and we thought numbered releases was kind of passé. Anyway, so we started kind of mixing it up and making it heavenly bodies for a little while, and then Galileo, because, hey, he observed heavenly bodies. So the theme was certainly heavenly things. Until we got to Neon, our next release, in which case we just gave up. There's not really a lot of end names that we could use. Neptune apparently had some trademarking issues. So anyway, so Neon is our next release. It's scheduled in June 2016. Actually, what I would really like for you to take away from this is we have been shipping on time for, well, actually longer than this. The Eclipse project itself, the initial Java development tools project, has been shipping in June since 2001, 2000. So we've been consistently shipping on time for a very long time, and we have big hopes for the Neon release to do the same.
So the slide shows our way of adding those plugins or those components into a running Eclipse installation. So the software dialog that you see works with an update side, and we have update sites for all of our release trains. If you just need to remember that, you actually don't need to remember that URL because it's pre-configured in Eclipse. So you just select the Mars update side, and then you get a list of all the possible plugins that contribute or participate in that simultaneous release train. And you can add those easily into your running Eclipse installation. So if you got any of those packages and say, hey, now I have to do, or I want to investigate some C, C++ development, just go to the Mars update site, select it, and install it. Done.
We realized fairly quickly that the update site installer was it's a little, we decided that we needed to come up with a better way of engaging the ecosystem, and a few years ago we created this Eclipse Marketplace client. So if you go to the window menu, which of course totally makes sense, and select the Marketplace entry, you gain access to the Eclipse Marketplace, which does give you access to some of the extensions that are available as part of the Mars release, but it also gives you access to the greater ecosystem of plugins that we have available. So this is vendor plugins are available here, other things that other people have made. This is your gateway to the thousands of plugins that are available to extend your Eclipse environment. And we use this extensively. One of the cooler features of this is if you actually go to marketplace.eclipse.org, you can browse them in your favorite browser, and then you can actually drag and drop install features onto your running Eclipse instance.
You can also rate them, right?
Yes, you can rate rating the plugins is handy for us as well, sort of the social coding, I guess the social networking aspect of it. So with Mars, we did actually some really big things. I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these. This page kind of a quick overview. Some of them you probably aren't that interested in unless you're building rich client platform applications. RCP testing tool. I think the 4 or 5 people looking at that might find that tool interesting. SWT bot. That's about testing windowing systems based on the simple widget toolkit that Eclipse is built on. But we also have the Eclipse FX or JavaFX integrations for Eclipse. The EFX project actually is pretty interesting. It allows you to build Eclipse-based applications using the Eclipse framework, but host them on JavaFX. And Tom Schindel, actually the lead developer of that, is around. If you happen by our booth, he may be there at some point. Gunnar, you want to talk about the Mac?
Yeah, so one great improvement, at least for I personally see, is because I use Eclipse on the Mac, and the whole Mac experience got an overhaul, so that Eclipse is now probably properly packaged as a Mac application. We still struggle here and there with signing because of the way Eclipse works. You sign it once, and then as soon as you started it, we write some data into the bundle that we still have to figure out, and that ruins the signature. So if anyone knows someone working at Apple, would love to chat how we can improve that. Besides from the Mac experience, I think we'll talk of the major points, but one thing that I'd like to highlight personally for me is the Java code formatter got a complete rewritten. So it was completely rewritten in Mars to address a lot of the little glitches it had previously. There are a few new settings, but most of the time it basically reuses the settings just in a different implementation to make it more predictable and more reliable. So that might be a bit confusing for teams when they first launch an existing code base with Mars and they have formatting on safe enabled. And you might actually get slight corrections in the source code.
In my role as the director of open source projects, one of the things I love about that code formatter is it came as a contribution from someone in the community. The individual just sort of stepped up, said this is something that's important to me, and gave us a rewrite, which was awesome. I want to wrap up this slide just by talking briefly about the AndMore project. The Android development tools for Eclipse are being retired by Google, so we fork them. We have a project team that's working on making some improvements, and that team knows Eclipse very well, and Android very well. So we're pretty excited about that. It's not technically part of Mars, but it's some work that we're doing, and we feel that that'll be an important part of Neon.
Yeah, the preference recorder. So the preference recorder is part of the OOMF project, and the OOMF project is there for helping with the installation or provisioning experience of Eclipse. So how many of you have more than one workspace or more than one instance of Eclipse?
Wow.
That's a lot, right? So, and how many of you have complained so much about that you have to manually export and import your settings from one instance to another? Okay, so the preference recorder aims at helping you with that. So what it does is actually it listens as a recorder, that's why it's called recorder, in an Eclipse instance. And anytime you change a preference, whether that is explicitly through the preference dialog or by configuring in some other dialog of some plugin, it records the change and puts it into your user home directory. And the next time you launch a separate workspace, it automatically applies those changes as well. So it can be tweaked to ignore some settings. For example, you want to have different settings in one workspace from the other. But it's so far it's working. I'm using it heavily, and it's working well because like I changed some personal preferences one of the workspace, and next time I launch another workspace, it's reapplied automatically. You want to jump to the...
So this screenshot actually shows one of the questions we got last time we delivered this is how many preferences does it capture? And the answer is most of them. There's a few corner cases. This particular screenshot is what happened after I created a new formatter settings. So it captures the fact that my custom formatting settings, and it will now transfer that to every time I open up a workspace. Those preferences settings will be transferred. Question?
Can those preferences be shared across multiple developers?
That is an interesting question. How many people would love to be able to share their preferences across development teams? I'm going to show you something in a minute, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to answer your question. How many people would like to be able to have automatically share their preferences across workstations? So I work here and I work over here, and I would like to be able to make preferences changes here and just have them automatically appear over there. Okay, of those people with their hands up, who would be comfortable with the Eclipse Foundation servers managing those preferences for you so that you would upload what you want and then download what you want? Okay, cool, excellent, all right, good. We're working on that. So this is new technology. Yes, question.
Yes, one of the ones I was wondering is favorites is a big one that I use a lot that I've seen no way in the past to export them and import them somewhere else. Is that one of them that's included in the preferences recorder?
The favorites?
Yes, we have like favorites for static imports.
Yes, that's included in the preference recorder.
Yeah, it's usually if you're in the preferences dialog and you click a button to go to like some other dialog, sometimes those don't get recorded, but it really depends on how they're implemented, and we're kind of going through and trying to find the corner cases. But we get most of them at this point, probably upwards of 95%. Yeah. So I personally think the UI is a little clunky, but I haven't been able to suggest an alternative. What it does is if you open up the preferences dialog and make a change, when you click OK, it pops up another dialog and says, hey, which of these preferences would you like to keep and share? Again, I'm not sure I like it, but I'm not sure what else to do. So I would love to have comments afterwards. Yes, question?
Is there a way to export that back to the question of being able to share that amongst developers? Because we all, at our team, we want to have the same settings for everyone, that way, like, save.
I understand. I have an answer, but you have to wait. Not long, apparently. I probably should be more familiar with my own slides. One of the things that I think is a big thing, and frankly, I've been working at the Eclipse Foundation for 10 years, and a bit dumbfounded that we don't have an installer. But anyway, we have an installer technology that we've introduced, and it's again the Oomph project, which is not really all that interesting, I'm sure, to most people. In the simple mode, the Eclipse installer brings up a dialog. You say, hey, I want to install one of these combinations of functionality, what we call packages. Push the install button and it builds an instance of Eclipse for you. One of the cool things that it does is it actually will pool the software, the features that it downloads, so that if you install Eclipse a second time and maybe a slightly different configuration, it will reuse what it's already downloaded. So the footprint overall is reduced because we share a lot of the software. It also makes it so you can instantly install a new configuration, so a new set of plugins with a new set of features. You can instantly install that without actually even downloading anything new. So you can install the IDE for Java developers and then install the IDE for C and C++ developers, and that second operation would only download the C++ functionality. Okay. What I'm finding is with this technology, I tend to think of my workspaces as being a far more transient. It's very easy to create an instance of Eclipse with the exact configuration I need, and then just destroy it and start over again next time I need another one with a slightly different configuration. What's more interesting, however, is the ability to build more than just a installation of Eclipse that's ready to start a new project. This installer technology also has the ability to completely realize a development environment. And this includes preferences. So I'm going to switch over and actually do a quick demo, theoretically. So this is the installer in its simplest form. On Windows, you double click the EXE, you see this screen. Unfortunately, you still need to install a Java runtime environment before any of this works. Haven't been able to get over the legal encumbrances of that yet. Click on one of these combinations of features. The Eclipse IDE for Java developers is our most popular download. You can specify where you want it to go, which JVM you want to use. On Linux, it actually doesn't make a great choice. It's making a very specific choice, which is, oops, okay, I think I'm getting messed up by Chrome here.
Yeah.
All right. It makes but doesn't make the best choice. I probably should pick the link that it makes to this directory rather than the the hard coding the specific version I have, because next time I update, it's going to have some trouble. But anyway, on Windows it works brilliantly. On Linux, by the way, if you just on Fedora DNF install Eclipse-Java, you're done. You're ready to go. Anyway, installation folder, click install, watch the pretty lights, and Eclipse is ready to go in a couple of minutes, as long as it takes to download the software. More interesting, though, is the advanced mode. So in the advanced mode, I start off in a very similar way. Which package, or which combination of features do you want to install? And I'll just pick the IDE for Java developers because, well, it's the most popular. It has this mention down here of a bundle pool. A bundle pool is, we call each of the features that we ship, we also call them plugins. The more formal name for them is a bundle. It's a component, it's a module. All these words are interchangeable in our world. It's just part of our bid to keep things as confusing as possible. So the bundle pool is a place on your disk where we keep all of this functionality in a place that you can share it and reuse it. So again, if I do this a second time, it doesn't have to download everything again. So where this gets interesting to me is I can now pick a project. And many Eclipse projects are here. So if you wanted to contribute to the CDO model repository project, for example, you could add it to this list and it will pull in everything that you need to start doing development work on CDO. Let me remove that. There's also a handful of projects on GitHub. So a handful of other projects have opted to make themselves easy to develop on Eclipse. And I've been sort of playing with this OpenHAB 2 one a little bit myself. OpenHAB is home automation technology. We've been demonstrating it at the Eclipse booth. There's a couple other projects. Some of them are directly related to Eclipse. Some of them have nothing to do with our open source projects. If I add that to the list, click Next, it gives me an opportunity to specify information about how I want to install. When I eventually get to my Finish button, let's try and encourage it to be as offline as possible. It has a list of tasks that it needs to do. When I click Finish, it starts doing those tasks. And you'll notice that most of these fetching requirements, it's actually do a quick look in the repository to see if anything has changed on our server. But it's figured out that nothing has changed. I already have all of this software downloaded, so it's just installing it. It's basically downloaded and built an Eclipse instance, and it's launching it. Now, the interesting thing here for me, or one of the many interesting things, is that this configuration, this OpenHAB, requires a bunch of plugins that aren't included in the Eclipse-y thing that they said I wanted to install. So it actually goes and gets those plugins and adds them to your Eclipse install automatically. Then it launches Eclipse, and I'm going to actually stop I'm not going to let you watch the whole thing because unfortunately it takes as long as it takes to download. So now what it does is it's gone through and it's actually, let me pin this. It's gone through and it has, and this is the answer to the question that was asked earlier that I bounced around, or that I deflected. It actually sets a bunch of preferences that we care about. If you're developing for OpenHAB 2, your environment should have these preferences set in this way. And let's see how we can.
And those preferences, they come right from the projects.
Yeah, so the project has said these are what's important, right? So that's so you can do that too. It set a bunch of settings to configure how the Java development tools work. Let me get, and now if I just remove the scroll lock, it should, oh, okay. So it's replicated or cloned, pardon me, the Git repository. It's in the process now of, what's it doing? Fetching content jar. So now it's building the runtime. So it needs a target runtime to build against, a bunch of jar files. In this case, it's actually some OSGI bundles. It goes and builds that whole configuration that I need for compile time. Why is it called it? Well, interesting question. Because the OpenHAB 2 software is still building against Luna. Right? So I'm running an Eclipse, but it's building against some actual Eclipse software that comes from Luna. Right? So OpenHAB is actually a whole bunch, I'm going to throw a bunch of words that may be meaningless, is an OSGI application that runs on top of the Eclipse framework. So it actually, part of the part of the project is actually it uses a lot of Eclipse code for the runtime that they deliver to their customers. Anyway, so this is going to run for a little while. It's going to set up a development environment, and when it's done, and maybe we'll check back later because it's still, as long as it takes to download is what we're waiting for. It will basically just be ready for me to start coding, run the unit tests, start coding. Unfortunately, it won't be interesting because I don't have any home automation devices to connect to. Question?
And so does that allow you, let's say as a development team, be able to create our own project and share it amongst coworkers?
Excellent. We have a great working relationship happening here. This is awesome. So absolutely, the question is, will this allow us individuals to build these scripts? And absolutely yes. The OpenHab project made their own script, included it in their project, gave us a pointer to it, and we included it in our list. There is also an ability, let me go back, I think I still have the installer open. There is an ability to, where are we? Run your own script, right? So today, you can build your own script, and we actually have some tools to help with assembling the script. If it's meaningful at all, it's an eCore model. Well-defined file format. It's in XML, but you never have to look at XML if you don't want to, which I know I don't. But anyway, you can build this script, deploy it to your team, and they can run the script easily. In fact, there's ways to configure it so it just appears on the list too, local within your organization. Go ahead.
You can have separate scripts as well. You can have one for initial provisioning of the projects that basically if you want to just help your coworkers or co-ops getting started, they just take that script, install it into Eclipse, and they get their Java editor, everything pre-configured with the projects they're working on. And then you can have a separate script, a second one that you just use for sharing preferences or settings among all developers of the team that they check once a day or 2 times a day for updates, and then just performs applies those changes in a running Eclipse instance.
Yeah, so there's no reason why you couldn't just do one of these scripts with just preferences. Version 2, which we are still we've done some proof of concept of it, is I build an Eclipse installation with the Git repos that I care about and all the projects and all the configuration that I think is ideal. Push a button and give you the script. It generates the script for you. Like I said, we've got a lot of this we think we know how to do it. It's just a matter of writing the code at this point. Probably I'm oversimplifying it. There's some challenges to be sure, but we're pretty excited about that. And then possibly the ability to share them broadly, right? So if I have a configuration that I think is good for developing my project, I can put it out on Twitter. Here, it's just a link to my configuration, or I can pass it to you by email or whatever. Make it very easy to share these configurations. Let me see how we're doing. We're still downloading a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to switch back to the presentation. Any questions, Mo? Yes, Neslan.
And does that preference recorder tie into anything that can make the script so that way, like favorites, repositories, any of that you have locally, you can make a script out of that? Or that's something you just have to type yourself?
Actually, the preferences recorder, when you change a preference, one of the options you can twiddle is say, hey, put this into a configuration file. So either make this for me, the user, or put it into one of these scripts. So it'll automatically populate a script for you.
Here's a question.
Is this only in Mars, or is this in previous versions?
This is new in Mars.
This new Mars, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it depends on some Marsy things. So I don't think it would work in Luna.
Is there a guideline or documentation on writing scripts?
Is there a guideline or documentation on writing scripts? Yes, but offhand I don't have the link, and chances are it's not great. But anyway, no, there is. It's on our wiki, and I'll try to include the link in the presentation before I upload it.
There's also the forum on Oomph for the Oomph project, where Ike is one of the developers, the lead developer on that tooling, is helping with questions. So if you actually want to investigate this for yourself, there's documentation on the wiki, and don't hesitate and reach out on the forum.
Right. So yeah, actually, If I had to guess, it would be wiki.eclipse.org/oomph. Big O, O-M-P-H. Apparently oomph is very funny in German. No? I don't know. This is you.
Gradle. Okay, so we'll switch topic. The next big thing in Mars is, for the first time, we got the Gradle tooling baked right into the Eclipse packages. So the build chip project is now part of Eclipse, and it's included in every Mars package that you can download for Java development. It's a first version. It already has some nice support for importing existing Gradle projects, materializing that into an Eclipse workspace. There's a view that analyzes based on the analysis of the Gradle files, the parsing. The view shows you the tasks that you can execute on the Gradle file, and then it brings back the output right in Eclipse. So you no longer have to fall back to the command line for actually building Gradle projects. You can now do that all within Eclipse. There is some additional stuff planned for the next version. For example, the Gradle file editor currently doesn't do syntax highlighting, so it all comes back black and white. But those those enhancements will be targeted by the build chip team for the Neon release next year. Well, they are actually currently working on it already. Yeah, so here's a screenshot basically, and it shows. I have a cable. It shows the view on the bottom for creating the tasks, where for listing the Gradle tasks, and the editor already is associated with the Gradle files. It's black and white, but soon, once you have the syntax highlighting, it will be a breeze to edit Gradle files in Eclipse.
So actually, I'm curious, who today is using Gradle for builds? Is anybody kind of thinking about Gradle, maybe exploring Gradle? We think, yeah, our sense is that Gradle's taking over. How about Maven? Who's using Maven today? Okay. Who uses Make? Excellent. Ant? Should be some Ants still. Hey, Ant's still around.
Yeah, I'm just still around.
We underwent a big effort to start migrating most of our projects to use Maven, and there's this technology called Tycho, which builds OSGI components, which we're heavily invested in. But Maven-based is kind of, we really invested in, and we're wondering if maybe we should have waited for Gradle. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. This is actually not new. I just love this, and not enough people know about it, so I like talking about it. Does anybody heard the word Myelin, Eclipse Myelin? Task-focused development. So what's interesting about this is interesting to me for a whole bunch of different reasons. First off, the genesis of this project was a study done, actually a number of different studies done by researchers. I'm going to ask for some audience participation again. What percentage of your time do you think you spend as a software developer actually writing code? Who figures they spend like 80% of their time writing code? Let's drop down to 50%. 50% of your time writing code. Let's keep going. 25%. Who thinks it's about 25%? Okay, let's go back and let's try. Who thinks it's closer to 10? Okay, so these studies that were done, this was actually some time ago, and I need to stop citing studies without links. But these studies were done at a university level, and they discovered that software developers spent upwards of 80% of their time looking for stuff. And I'm sorry, if you put up your hand for 80%, you are so far above average. Average software developer spends around 10% of their time actually writing code. There's probably about 5 or 6% that's just like browsing the web. I'm assuming that doesn't count. I'm assuming that in the study they were focused development time. So we spend 80% of our time looking for stuff, and about 10% of our time actually writing code. The other 10% is probably talking to managers. I don't know. So from that, where do we find the biggest time savings as a developer? Sorry, I'll answer for you. If we can make it easier to find stuff, then that's a huge win in terms of software development productivity. So what we have is this task-focused development concept in Eclipse, and this is actually baked into almost every package that we produce. At the simplest level, this allows you to pull in your issues tracker information directly into your Eclipse environment. So we use Bugzilla at Eclipse. You can quietly snicker to yourselves about that, or out loud. So I actually have a number of different queries that run against Bugzilla and pull all of the tasks, all the issues that are tracked in that Bugzilla instance directly into my Eclipse. And then I use those tasks, I focus on those tasks. And what you do in Eclipse is you turn that task on. You basically add focus to that task. And then what happens from that point on is Eclipse watches what you're doing. And it figures out what you're interested in. And what I'm trying to show in this screenshot, and it's terrible, I probably should have gotten rid of the title of the toolbar. It actually will filter views based on what you touch. So you use a particular class, you start making some changes in a particular class, it will show up in the filtered view, but nothing else will. Right? So I literally have workspaces that have thousands of things in them. And I will spend minutes of my time looking for any one of those things. The first time I find it, it winds up in my task context. Then when I switch to a new task and then maybe switch back to that previous task, either later that day or 2 weeks later or 6 weeks later, Eclipse goes, hey, last time we were here, this is what you were interested in. It opens up the editors that I had open at the time. It filters my views to show only the things that I had touched. And this actually goes right down to methods. So it will actually show you just the class and the methods in the navigators that you actually put your cursor in and made changes to. Over time, things will disappear from the list because you're just not interested in them anymore. It's kind of creepy how good a job it does of knowing what you're interested in. Anyway, I invite you to take a look at it. There's a lot of really cool things that it does, including Garrett integration. Anybody use Garrett? Say again?
How do you turn on the feature you were mentioning?
Go to the task view. There's a tasks. Open the tasks view.
There's a whole perspective that you can go to, and you configure the repositories, the connections to, let's say, your systems that you're using. Bugzilla. Garrett is another one. Hudson Jenkins is also supported. There is a connector for Jira, an open source one. And then there's also a bunch of commercial connectors. You can find those on the Mylan wiki page. There's a list explaining or having references to them. One interesting thing is that you can actually share those contexts with your colleagues, right? So if you start investigating an issue or a problem and you start browsing through the code, it remembers the classes, the methods, the places you're in, and then you can attach that context to the Jira ticket or to the Bugzilla ticket you're working on, and then the next time your coworker is investigating that issue or continues investigating that issue or helps you with investigating that issue, he downloads the context, activates the task on his machine, and automatically also gets the filtered view. So the Garrett integration, we use Garrett at Eclipse for code reviews and also as a way of accepting and welcoming contributions to any Eclipse project. Garrett is integrated with Git and comes out of the Android project. So what the Garrett integration in Eclipse does, it allows you to configure the connection to Garrett server or Garrett repository, and then you can set up queries and bring those reviews, like visualize them in the Eclipse IDE. So you can work on code reviews without ever leaving Eclipse. You don't have to go to the Garrett Web UI. You can actually view the files and compare them in your workspace. And you can put on comments, and you can reply, and you can vote. You can all do this from within Eclipse. You don't have to go to the Garrett Web UI. Similar is true for the tasks, like for the Bugzilla or Jira integration. they all show up in the task list based on your queries, and then you can interact with them right out of Eclipse, and you don't ever have to leave your development environment. The key here, again, is keeping developers focused and not distracted with switching context between different applications.
Because every time you switch to your web browser to look at Garrett, you have to check Facebook too, right? Or what is it the cool kids are doing today? Instagramming? I don't know. Actually, does anybody use Garrett internally? Garrett is pretty cool. It's really, we monitor contributions coming from people outside of our committer list. Keep track of how frequent contributions come in. When we introduced Garrett, there was sort of a kind of a plateauing effect, and then everything spiked. Right, the amount of contribution we received from the community just increased. Gosh, it must have been at least 2 times over the period of a few months. Just because contributing things through Garrett is just dead simple. That's how the Android project works.
The next big thing in Mars, at least in our opinion, is the error reporter. So what Eclipse does now, it ships with, it includes a tool that every time an error gets logged on your system or appears on your Eclipse instance, you have the option to opt in a way to allow submitting those exceptions, those errors, back to the Eclipse Foundation server so that the project teams can then analyze and scan through them. You can put in an email address, and when you do that, you'll get notifications if the problem you ran into got fixed, or if the development team actually has further questions and want to reach out to you. So please, the information that gets sent to the Eclipse server can be anonymized in terms of the log messages, so we don't even see the message in the case it contains sensitive path that you don't want to share. And we also anonymize package, class, and method names that are not within the org.eclipse or other open source namespace.
Yeah, so this is automatically in your Eclipse packages that you've downloaded for Mars. If this dialog does pop up, it will appear in the bottom right corner of your screen. We tried to be as unintrusive as possible. By default, it is configured to preserve your identity. You don't have to give it this information. It automatically anonymizes. If you could please say, yes, please send this message, that would be very helpful for us. We've already managed to fix a lot of bugs that we wouldn't otherwise have known about because of this. I'm not even going to talk about it. We're running a little short, so I'm going to jump right into.
So again, Code Recommenders is an enhancement to the Java development tooling. So the way the Java development tooling is done, it allows you to plug in custom code completions. And the Code Recommenders team, what they did is they enhanced the content assist to be smart in a way that it scans usage patterns of open source repositories and public available APIs. So when you start writing code, it has a repository, it has a server in the background where it gets the data from. It knows ahead of time, or it predicts, or it recommends methods or even call chains or even templates to you of what you might want to do with the JFrame.
So what we're seeing here, what you saw initially was the full list of every possible thing I could say to a frame, alphabetically ordered, because of course that's helpful. So as Gunnar had said, what happened, one of our project teams went out and they surveyed as much software as they could find, as much source code as they could find, and analyzed it. And they found, for example, 84% of the time, when you create a JFrame, the next thing you want to say to it is get content pane. Less often, 36% of the time, the next thing you want to do is set its title. So get content pane. Well, the next thing at I think it's 54%. My screen's not big enough. It's crowding the pop-up help. The next most likely thing I want to say is run this ad to add a component to my content area.
I think the key here is that you can see it recommends the add method with the additional parameter, which is likely an indication that most of the time just using the add method is not sufficient. You should take that as some help in picking the right APIs that you want to use for or during coding.
So anyway, that's all. That's the whole demo. Anyway, I think this is pretty cool. Of course, I have access to all of the methods, but again, it sort of shows you the most likely ones that you want in the most likely order that you want to have them, and it is all context-based. I just get content pane. The next thing I probably want to do is set the title. Whoops. Oh, apparently the next thing I want to do is dispose. So this is based on a survey of code. It may not make sense. I actually saw a pattern which was dispose and then rebuild.
You are in the main method, so it might make sense to depose it at the end.
So I don't know. Still pretty good, right? All right.
All
anyway.
right. What do you have next? Maven? Yep, Maven. So again, this is not new, but it's consistently improving. I know there has been a lot of pain with using Maven in the past in Eclipse. There were a few complaints and confusions, and the team is listening and constantly working on improving the way the Maven integration, the M2E tooling works. Among the feature highlights, the improvements for Mars is there's small little usability fixes that I recognized in the POM editor, and in general the interaction with Maven repositories when you are, let's say, on a train or on a plane when you're offline. So that support improved as well. And in general, the memory consumption, at least that's my observation, went down with using the Maven tooling in Mars.
Git integration has been improved. The interactive rebase view is makes doing these rebases that are complicated far easier. Is actually anybody? I'm assuming everyone's using Git in some form, right? Who's using Git? Who's using eGit? Who's using the Git integration from Eclipse? Interesting. Okay. I'd be curious if you tried it and didn't like it. I would really like to know why, because I switched from when we were initially developing it. I found I had to keep Git command line handy. I haven't actually opened Git command line for a long time now. It's pretty functional in Eclipse now.
Especially the interactive rebase. That's a feature I highly recommend exploring. It's so much more convenient to do rebase from within Eclipse, because you can see when you run into merge conflicts or when you run into conflicts, you can edit the Java code right in the Java editor and then see if it compiles. And
I like the history view too. When you get lots of branches, it lets you visualize the branches and figure out where you are. Wrap up a little bit. This is not Mars, but I think it's interesting. We are demoing at our booth in the exhibit hall our Java 9 support, which is the start. We're really very early in this process. To run it today, you need to get the Neon M2 builds off of our server. If you go to eclipse.org/downloads, there's a link there to developer builds. Pull down one of the Neon M2. And into that, you can install the beta of the Java 9 support. It actually needs to run on Java 9 presently. I'm not sure if that will be true in the final version. Today, I'm not sure, again, what people are aware of, but you can actually run Eclipse on Java 7, but build Java 8 applications. Or build Java 4 applications. The version of Java that Eclipse runs on is independent from the software, the version that you build on, except for this version 9 beta. where you definitely need to use the Java 9 underneath. So I actually just got the early access download off of the Java page, and
I think it will stay that way because the one important change that is happening in Java 9 is they changing the way the GDK is laid out on the file system. So they now have, well, I wouldn't call it secret or proprietary, but they have a special format. They no longer use a jar file. So we need the APIs to be accessible in order to read those content out of the GRE images. And that's basically the reason why you need the Java 9 for running this.
I captured my process of getting this to work on my workstation and my blog post that be included in the notes that we will post on the JavaOne website. The point of this slide is we're pushing hard. Our intent is to have Java 9 support included in our Neon. It will actually wind up being the Neon Update 1 release, which will occur in September. The current release date for Java 9 is September 25th, I believe. So we're gonna
2016.
Whatever that range. Sorry, what I didn't mean to be so dismissive.
Yeah, 25th. Yeah.
That's right. Shouldn't be so dismissive. That's just rude. So anyway, we plan to do our regular Neon release will be in June. Our Update 1 release will include the Java 9 support at the same time Java 9 is released. That's our current plan, which may change if Java 9 changes its release date. So we're gonna accommodate that as best we can. With that, we are done the formal portion of the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Do enjoy the rest of the conference. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. If you think of something later, I am wayne@eclipse.org, and my job is to help you be successful. I may not have the answer, but I know who does.
I actually have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So
we're going to take this apart while we're talking.
yeah,
That's
that's
okay.
fine. Maybe I can come up to the booth and talk more about it later. But so we've been moved to intelligence.
Okay.
And nobody else is going to go back.
Right.
Well, one guy is already started using those. So I'm checking out the market for these. But so I have questions about Maven support. So I pulled in a Maven project in IntelliJ. It works.
Yeah.
I don't even have to think about it. But it looks, I get all these errors, like the web XML formats, Ruby, or build info plugin issues. Do you know? I mean, is this something I should go out to the booth? Maybe I can show you guys.
I would love to see it. Unfortunately, I'm not Maven's one of my dark corners, and I'm not personally very familiar with. But I would love to know what the issues are, so I can talk to the development team about it.
I mean, they're probably minor, but it's these little nits that people see them when they've been using IntelliJ for a while.
The thing that kills me about that is that the people who build our Mylan integration, our Maven integration, are actually the guys who build Maven. Right.
Yeah.
So that kills me. So I'd love to see if you could come by the booth and show me what you're.
Yeah.
It's in the exhibit hall. If you go in the door to the right, we're by the food at the back in the back corner.
See you guys
We have a very low profile booth. We are a foundation, so we don't have flashing lights. We're very low profile. We're next to the iText people, who are much bigger.
iText.
Yeah.
What's your email?
Wayne.
I'll come walk for you guys. Thanks.
So that's why?
Yes, I do.
NE?
NE, yeah. At eclipse.org.
Okay, and if I email you, can I get your slides?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I will post them on the conference website though too.
What's the conference website?
I always just Google search for JavaOne.
Oh, okay. I have a quick question.
Yep.
My coworker is on Kepler. If I switched to Mars and I wrote my code and then I put it on Git and he pulled it down,
Should work.
it should work? Okay, because before I was using what was before Kepler and it didn't work when I was getting his code.
What are you working? Like, are you just doing just Java work, or are you?
Unit tests for drops for...
That seems odd. No, it should just work.
All right, cool. Thank you.
I updated my BERT Eclipse to Mars,
Yep.
and I get a lot of errors actually, but I haven't noticed the little error reporter box thing come up.
Okay. All right. Would you know which version, which Eclipse you installed?
No, it's whatever. The Mars, the Burt Mars update.
The Burt one.
Yeah.
What if the Burt one doesn't have the error recorder?
Maybe it just doesn't.
I'll take a look. I'll have to take a look.
Maybe it's a fluke.
Yeah. It just sort of it's a function of how we build those packages that I thought we put it into all of them, but we may not have put it into the Burt one. Interesting. I'll take a look. Thank you.
Preferences recording.
Yes.
Does it dig down into plugins such as Myland and take so if I have a Jira configuration?
I don't expect it does. I haven't actually tested that personally. Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they store that as preferences. Interesting question.
That's certain types of configuration I've got to share across a multiple development team. We're all going to the same place.
Not sure. So that would be something that if I will test it, and if it doesn't exist, I will open up an issue and we'll try and address it.
Just those types of settings like that.
Yeah. Well, see, like I said, I think we get most of them, but there's going to be corner cases, and I need to identify them. Right. First step is identify them, and then we'll address them.
Yeah, sounds good. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
Is there any chance to point out what tool you want to have in the build? Do you have the build? If you want to use Maven, because sometimes when you build, it's not the same result in Maven as in Eclipse.
Oh, okay.
So just use Maven process to build all the things.
So I would be curious to know what's different because the Maven integration team actually took great steps to try and make it so the builds would be identical. So,
anyway, this is cool. Glad to see you guys.
So you could certainly set up an external tool to invoke Maven directly from Eclipse separately. Maybe I'm not understanding the question. You want to be able to invoke Maven command line.
Yeah, but you have the build automatically and stuff, and that doesn't use Maven, I think. And build all projects.
Well,
like you have.
So if you do, if you do a clean build, and for a project that has that's configured to use Maven, it should use Maven for that build.
Okay, but sometimes
if it's not doing that, then I'm misunderstanding something.
When you build from the command line.
I would love to know if you could quantify that. If you could say how they are different.
Okay.
If you could.
Yeah, there are some plugins that are some Maven plugins can be easily invoked from within Eclipse. But the M2E team, the team that's building Maven integration, they are constantly looking at those corner cases and try to improve it. Okay. What you could do is though, so by default, it's not launching the Maven build all the time. The automatic build happens in Eclipse. That's really basically just compiling classes.
Okay.
So if your Maven build relies on source code generation, all that kind of stuff, what you could do is you can configure what we call external tools builder into the build process, and that would and that integrates with Maven, so that allows you to run a Maven goal as part of the project build inside Eclipse.
Okay.
So let's say when you do a clean in Eclipse, you need to configure an external tools builder that would invoke the Maven clean tool.
Okay.
But that gets saved into the project settings and then can be shared with team members.
Okay.
So then the results should be different. The downside is though that the clean not only cleans the compiled classes in Eclipse, but also the runs then the Maven goal, which might take a bit longer than the actual.
Yeah. Thanks.
You had mentioned with the issue problems that you can import from Bugzilla. Can you import from a custom? We use Remedy.
Use what, sorry?
Remedy.
There are plugins to support a whole bunch of things. I don't know specifically about that. So can you? It's just code. We had this discussion yesterday.
There's on the minor wiki page. There's a list of connectors that So it's all those connectors. So there's an API being made in it that allows you to implement the custom thing wherever you want. It's just
Yeah. Yeah, our company doesn't want to do anything outside the firewall clouds. And you also were mentioning with preferences when it comes up and it shows the dialogue and then brings up the second dialogue.
Sorry, let me do this and then we can talk on our way out.
All right. You could possibly set up a preference where when the dialogue comes up, you can check the preference and that second dialogue comes up. Without the checkbox, just bypass it.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was followed, but I think I missed something. Sorry. Did I get everything, Gunnar?
I think I got everything. I just need to clean up my trash.
Thank you, boss. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Andrzej.
Carl.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You got any HDMI?
Yes, on the right. Perfect.
And I'll let you be able to do whatever it is you want to do.
I will be standing behind this computer like a very boring person, showing in the pictures not too many cats in there. So if you really are into cats, sorry, I'll disappoint you.
As soon as you want image, just hit this button right here.
Which number?
Number
system, but I don't need any image just yet.
All right, perfect.
So I'll set myself up and.
Cool. And then
What's the resolution I should be aiming for?
People were doing 1280 by 800.
That's doable.
Looking good.
So mirror, yes, 1280.
Number 3, it's going to be recording, so try and stay on the mic.
I will be standing in front of you. I'll have some switching back and forth between console and
Here's a clicker too.
yeah, that works reasonably well. Jestem gotowy. Hello? Hello? Not yet working. Okay. Hello? Can you hear it through the microphone? Then, well. Hello? Oh, it works. Hello everyone. Welcome to my session called JDK Not So Hidden Tools. Sorry, Not So Hidden Treasures. My name is Andrzej Grzesik. Don't worry if the combination of letters scares you off. It does it to everybody. That's quite normal. There is a much easier version. For example, the Twitter handle should be quite doable. So, I come from Poland, from a lovely city of Kraków. Poland is in Europe. That's next to Germany. Well, that's where Poland is. And I live in London. And I expect you to know at least where London is. I run a conference called Geekon. I run and lead the Polish Java user group, founded and organized the software craftsmanship in Kraków. Same for Kraków Hadoop user group. And if you need anything, feel free to please drop me an email, tweet to me. I'll be super happy to see that. And well, let's start with a motivation why this talk happens. I have this nightmare that I'm actually waking up one day and I'm the most stupid person on earth. So I try to do whatever I can not to become that person. And because of reasons mentioned in the slide, so I start digging, digging and seeing what's beyond the first layer of software that I'm running with, and the second layer. I'm not going to disassemble the CPU. That's going a bit too far. But I try to understand how things work, what the JVM is constructed about, what's in the bin directory of the JDK, because there is a lot of things that you get to see in there. And out of curiosity, who of you have been to a party yesterday in the evening? Nobody? Wow. I was to one and that was fun. So, and I just learned that some people are watching me through a stream, so that's even more awesome. So there is more people watching me that sit in the room, including my girlfriend, which is absolutely amazing. So let's start. JavaOne has a Twitter handle. I have a Twitter handle. There is a hashtag. If you can tweet, that will really boost my ego. I love being tweeted about. Take a picture, say that you love it. Yeah. If you have any questions, just ask. And it's not. There is a reason, because I have 3 sessions in a row, and immediately after this, as this session ends, I will have to go run to Park 55. So if you have a question, try to wave your hand, and I'll try to repeat the question and answer that. Or if I can't hear it, well, we can try to do it over Twitter or email. That's why the Twitter handle is really important. So Java. Well, I would expect that most of you know what Java is. Most of you love Java. I love Java as the platform. I love writing Java. I love writing Scala a bit more because it actually requires a bit less writing. But still, I run on the JVM. JVM, or how do you get there? Well, everybody knows what $Java Home is, or its Windows equivalent. There is this funny directory called bin. Did you ever go there? Probably. I did. At first, I had no idea that what's there, because my beginnings were NetBeans, which would automatically compile things and then it would all break. I had no idea how to make it all fall back into place. So there is a lot of things in there, and it's actually 44. When I was doing that at 3 minutes past 7, I had no idea what the day was. The number of tools in there will change. The number of tools in there is not part of the spec, so some tools will be added, some tools will not be added. The focus of this talk is to introduce you to things that you can do for free already with the tools that are most probably part of the JDK that you're using. I'm saying most probably because this is based on Oracle's JDK. I don't have too much experience with IBM's version of the JVM, so I cannot comment whether the tools will work there. What I can also say is that some of the tools might not be in your JVM, because some of the tools have been added, some of the tools might be removed. That list is not precise, and I will not get into extreme details because since you're here, you're developers, you chose an absolutely amazing conference. I know that you can read manuals, so it would be a waste of your time for me to go through the manuals and explore every single possible option that is out there for those tools. So I want to show to you what's possible, focusing on the command line, because if you have to work in an environment, for example, in a financial institution that allows a VPN connection to a Bastion host somewhere, to a cloud somewhere later, and so on and so on and so on, then getting a UI server is not really going to happen. Or if your production servers are really powerful, there is very little likelihood that you'll actually get X Windows or any other display manager installed there. So that's why command line. Also, command line is awesome and very powerful. So anybody being sleepy? I hope not, because that's why I asked about the party yesterday. If you haven't been there, well, I hope you're not sleepy. Just one thing, please log GC. Who here is logging GC in their production? I see around 10 hands. Please, if there is only one takeaway that you have from this talk, please guys log GC. I will not tell you what the correct set of flags to do that is, simply because it changes from one release, from one build to the other. If you're curious about what the good set of flags would be, I would recommend, for example, talking to Martin. I would read his son in Verburg, looking at his tool called JClarity, which can suggest certain things there, because they actually take care of that. They look at the different versions of the JDK, and they will suggest certain things there. I don't remember all the flags, because my memory is just not good enough. Why do you log GC, or what does it look like? Well, a sample set of flags. This is not what you should be doing in your production. This is just a sample set of flags. You can log it into a file. You can print GC details. Why is it important? Because if you have problems regarding GC, so sometimes those means that you might have problems regarding performance, you actually have some forensic material to work with. If you have problems in production and you don't have that enabled, well, you start with an empty slate. So it's so much easier to start with some GC logs. Now, assuming we have the too long didn't read version of the talk already done, let's go into when things go wrong. So we're all Java developers. Java is, of course, write once, ship on your laptop to data center many times, so run anywhere. Well, the problem is sometimes some things don't really work the way we expect them to. And that has the funny quirk, at least in the companies I worked with before, that this will happen to a computer that I don't have direct access to. So walking up to them, just to that computer, rebooting it, not possible. There will be a system running somewhere, but it's just misbehaving. It's having hiccups. And it's not something that really makes sense. Maybe I'll even reboot it, recreate let's say some VMs, just to make sure that the operating system is not the culprit, and then, yes, operating system is not the culprit, and it still has hiccups. What is going on? Obviously, the problem is in my code. That's what I would expect, not in the kernel. So, how do you actually make sure that, well, to find out what's happening? The first question about your application is your application running? Because it sometimes happens that if an application isn't serving any requests, it might be that it's not even listening. It has happened to me. Those are the kind of situations in which you're looking for glasses that you have on top of your head. Sometimes you don't have the glasses on top of your head, and then, oh, yeah, I might not be seeing because I forgot them. So the first version you actually should make sure that the software you're running is running. On a normal Linux thing, you would do a PS, you would do a pgrep, or you can do top htop and expect to see your process somewhere at the very top of the list. Because it should be consuming some CPU, it should be consuming some memory, so it should be a sizable beast. What do you get if you do PS and look for Java? Well, you get a lot of stuff. And that's me running NetBeans something. And as you can see, there is the class path in there. There are some jars being listed. There are some parameters. It's not really readable. Yes, it tells me that there is some Java running, but it could be better. A friend of mine, Mr. Yappy, on Twitter, says that every problem becomes a different problem when you add in Java. So sorting a list versus sorting a list in Java, two different things. To me, looking at a list of processes and looking at a list of Java processes are very, very similar, but actually there is a reason why my friend says it. Because instead of PS, you have JPS. JPS will give you a list of running processes that you are allowed to look at. So what you will see by default is the PIDs and the main classes. And this output is not really super useful, because if you have a a couple of pieces of software installed on a system, and every one of them starts with something called main or runner or something that's not really going to tell you much. So there is a thing. There are flags that you should be adding. And one thing that I have to stress out, the tools that we will see in here, they are not super consistent in their choice of flags. So sometimes they are listed in the manuals, sometimes there are not. Some manual entries for the tools under the bin of your JDK might explicitly say that don't rely on this tool too much because it might go away, it's not supported, or it's not super stable. On the other hand, going through Stack Overflow will be a very good source of information about what flags are there. So to start with JPS, my favorite set of flags is LVM. And when I try to teach my colleagues about how to remember that is, well, everybody knows that Java loves memory. So you do JPS, LVM, that's obvious. What's the output now? Now it's much better, because we get to see the PID, we get to see the fully qualified main class, and you get to see the options that the JVM was run with, and you also get to see the program parameters, which is a pretty complete input to your application. For those of you taking pictures, of course, I'm very happy that you do, please tweet them, but the slides will be available on SlideShare. So if you are trying to take notes like that, there is no need, I will make it easy, that will be shared. So what do we get in here? We get the main class, we get the application parameters, and we get the flags. Which means if there is a process that takes input as params or flags, we can actually verify whether it's actually there. Sounds useful, it's very useful. There is of course a caveat about JPS. If you don't have rights to somebody else's processes, so if you can't read the files that the JVM will produce under the temp directory, you will not be able to discover their processes, because this discovery mechanism is using /tmp and certain files that the JVM will put in there. So, of course, we have to use a meme, and of course it's Java. So, something in Java will be longer than usual. You'll soon get to see why I wanted to put that there. You know jar files. Jar files, especially when you look at Maven, you know that the world is full of jar files, and your software needs to download most of them every single time you compile or try to clean, because I love Maven for the fact that it needs to download things from the internet to remove a directory. Absolutely awesome. What is good about the jar, the instruction? Because there is a command line tool called jar. Well, you can do jar -tf. Why is that good? Because it will tell you what's inside a jar. If you've been seeing a problem with things not being found on your class path, I tend to say, okay, but I want to check. That is the jar that I expect to see something, and especially if you have an older version of a library, because, well, you've been to the keynote, you've seen that, for example, well, the screenshots used there mentioned the version of the jar files that they were using. That's a very good practice, but sometimes all you get is, let's say, digester.jar, and then good luck in figuring out whether some obscure class is in there. So the first time when you get a problem, no class defined, is to see if the class file is actually in there, in the jar that you're looking at. So you can do jar -tf. So that's the very end of the command line is what we're looking here, and then you'll get to see all the classes, all the files that are inside the jar file. Why is that important? Because if you scan all of the jar files, you actually might discover that there is somebody else that is, I don't know, pretending to be, let's say, Spring, because everybody knows Spring, but somebody in their infinite wisdom decided that, well, let's ship some other unrelated class files with our Spring libraries. Because, I don't know, because for convenience or because they wanted to have less jars. That sometimes happens and that has happened to me in certain enterprise environments I work with. So sometimes you have to check. Jar -tf is the way to do it. Jar command will also allow you to extract a file, extract a jar file, which also means that you get to see what's actually in there. who here has compiled Java from the command line using Java-C manually? Wow, you're amazing. You're the best audience, more than half of people. I'm mind blown. I started, as I said, using NetBeans, had no idea what's happening in there. I would just click the button and then, yay, my software works, or no, my software will work. Java-C, the compiler. What it does, well, there is nothing fancy in there. There is a sister, a brother, a sibling to it, or a tool that's very connected to it. It's called JavaP. Have you seen JavaP before? Probably. Some people are raising their hands. So what does JavaP does? Well, that's our favorite language and some source, which does absolutely nothing reasonable. So ignore whatever is in there. The thing is, what JavaP will do is it will show you what's inside the class path. So you get to see when the class was modified last time. And that actually makes a lot of sense if you're trying to understand why certain code is not working the way you expect it to, because you've made the code change, you've compiled it a dozen times, you've deployed it to Tomcat or your favorite tool of choice, and you're still seeing you still see the old behavior happening. That might be because, for example, the class file that sits in a jar somewhere else is really a very, very old thing. So it's a good thing that they have a timestamp in there. You also get to see the version, minor, major. If you've been trying to run code compiled with Java 7 on Java 6 or something like that, you might recognize the major minor version mismatch. You get to see what was the target for compilation. You also get to see the constants using compilation. And you probably know that the compiler is making an optimization, so constants will not be referenced. The constant values will actually be put in the places in which the constant is referenced. So if you have a string value that you refer to in many places, that will be just injected in there. So when you compile against such a class and then you change the constant value to something else, you of course have to recompile. And then things can start going funny, because assume you have a multi-module system and some dependency is referencing a constant that you wouldn't expect it to. And then you change the value of the constant and what now? And there is a problem, something doesn't work. If you've eliminated all the obvious cases, sometimes you actually have to go quite low level, so you try to decompile the class files and see what is the value of that constant. Because sometimes you might see something that is probably old or something that doesn't make any sense. It's also very greppable, so if you're looking for a very specific value, you can grep for it. To me, that's useful. Another thing that JavaP can do is actually show you the bytecode. But why would I tell you? I can probably show that to you. So what do we see in here? Well, we get to see some consoles on this side which are really not that important. But you get to see the bytecode. If you're interested, you can extract this information from a class file. I will not go through what's actually happening in there because that's not the point of this talk. I just wanted to show it to you that it is possible if you're interested. There is a way to investigate. That's especially useful if you're playing with lambdas and trying to figure out certain things of how they are done. So let's go back. JInfo. And my slides tell me that I should do a demo, so well, who am I to say no? JInfo by itself will tell you that it can connect to a PID. So let's do clear. I will just start a simple process that will give me its PID so I can get something to work against. And yay, you get to see a lot of parameters. Your intuition is probably telling you that those are the properties that you have inside, that the JVM is running with. Yes, that's correct. That's exactly what's happening. You get to see the options, you get to see the home directory, you get to see class file version, you get to see, I don't know, the encoding, all the things that you would normally want to verify in some really rare but sometimes those cases do happen. You get to see the put class path if you want to. You get to see non-default VM flags. So if somebody passed something strange or obscure there, you get to see it there. You get to see the command line. So why is that important? Well, first of all, JInfo, as you've seen, allows you to see all the flags. It also can print out a value of a very specific one. So if you're interested in just one flag across a number of processes because you're trying to find something out, it's possible. You don't have to grab through that lengthy output. And the awesome bit is some of the flags can even be changed during runtime. So you can enable printing of GC timestamps while the JVM is running. And somebody could now be asking themselves, why am I not showing you the list of flags that is changeable in runtime? Because that would be a good moment for this. And the answer is because that list is changing. So I could of course add the list there, but that depends on, well, that changes from one JDK release to another. So the best place for it is the release notes and looking at what is in the JDK that you're using. Because that list is not set in stone, it changes. I expect it to grow and I expect it to change in time. But I wanted to mention that some things can be changed in the runtime. So if you don't like your GC log format, you can improve it while the JVM is running. To me, that's quite awesome. Moving on, JMap. Anybody familiar with PMAP? Anybody used PMAP before? Yes, I see 4 hands, 5. So JMap allows you to take a heap dump. That's a very simple script that we'll use that will just run my favorite looper example just to generate something. The flags, the format, that's JMap specific. You can read about it online. One important thing: why would I take a heap dump? Well, because obviously I'm suspecting that there is, let's say, a memory leak because I want to examine what's on the heap. Some people have already approached me and they were saying that they were connecting to a live process, for example, a live Elasticsearch, and then they would try to examine the heap in there, and that would go slow. Especially when the heap is large. Yes, it might go slow. So first of all, I would recommend taking a heap dump and then examining it all offline, so that you don't impact whatever the software is doing. And second, yeah, there is a question. Are there any tools that I recommend for investigating heap dumps? Yes, I will actually show 2 of them in here. That's a very good question. I think I saw a hand somewhere, but no, it's gone. Perfect. So, assuming you're examining something in production, a heap dump of a JVM with a 64 gig heap, if the heap is fully occupied, will be large. So that means that when you want to analyze, you will need a powerful machine, which probably means you will need to take yet another production-like server to analyze the heap dump from your production. It might be a surprise, but this is what will be necessary, because if you don't have enough RAM, you will start going through swap space. So if you're trying to analyze things that are sitting on your disk, I/O will kill you, and you'll hate doing that. So one tool that's, well, a low-level tool for helping with that that I would like to show is called JHAT. There is a demo that I want to do. So let's try running JHAT by itself. What do we get? We get no argument supplied, blah, 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 blah. But the important thing is it's asking for a file. So ignore the errors. Oh, yeah, I already had something running there. Let's try again. So you can see that it started an HTTP server on port 7000, which means, well, I could curl localhost, and yeah, I get to see something, and that's HTML. So let's open the browser. Actually, I have the browser already open. So this is what you get. This is the output from JHAT by default. It's not really super useful. It's not really that nice. It's not really that workable. The important things, or the interesting things to me, or the things that I usually like to start my analysis with, sit down there. So you can, for example, go here and look at, analyze your heap using an object query language. Yet another QL. That's awesome. It does exactly what your intuition tells you it will. It's a language that allows you to analyze heap with a language. So you can construct expressions that can try to look for objects that have objects inside them and objects having objects. It's like Inception, but well, you can express that. You're familiar with SQL most probably, or some sort of SQL. This is logically a logical equivalent. So yes, we get to see, let's say, all the strings that are longer than 100. Is it even running? Okay, that shouldn't be happening. We'll not examine that because that used to work before, but it should be working. Usually you get the list of objects that actually work, that are the result of your query. And there is the help file is there. Sorry for that. That's because probably of an update or a mismatch between a heap file that I took a long time ago and not so long ago. So let's do. Let's try doing that then. Something is not really working, so we'll not examine it that far. The thing is, you can examine your object. So as you can see, we should be able to see strings that have a value that is longer than 100. So we can traverse the object graph. We can construct queries that will ask for very specific objects. If we're looking for maps or for collections that are larger than, let's say, 1 million elements, you can do it with that. And the question is, okay, how do I analyze that? I would recommend going to Stack Overflow, looking for sample answers around that area, because there are already some smart queries that have been written. It's all in the internet. This is certainly not an OQL tutorial, but the interesting thing is those OQL expressions. If you've ever tried using NetBeans Profiler, if you've tried using Visual VM and analyzing heap dump in there, it also has OQL available. So you can interact with your heap using a language. I love it. It's very, very useful. So stack traces. Quick question, how do you get a stack trace in Java of a running process? Somebody's saying JStack. Yeah, there is another hand over there. Kill minus 3, yes. So do you know what the problem with kill minus 3 is? Because on a Linux box, yes, that will give you a stack trace. It will print it out to the standard output. So if you're running inside a container, well, inside a web server, because that's a very popular thing, kill minus 3 will print to the standard output, unfortunately. So a demo, well. And yes, this is what you get. So kill minus 3 will actually print out the stack traces. You might be asking, why am I using a file? It's because I don't want I want the delay to happen between I run the kill and then. So that's why tail. But this is what you get. So if your process, the process that you're running has standard output redirected into dev null or some other log, or your logging framework is spitting a lot of information in there, parsing out a stack trace out of there might be a bit tedious, might be a bit hard. So as somebody has already observed or suggested, there is a better tool called JStack. So what JStack will do is it will give you stack traces, but there is a caveat. It's not a snapshot, a cut through, a slice through all your threads with all the stack traces. If you have that impression, sorry, but it's not like that. It's doing it only at save points, one thread at a time. That's what I found online. That's what I was pointed at online. And what it means, it's more like this. So if you have very short running methods, JStack is probably not going to be the most awesome tool for examining what's there, because it's quite invasive, because it involves save points. It's maybe not damaging, but it's like looking at the Schrodinger's cat with a box half open. That's not really going to work. That's not the way we want to observe. So just be aware. The thing is, what JStack will produce is it will give you the thread ID in a hex format. So if you want to convert that into a Linux, to correlate threads that you see under top or page top, you will have to do the hexadecimal conversion, but that's easy. You will also get to see waiting on object monitor. So if there are two threads that are waiting on the same things, JStack will suggest that there might be a deadlock. And by default, that's what you get. But there is of course a hidden flag, or a non-default flag that is printing out something very, very useful. And now you can see that bit. So what I've added is the L flag for JStack, and that will print it will print the monitors that the thread is waiting on and the owners of those monitors, which is a much more it's a much more complete set of information. So you want to examine if there is something happening in there, you can do that. And another thing is, if you have long-running transactions, so something running in matters of seconds, maybe minutes, maybe hours, all running in a single thread, there is a way for you to interact with that output. You can see the reference handler. Well, you're not going to rename the reference handler thread, but your application threads can change the name of the thread they are running with. So I've seen situations in which, especially for transactions that would take a matter of minutes, people would collect JStack's collect stack traces with JStack repeatedly every minute, and then they would have the transaction ID or a customer ID or some sort of key that would allow them to correlate what's happening from a business logic with a stack trace, to be able to say what the system is actually doing. This is possible. You can, if you set your thread name to something, you will see that in the stack trace. And also, you might see that kill -3. The output from that is very similar to what we're seeing in here. And this is for a reason, because it's using the very same code path in the JVM. So it's a signal handler if you're doing a kill -3, and what JStack is producing its output with is using the same code. So demo, we've seen that, and now JStat. What's the format of JStat? Well, it's you say which metric you want, you say which options you want, you say what PID you want to interact with, and then if you want it to repeat itself, you add the interval and the count. So let's go back into the console. And nothing is happening. Okay, if nothing is happening, we'll work around. So we get to see some output. That's not really super useful, but if you're familiar with IOStat, with VMstat, this tool is aimed to offer similar experience for the JVM. Let's say we want 1 second delay intervals, and we want 10 samples to be printed out, and let's say we want header every 2 lines, and this is what we get in here. So we get to see some output. I set JStat -GC. The obvious question to ask right now is how do I know what flags are there? How do I know what formats are there? How do I know what can be printed out? So the answer to that is, well, there are the custom options, the formats that are available are actually part of the JDK sources. So you can see all those options in here. We're obviously not going to read through all of them, but I wanted to show them to you for this reason. You can create custom metric sets. You can create a custom format. If you care only about a very specific set of metrics in a specific format, you get to do it. You can do it for your specific user on a system, and then use it exactly like I used -gc, which is predefined. You can use it next to it. So to me, that's quite useful. That's quite handy if you're going to use JSTAT. JSTAT-D is a daemon that will allow you to expose processes so that JSTAT can connect to remote machines. There will be no demo because it broke, so sorry. It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't. It's not the most stable creatures out there, unfortunately. I just wanted to mention that if you're really desperate, it might help. It's not super, well, I have problems running it sometimes. Well, from time to time, it just doesn't want to. It will expose your processes, and now let's move on to something newer. So all the tools that you've seen so far have been part of the JDK, and they were there in the 1.6 times. And you could, of course, say, yeah, but we're on 1.8. But who here is still not using Java 1.7 or later? Yeah, there are a couple of hands in here. Yes, last year on a conference I met somebody who said that they are going to upgrade to Java 1.4. So unfortunately, well, there are people who are still using older versions of the JDK, or some of the tools that you might be using might force you to use an older version of the JDK. So while I would love to say that JCMD is the tool that you can use, because JCMD was introduced, if I remember correctly, in Java 1.7, if sometimes you need to examine an older application, it's only fair that I show you the older tools. And then you can, well, if you're lucky working with a newer one, you win. But if you're not, for those rare cases in which you have to explore the old, that might be useful. So JCMD, that is supposed to be a one-stop shop for all your command line needs for examining a JVM. So what it does, well, let's look at it. So let's do JCMD, and it looks very similar to JPS by default. So let's do JCMD -- help. And it's saying that I need to pass a PID, and I can, well, say what I want to do, or I can oops, not clear. No command specified, so let's say help. No. The process is already gone. So let's pick another one. You can see that the following commands are available. And somebody might wonder why does it say, why do I have to say specify the PID first and then I get the list of commands available? There is a reason for that. Different versions of the JDK will ship with different options being available. So as time moves on, new options are being implemented, so you can do more and more and more and more and more. Early 1.7 releases had this list much shorter, and because you don't know what you might be connecting to, it's just you can check whether the options that you want to go for are available. What can we do in here? Well, we can take a, let's grab a class histogram so we can see what classes are there in. You can take a heap dump, which is something that you have already seen with JMap. You can see stack traces, you can see the version, you can see the command line. So yes, those things are repeated, and there are repetitions across tools. And I would expect that the situation will be cleared up. So some of the tools that I have shown you in the beginning will go out, but they are still there. And as of today, well, you can use whichever one you prefer. JCMD, if you are on a newer version, of course, is so much easier because it's a one tool to learn, and then it does all the things for you. But if you're not that lucky, or you have to do some archaeology, well, you know that you can. And now, well, let's go to something, well, to the very last tool that we should see today, which is the JVisual VM. This is the last tool because it's a visual thing. So what you can do is, well, let's examine you can examine processes. Who here is familiar with JVisual VM? And do you know that you can use plugins in it? Yeah, some people do. For the rest of you, JVisual VM is a tool that's shipping with your JDK. So it's under bin directory as the other tools. It has a UI, it's built on top of NetBeans platform, and it supports plugins. So if some of the option isn't there and you really want it to happen, you might go for it, look for a plugin, or you can actually implement the plugin yourself. There is a plugin that I usually recommend installing. It's called Visual GC. It visualizes what the GC is doing. Why is it good? Because in all the arguments that I've had at the places I used to work for, having a visual reference helps clean up the disagreements, because somebody might say that this is not working because this is not working because that. Yes, you can examine the GC log with a tool like jClarity I mentioned before, but this can connect to a process running, and this can give you graphs that will change and move. So if you want to understand, or if you're just trying to explain some ideas or some problems to somebody else, let's say you have a junior in the team, that's a good tool, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a moving picture, I don't know what the conversion ratio would be, but it's for explaining things on a live thing, it's unbeatable. The caveat is you have to install that plugin. To be able to install, you have to know that you can install, but now you know. And apart from that, what can we do in here? Well, we can see, no, not supported on this JVM, okay, that sometimes happens. You can see the options, yeah, we've seen that before. You can see the system properties, yes, we've seen that before. You can see the heap occupation, you can see the meta space, how many threads are in there, blah, 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 blah. You get to see what the threads are doing. You can take, of course, a thread dump with the caveats that I mentioned for JStat. You can take a heap dump somewhere, here. Let's click, and then we get to analyze it. Of course, it's so much nicer because it's visual. I can click. The caveat is JHAT, so the very basic HTML-based interface that you've seen before is something, first of all, that you can script against. And second, if you're examining a system on production at a very remote location through very obscure security measures, sometimes all you get is curl, or sometimes links. It's a terminal-based browser, and that's when this tool is not going to help you too much, because you won't be able to run it. If you can run something visual, of course, it's helpful, but sometimes you are in situations in which you can't. Well, you get to see, you can examine things using OQL. So let's see if we can actually run the query that failed on us so badly before. Query editor, yeah, it helps to run the query in the right window. Yay, it works. Oh, you could say that this is well pre-computed, but if I say 200, no, it's still executing. So yeah, you get to see that the list of strings is actually much shorter now. So you can do nice things. You can look for integers that are larger than a certain value and are part of a map, or whatever your imagination or needs suggest you need to do. Also, you can take the heap dump that we took with JMap and examine that using here. So that's a very that's a much nicer way to work for me. So just mentioning one important thing to stress out again: try not to examine a live system, because that will impact the live system and that will be slow. If your heap is large, navigating a large graph of objects will take time, just because it's a large graph, because there is a lot of things in there. That's just how things work. That's nothing surprising. And moving forward, do we have any questions? There is a question, yeah. How do I get to the OQL thing? So let me open, Visual VM. You get to, I open the heap dump, and you start with a summary. Or I can try opening a heap dump. Or maybe let's not tempt the demo gods. But in here, you just open a heap dump and it's there. The tutorial is available online. The tutorial is available as part of JHAT. And there is a lot of good resources online that can suggest the right queries to execute. Anybody else? Okay. Then thank you very much for attention, and I will appreciate. I really hope that you learned something today and that it pushed you in the right direction, at least for that one moment in which you need it. And I will appreciate if you click the button, obviously the green one, or send me a tweet. And if you have any questions, I have 5 to 10 minutes, and then I will need to switch hotels. Thank you.
The MB plugin is also quite nice.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Especially if you're in a
I could have shown
container.
that. Yeah.
Where will the presentation be?
I think it will be on LinkedIn. Sorry, not LinkedIn. It will be on YouTube. That's one.
Okay.
And the slides will be on SlideShare.
SlideShare?
Yes, my SlideShare. So you'll have to. Well, you can tweet me and then I can respond with the link later. On SlideShare. Yeah. So tweet me and I'll be tweeting when I post them online. So I'm Andrzej. Nice to meet you, by the way. Did you like it? Did you learn something?
Yes. We used a couple of tools, but not most of them. So
I'm happy that
here.
that it helped then. Please click the green button. The correct one. Yeah. Dzień dobry.
Pytanie.
Witam bardzo serdecznie.
Czy znasz jakieś narzędzia, które można
Maybe let's pretend to talk in English. So that, well, if anybody else has a
Do you
question.
know any tool that narzędzie zmierzyć ile zajmuje miejsca native process?
Co chcesz zrobić? A może się...
Po angielsku będzie łatwiej.
You want to measure how much memory a native process
Yes,
is? A native thread launched from inside a JVM?
We got a JVM.
Can you just, for example, do PS?
It doesn't show.
Why? Because it will be a thread. It will be a thread because the native process will have to be a thread. So if you do htop and you'll print out, for example, the tree of threads, you can identify them.
Okay, but then it doesn't create new threads. It uses the JV threads that are...
No, if you mean a native thread.
The native doesn't create new threads. That's the problem.
Well, okay, what kind of native thread? Because I'm making assumptions. What kind of thread, a native thread is that?
It's not a native thread. So
JStack will give you all the threads that are running within a JVM, so you'll get the native threads as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, in the native code, it doesn't create the threads.
In the native code, okay, but you still have the one thread that executes the native code. So you can measure how much memory that is taking.
Oh, you mean the first?
Yes, because you have to start from somewhere. The native code cannot execute itself without a thread.
Okay.
And then PS or top, if you don't want to PS or something from there, would it work? Oh, let's have a look. Hi.
Who?
I'm AGS313, I think, on SlideShare.
Oh, that's okay. I just want to know the name. Thank you.
Thanks. Click the green button. Thanks. Do you have any questions?
OQL,
Yeah?
sure, I'll Google this automatically. Can you do something like, hey, select all the objects that are using more than this amount of memory?
Say again?
Can you do something like select all the objects that are using more than this amount of memory? Stuff like that.
It's a bit hard to express how much memory an object is using, but you don't have to do it in OQL. You can actually do it in
The JVisual VM.
yes, just order the classes and filter it to see what things that are larger than a certain
Does that
size.
accumulate all of them though, or?
That will accumulate all of the things. You might get some repetitions because if there is, let's say there is a string that has a large char array inside, so it will show you the string and then the char array has two separate entries. But yeah.
So OQL is not.
OQL of course has its limitations, and maybe there is a smart way of doing that.
Maybe they added extensions to, like I saw some of the syntax was Java-like. This, but maybe they could add some.
I'm not aware of that, but let's see. I'm trying to get to the help size. You can actually do a size of. Sorry, that's then I was saying to. Yeah, you actually can.
Size of any object.
Yes, come have a look.
Yeah.
So returns the size of given Java object in bytes. So you can do.
That's awesome.
So that's exactly your question answered.
Yeah, thank you.
One more question. Do you know what's the if you use a heap member and off heap member, what would be the size that you should go to the op heap?
dobra, masz coś na hipie, masz coś poza hipem?
No, mam na hipie, nie?
No.
I teraz tak, ja się zastanawiam, jak duży hip mogę mieć,
No.
żeby się nie opłacało przechodzić na off-hipa. Znaczy, gdzie jest ta linia?
Ale ja nie rozumiem twojego use case'u na razie. Ja nie umiem ci podać wartości, bo nie rozumiem, co się dzieje.
A, no to zepsujemy dane na hipie. Dane,
No
nie?
dobrze, no.
I teraz ja się zastanawiam, jak duży hip, kiedy się opłaca przechodzić na off-hipa?
Przy jakich rozmiarach hipach
Tak.
zaczyna być zysk, nawet może nie być kwestia hipa, może być kwestia tego, jak odczytujesz.
Dobra.
No dobra, no jak masz giga, to się nie opłaca. Jak masz paręnaście giga, to już ja bym patrzył na to. Jeżeli masz małe hipy, ale chcesz mieć latency, nad którym planujesz, to też możesz sobie z Chronika na przykład spróbować skorzystać, czy czegoś takiego. Nie wiem, jaki masz konkretny use case i zobaczyć po prostu, jakie są różnice, bo nie wiem, na czym ci zależy. To jest ciężko takie rule of thumb podać, bo to jest bardzo context specific. Natomiast możemy ten temat pociągnąć dalej mailem, bo ja nie kłamię z tym, że mam następną sesję zaraz.
Nie, bo się sobie nigdzie ci nie znalazłem czegoś takiego.
Spauzuję cię na chwilę i możemy pójść do parka 55?
Co?
Do parku 55, możesz mnie net odprowadzić na dół i tam pogadamy. You had a question.
I don't know if you have any suggestions, but for connecting remotely, like with Visual VM or whatever,
yes.
JSAT-D is kind of iffy. What's the best way that you recommend to remotely attach and get?
Nothing stops you from just connecting to the exposing the port and then doing, for example, an SSH tunnel. You can do that. I would do it just because it's just easier than
What was that one?
An SSH tunnel.
Okay.
Like SSH minus L and so on and so on. So
okay.
or a VPN or something logically the same. Because this is what works to me. That's what I would do in most cases.
If it's Windows though.
I don't have too much experience with Windows, so I can't really help.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good.
Thanks. Did you like the talk?
Yes, it was very good. Thank you.
So did you learn something?
Yeah, there were a couple of commands like that J command.
Uh-huh.
JCMD. I don't know where I've used a lot of these before and tinkered around in there, but
So I'm happy that I showed you something new.
Yeah, thank you.
I will appreciate some feedback, but also if you tweet or have any questions or remarks, well,
be live streaming, so as much as you can, try and stay on the mic so that way the people at home can hear you.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. Good morning for all the people who came out to listen to me talk. So my talk's called Small Steps to Change Your Organization. My name's Sterling Green. I'm a principal engineer at Gradle Inc. We make the Gradle open source build tool. I've been in software engineering for about 10 years. I call myself a accidental automator. So I really hope that kind of the story I'll be telling today is something you'll find useful and maybe get some tidbits out of it. So this is one of my favorite quotes. I wrote this, my old manager at my old job like to have quotes written by his employees on his whiteboard. And this is one that I wrote maybe like 5 years ago on his whiteboard. I didn't quite realize how important both pieces of this statement is, right? Change your organization, so change the way your organization works, or change your organization in that leave and find a better organization. So this is Martin Fowler. So when you look at change in large organizations, change is really, really hard. It's really hard in everywhere, but even in large organizations, it's even worse. It's like the first law of change is an organization at rest remains at rest unless acted on by an outside force. Someone has to force an organization to really change. And if you think about change, it has many different dimensions, has many different parts. Culture, process, automation, so tooling that you're using, kind of all reinforce one another, and kind of one that's not doing really well will be backfilled by another. So it's very interesting. As my job now at Gradle, I get to be kind of dropped into different organizations as a consultant to help automate things using Gradle. That's usually what we're doing, but I get to see a lot of skeletons in a lot of organizations. So I've probably seen all the horrors, but it's really cool to see new ones. So to think about culture, a poor process or a lack of automation can sort of be compensated by a heroic culture, right? You have people who will stay there all day, all week. I used to work with guys. I used to work like this, where working 7 days a week, that's no big deal. I work 8 days a week. We can figure that out. But really, a healthy culture, a culture that's got open feedback and is very reflective and non-reactionary, can actually cultivate a lot of good process and healthy automation. You can actually, these are the things that are really important for us to automate. Culture is one of those things that you can't sit at the top of an organization and say, our culture shall be this. It really has to be acquired by all the different people who make up the organization. So then processes. So a lack of a good culture, right? So a culture that doesn't really care about, my job is to go home at 5 o'clock, or I don't have the tooling that really makes the build happen automatically. What you see is it's like a paper-driven development, right? It's like, here is a stack of papers that we're going to follow, and we're gonna follow all these steps each time because that's how I do my job. You see this with agile methods favoring interactions between people as opposed to a process, and then you see waterfall saying we really, really like process. We really, really like it when you send me a Word document and the process is you to copy it into an email and then make some changes to it and stuff like that. So it's really, really kind of funny stuff. And so good processes, I think, really should be self-evident. You shouldn't be wondering, why are we doing this? It doesn't make any sense that we would ever be doing this. And it should also be necessary processes. Like if it doesn't get done, if the process doesn't get followed, then there should be some bad side effect of that, right? It shouldn't just be like, oh, it didn't happen this time and that's okay. We'll get it next time. And when it comes to automation, when you have really poor processes, it's not really clear how things get done. When you have culture where people aren't really taking advantage of things, you can take automation and only go so far, right? You can only automate so much until it becomes a people problem, and the people really need to step up and do more things. So improving automation is usually the easiest thing to do. You can usually find that one thing that you can automate and make some progress, but it's not going to prevent a bad culture from doing something worse. Or another thing to realize is that just because you've automated one thing doesn't mean that you're done. It could be you need to automate a lot of other things. That's one thing organizations sometimes really have a hard time, large organizations have a hard time knowing or understanding, is that you told me that we needed to automate the build, so we've automated the build. Now you're telling me we need to automate the tests. Like, why is that different? Like, why do we have to keep automating things? Isn't it a done thing? So my one takeaway is that you shouldn't rely on automation. Like there's no silver bullet. I can't say with a straight face that, oh yeah, if you guys are using Ant, if you're using Gradle, that'd be perfect. All this stuff, automation is just a tool. It really has to be kind of all steps, like automation, process, culture all together. So, what was the motivation for me putting together this talk, and why is this so important is, a few years ago I went to a conference, and this is when I was still working at a really large corporation, and was in this, what we call build hell, in terms of the environment and the culture and that sort of thing. And so I get into this conference, and part of the agreement, maybe this is a lot like the people who are here, the agreement for going to that conference meant that I had to come back and make a report and talk about all the things I saw at that conference. And they sent me an example. Here is I think it was a Jenkins user conference that a different group of people had went to earlier in the year for my company, and they had summaries for every slide for every talk they had gone to, and it was all very interesting. And then there was kind of a takeaway, a summary of what is actionable from what we learned at this conference. And all the people in this report said, yeah, we can't use any of this stuff because we don't have automated tests, we don't have integration, continuous integration, all that stuff's too hard. There's nothing useful for us here to learn. And it was just like, how could that be? Like how this is like software, there's the stories you've seen, if you look at Wall Street Journal and stuff, people talk about software eating the world, and delivering working software, delivering that value is better for all of us. And that's sort of what brought me to making this talk, and also moving to Gradle, because we have this slogan of build happiness. So build happiness for the developers, build happiness for the organization. All that was like really resonated with me. So what's my story? So I before I was at Gradle, when I was working at another company, just to give you kind of an idea of what my environment was like, so you can maybe relate and sympathize with me a little bit. We had technically version control. We technically had builds that technically worked if you ran them on the right day from the right directory and twice, because they don't work the first time through every time. And basically my organization had done some internal R&D, and we had this really cool product that we wanted to sell to our customer. We wanted to get lots of money to take the R&D and turn it into a real product in the software we were already building. And it was written in MATLAB, and the rest of our software was mostly Java. And we come up with this number, like this is going to be the number to take the MATLAB, rewrite everything into, I think it was C, and then insert it into our product. And it was going to be many months, many millions of dollars. And the customer was like, nah, I'm not really interested in that. So we settled for, okay, we'll do like a pilot, it'll be a prototype. We'll leave it as MATLAB. We'll figure out some way of getting this MATLAB code into our product and interfacing with the rest of our Java system. So just kind of conveniently, a few years before this opportunity showed up for the R&D thing, I've been involved in a hardware evaluation, right? So we had this stack of hardware that came in, and we were saying, oh, is this going to be fit for purpose for what we're going to be using it for? And there was this one lonely server that was too small, that wasn't useful, that got stuck into a rack and kind of forgotten about. And I had stumbled upon it and had stuck my name on it because I knew nobody was going to use it. It was never going to be used for anything. It was just going to kind of rust in this rack. So fast forward to a couple years later, we have this R&D product, and we're trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to work the builds? How are we going to put things? Where are we going to check things in? And this is like June or this is May, June time. And all the other project managers say, my software, we're about to do a delivery in October. Can you wait till then to check anything in? Because I don't want you messing with my build. because I have builds on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and most of the time the Tuesday build doesn't work, and so it actually takes all day Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to get my first build out, and so I need those days to actually do the build. And so we were trying to find a slot in this calendar where we would start doing our builds, and it was looking like we could do a build every other week on a Friday, and we could not check anything until October, and the whole project's supposed to be done by August, right? So it's like, you know, and you're negotiating what it means to be done with your program manager when they're like, well, it's done if you say it's done and it's not checked in. That's okay. Checking in, that's like the least important part of software development, I guess. You know, oh, where'd it go? Oh, I deleted it. Sorry. Yeah. So anyway, so I said, oh, I remember I have this server that is all mine. I'm buddies with the sysadmin. I go talk to her. So I need a host name, I need an IP address, and a hard drive because we're going to make something happen. And she says, oh, well, what do you want to call it? You know, come up with a name. And at the time, we were hot into naming everything after Greek gods. And I said, anything but a Greek god. I don't care. And she said, well, we'll name it Sterling. And I was like, okay, no, it can't be that either. I don't want my name on it when 10 years from now everybody's cursing because the Sterling server is too slow. So she said, okay, you know, we'll call it Obi-Wan because you're our only hope. So we get Obi-Wan. I got a hard drive put in it. I've got the root password for it. It's all my server, and I get to pick a team of people who are going to help me build this R&D project and get it inserted into our regular system. And so I got to pick basically the best people. I said, these are the people who are aligned with me. These are people who believe that we want to make it better. We want our environment to be better. We want our culture to be better, and we're gonna demonstrate it. We're gonna do it this time. And so at the time, we took our server, we put Jenkins on it. We were using, so I didn't tell you the full story of my version control system. So who has heard of or is forced to use Dimensions or PCMS or PVCS? Or if you actually work at one of those companies that makes that, I'm sorry. But it's basically, if you've never used it, it's basically RCS, SCCS on some sort of illegal drug. I'm not sure. So, I come to find out is that basically Dimensions has this, on paper maybe this sounds really cool. It has all of these process things built into it, like where I want to make a change. That means I want to lock the file. I want to have my manager approve that I'm going to be making changes to that file, and I'm going to make the changes to the file, and someone's going to approve that the changes were made, and all that. So we said, okay, that sucks. We're not going to be using that for our new tool, our new project. So we picked Git. Git was a hot thing then. We picked Git. So we had Jenkins. We had Git. One thing that I won't reveal too much because maybe we'll be able to figure out where I worked. So we did something called Fagan code reviews or code inspections, and this basically came out of the I guess late 70s, early 80s, and the process is basically this is how it was when I first started. You'd make your changes, you would print them all out on pieces of paper. You would go through and highlight all the lines of code that you changed, and have photocopies made of that. And then you go to people's desks who are going to review your code and pass it all out, and set a calendar invite for a week later, where you'd all convene in a room with your robes on, and we would discuss the defects that had been found in the code. And over time, everyone kind of realized that was way too heavyweight, and so code reviews had turned into showing up at a meeting, looking at the code for a few seconds, and the person saying, I've already checked it all in, so if there's any changes, sorry, too late. So we said, okay, we got to find something better. You know, we were looking at Crucible, we were looking at Review Board, we were looking at all these different things. So we ended up picking Garrett because it helped solve a couple problems we had with having a host for our Git repositories and also having code review. And that was really, really good for us. So this is sort of what a build looked like when we were doing it for the old project, the large project. People would check in things, and then a week or two later, a build would happen. And then a week or two later, that build would then get deployed onto actual hardware, and manual tests would be run. So you can imagine all sorts of weird things grew up around this in terms of procedures and process and culture that came with this. So one thing we had was, where do our unit tests run? This is one of the things that I got funny looks for when I was at the conference, and people were talking about unit tests and functional tests and that sort of thing, and asked a question like, well, how do you run your software in a unit test so that it doesn't just exit as soon as you need to look up an environment variable or something like that? Because at the time, the software I worked on, that's what it did. If you were running it in any directory other than this one particular directory, it would say, I'm in the wrong directory, and it would exit. So and this was like global state. Like if you touched any class and anywhere in the system, it would reach out and find that and run the exit. So this is what it sort of looked like for the old system, and this is sort of what we came up with for our new system. We had Jenkins in there for running commit builds. We had Garrett in the center there triggering commit builds whenever we promote or we check something in. And we were using Gradle at the time for doing the builds. And then once things were approved, we would go through a kind of a build promotion cycle, and that consisted of a different person who was more of an integration type person, checking in a build file that would pull all the pieces of our system together and build like an installer for it. And it would go through the same kind of cycle. It would go through a check-in, which would cause integration tests to run, and then it would get approved by an integrator and then pushed out to actually doing the deploy and test on our real system. So anyway, so this is what we came up with, and we worked on the kind of R&D project for about, I don't know, 2 months or so, and we were done, and our manager, was looking at the metrics that he looks at, and he's like looking at defects, and he shows me this chart, and it has like a really, really, really tall chart or graph on it, and then there's like really, really like small bump, almost like it was like 0. And it was like, he's like, I think something's wrong with my report because the number of defects you found or you had in your product was an order of magnitude better than it was in any other project we've ever done. And he's like, why would that be? And I said, we just didn't do anything we've ever done before. Like we basically took the opposite of everything we did, and we did it differently. And so this is like July or August of that year. The R&D project's going really, really well. The problems that we're having are really problems related to things that weren't following this process. So we didn't have much control over what the MATLAB guy did. So changes he would make would just kind of like screw things up. But people who were following this process was actually doing really well. And so now I had this kind of like secret server. I had this kind of my own way of doing things, right? And I was building out this mind share of other people who wanted to do things like this. And so I actually went through and made a tool to convert Dimensions repositories to Git repositories. And I spent like a month doing the conversion, then doing the cleanup to delete the gigabytes of checked-in binaries and other crazy stuff that had shown up in the system, and pruning things so that when it came November that year, like the first or second week of November, I sent an email Monday to all the developers saying, Friday afternoon, no more dimensions check-ins. Monday morning, we're all using Git. We have Jenkins. We have code review. It was kind of like this one heave to move the organization. But all along the way, all these kind of small steps had to be taken. Here's a prototype. Here's like, this is what we're going to do. And then those small steps of finding those people who are going to help it make it actually happen. Like I say, some of the first steps that we took, and some of this was not even like intentionally that we thought we were going to change the world. We were going to change our company. We started thinking about all the things that we thought were really bad about what we were doing. We're thinking of the pain points that we were going through, and then we found things that kind of addressed that. We also found other people in our company who were like-minded like us, who could help spread the message to other teams, who could help defend us when something bad would happen. I mean, one of my favorite memories of a meeting we had with all of our kind of like upper management for like all these different programs, and I was describing this picture, and it had kind of like a cycle of all changes going through a review cycle. And to be fair, the guy's thinking about faking code inspections and it taking a week and all the robes we'd have to order for that. But everybody like the slight little jokes in there, right? I just thought of that one, so I'm pretty proud of it. So to be fair, he thought he was thinking of that. So, but we're showing that picture, and he says, you mean to tell me that every change that ever gets made to my program or my system is going to go through a review? And I said, yes. And he's like, well, I don't want that. He's like, and I said, oh, you want us to check in broken code? We can do that. I mean, that's what we've been doing for a while. We can keep doing that. And he never really talked to me or looked at me the rest of the time I was there. So another really important kind of learning we had for these first steps is that a lot of times there's like really kind of like obviously stupid things, it seems like things are being done, or probably painful things that are being done, and it's really important to understand why those kind of stupid things are being done. Sometimes you actually learn something and say, oh, there's a reason that we're doing this thing that looks obviously stupid. But the other kind of better thing is that when there's somebody who's like inflicting pain, who's saying this is the way we must be doing it, a lot of times they don't know why they're doing it. That's the process, right? So if you know, so you can say, we're doing this because X, Y, and Z, and X, Y, and Z is no longer a problem, right, or was never a problem. You can basically kind of work around them. You can alleviate their fears. Sometimes you can actually get them on your side. I'm trying to remember the exact story we had is there were some people who were very, very against what we were trying to do and trying to push an organization, and it took a couple times of problems that they were having day to day, like pointing out, saying we've prevented that, we knew about that, we have the places now, we have the hooks, so we can put in automation, we can put in a better process or whatever it would be to make them better. So another thing you need to kind of prepare yourself for is that you're going to be in it for the long haul. If you're the guy pushing the change, if you're the one who really believes in the change, you're gonna have to kind of overcome the negativity and overcome the people trying to. It's really easy just to kind of not necessarily be against things, but just kind of not help. Right? You'll run into a lot of people who are going to be like that, who just won't help. Not because they're bad or anything, they just don't know they could help. And you also want to make sure that the changes that you're proposing, the changes that you're describing, feel evolutionary. They make people see this evolutionary path as opposed to a stop the world, everything is changing. I mean, that's the one lesson I had, is that I sent the email out Monday and said, we're switching everything. The entire world is changing in a week. And to their credit, the program managers were like not happy exactly, right? They were a little scared. And the only thing that really saved it, the only thing that really made it okay was that I had this story. I had this story of like, here are all the steps that we took. Here's how we got to where we're going. Here's where we're going. Here's where we're going. I drew it on the whiteboard. Here's where we're going. This is what's going to be great about it. So if you think about automation, if you're like, where do I start? I have no automation. I don't know. It sucks. Whatever automation I have, it sucks. What do I do? So what you want to look at is the other kind of pieces of the puzzle, right? You have process and culture. You want to look at, is there an existing process that we're already doing that could really benefit by having automation? One example I have at my old job is that we had manual acceptance tests that we would follow. And they were very, very rigid. They were very, very, do this, do this, do this, do this. This particular one actually had you operate the system, go in, look at the database, say this row will be this number, and then remember that number. It'll be in microseconds. Now go to this other file and look at this line at this number, and that number will be in seconds, and those two numbers should be the same once you convert them into days or something like that. I mean, this is what the procedure was for, right? And so we spent some time saying, okay, we're gonna take that process, we're gonna automate it, and we were using Fitness, which is a kind of a wiki table-driven thing, right? So we wrote those tables saying, because what the whole test was trying to show was that the system had requirements for retaining data for so many days, and those configuration files described how long that data was supposed to be kept, and the database table said how long the data was going to be kept, right? And so being able to interrogate the system and do all that stuff, we built an automation tool. This procedure would take 2 people a couple days to go through because it was hundreds of things you had to check. And while we were building the automation, we realized that a quarter of the numbers were actually wrong, or actually had been wrong for many years. But because a human was in the loop, some of it was typos. How many seconds are there in a day? Is it 86.4 something, or is it 84.6? It was a mix. Some places were one, some places the other. So it found problems, right? And so that really helped for people who were kind of skeptical of what we were doing. Say, look, I found a bunch of problems that we haven't been meeting requirements, but it was so close nobody really noticed. Another thing you could look at is look at the people who are getting things done. Look at what they're spending all of their time on making. Because a lot of those people, they're really passionate about the company. They're really passionate about whatever you're building, and they're willing to do that extra heroic effort, right? So if you can see what they're doing and what kind of things they do each day to make the world work, and you can automate those things, you're going to relieve them of some of the things that they're going to have to do, and they're going to be able to do other heroic things, right? So it's a kind of a multiplier. Another thing is maybe the problems that you're having with your builds or with your automation or whatever you have now, maybe it's just too hard to fix. Like maybe the first step isn't fixing anything. Maybe the first step is actually monitoring things. So when we had our rogue Jenkins server, there was where our builds actually happened. There would be some guy's home directory. That's where he ran the builds. So I knew where the output was. I wrote a Jenkins job to go look at that output and tell me, was the build good or bad, right? And doing that over the time that we had our R&D project, I could tell, I go to my manager and I could say 30% of all of our builds are broken because people are checking in broken code, or broken in general, right? I don't know why. Sometimes we found that all builds would fail if you started them at 8 a.m. because the backup hadn't finished yet and it would delete files and stuff like that. So sometimes just monitoring is a good first step. And then the other thing is, if there's a really big problem and you want to try to solve it, and maybe it's just too hard to solve all at once, you want to look at, is there a piece of it I can solve? Even if that means that I still have to keep a person in the loop, having a mostly automated thing with a person on top of it is better than a person all the way through, because people are fallible and they may not get it right anyways. So another thing is when you have improve your process. You want to say, okay, let's look at what kind of failures we're having already with our existing process. All right, and we want to try to figure out, is there a way we can replace pieces of that process with automation, or you want to try to, if trying to come up with a bulletproof kind of process is too hard, right? You can always think of, okay, we're going to replace this really hard section with automation, or you're going to say, hey, it doesn't ever make any sense that this process just sucks. Like this procedure we're going to follow, we never actually follow that procedure because it's 100 pages and we only really need to do maybe every third page or something. It's like a choose your own adventure procedure. And so maybe in that case, you just say, okay, we're going to throw out the procedure. We don't follow it anyways. Let's not pretend. Let's just get rid of it and just rediscover it. Because there must be some process that we are following. If we're being successful, there's some process we are following, and we just need to figure out what that is and document it again. All right, so then culture. So culture is like one of those really hard, like the hardest thing to really change, because it takes time, it takes people, it takes relationships between people, it takes trust. So if you feel like you have poor culture, people I don't think are inherently like bad developers or good developers. They're really, it depends on what kind of feedback they're getting. So if they don't have any feedback, then they're maybe just in a default state of I'll keep doing what I'm doing because nobody's complaining. So if you can put in automation, you can put in a process that says, here is the feedback from what you did, right? We saw really, really good things from just having commit builds. So someone has a review, they make some changes, they push it, the commit build comes back and says, doesn't compile, unit tests don't work, whatever it is. That's really great. But also when people would come back and do reviews, I was a little concerned the first time we started using the code review because with our team, because it had been so long since a real review had been done. The code inspections had sort of become a formality, but not a requirement, and it was I wasn't quite clear. All the people I worked with were kind of like my friends and everything, but I wasn't sure how they were going to react to being told, I don't think you're doing the right thing, and this kind of sucks, right? You need to do something different. But I was really, really surprised, and maybe this is just a sign of the organizational's culture or health or whatever, was that in Garrett, if you guys have ever used Garrett or never used Garrett, basically every review gets votes from reviewers, so they can say +1, I really like it, or +2, and then it gets merged and that sort of thing. So it also has negative reviews, so you can say -1, I think you need to make some changes, or -2, this thing is broken, don't merge it, right? And so when we first switched over, we had more people using Garrett, we had more people doing reviews. People would come to me and tell me, I got my first -1 today. Somebody looked at my code and they told me that they wanted me to change something, and it's awesome, right? They never had that feeling of someone giving them feedback. And then so another thing you want to look at is, for automation, for process, you want to make it so it's easy to do the right thing. And this goes back kind of to the feedback thing, is if someone does the wrong thing, that it's not that they're bad or something, but that the feedback's there, so they know what they can do better. And then the other thing is, as you're going through this, you want to try to look for those champions, look for those other people who are going to kind of feel the same way about you, same way about improving the organization, of either improving the culture or process or all these different pieces. But you want to find other people who are kind of like that, or try to grow them. Try to find someone who's on the cusp of seeing the light and bring them on. So after a couple years of pushing changes in my old company, I got the itch to actually leave and go somewhere else. And when I did, I felt it was really, really hard for me to look at what I'd helped, kind of bring about. I felt responsible for all the bad things that hadn't quite been figured out yet, and I felt guilty of that. I was going to be leaving all my buddies in a lurch or something. But what it took was I was in a meeting, And it was like the exact same kind of meeting we've been having for years, where I was the only voice going, you know, we must automate something, right? I'm not even saying automate all the things, just automate something, right? And it was like one of the last few weeks I was at the company, you know, in a meeting, it's like the perfect time for me to say, you know, automate all the things, please. And someone else stands up and says it, right? And then someone else says, yes, that's what we should be doing. And you had kind of like this wall of people who were like, we believe in what we're doing now. Right? We feel like we own the process. We feel like we are doing the right thing now. You know, you know, we're gonna make it. So I guess I'll open it up for if you guys have any questions about, you know, about the story some more, or if you have some particular kind of dilemmas of the way where you are about, you know, I've been trying to make change and it just doesn't seem to be making any traction. I can try to maybe give some advice. I don't know all the answers, but I can try to help. On the other hand, if you have Gradle questions, I can also try to answer those, but maybe hold those to the end, or come by our booth. But other than that, I really thank you guys for coming out and listening to me. I hope you found it not just completely rambling and silly. So thank you. Do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
Your story is not a whole lot different from mine.
Mm-hmm.
There are two things that I thought were interesting. One, you didn't mention the biggest problem I have, which is fear.
Yep.
A lot of people I deal with are scared of changing, scared of
Yep.
doing something that would screw up. And the second thing you said near the end, which surprised me, was this notion that there aren't bad developers. Which is not my experience at all. There are lots of really bad developers. There are lots of really good ones, and most of them mediocre. And there's one question I had.
I guess bad. I mean in that malicious, right? Ill intention. Yeah. So there's people who maybe should be doing something else, but yeah.
The question I asked you. You said you grabbed all the best people. I assume those people were pretty busy already.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that was the interesting thing, is that because I was not, I didn't care about getting the best, like the best people that management thought were best people. I was looking for likeness in terms of where we like not necessarily we're going to do exactly the same thing, because we disagreed on what exactly we were going to do. I think we had a Maven guy and he just didn't win. But that of the people that were available, I had opportunity to grab, and the people who weren't available, I had a way of kind of, you know, using up some of my capital that I had built up as a reputation of a developer at my company. I could say, you know, I really need this person. I really need to help with this person. But the people I picked were not considered at the time of being like the rock stars. They were just another average person, but they had ideas, and they were frustrated. Maybe that was probably how I found them, is that they were frustrated, and you could feel that energy when you would talk about, like, I was trying to checking in files. You had to check them in one at a time, and they had to be full path. Like, why? Okay, but so yeah, and fear is a really good thing. Fear was always one of those things that came up in like every meeting, and it was just like, I'm afraid that you know, we have something that's working right now, and you're going to change it, and it's going to break something, and we're not going to find out until 6 months later, and something bad's going to happen. And a lot of that came from there was a lack of automation. There was a lack of feedback from the existing system. It was kind of like the build, the test, everything was like you threw your code into the black box, and then a build came out the other end, and how it got to that state wasn't really clear. And so the one thing we always try to steer away from fear of the change and fear of the unknown of what we have right now. Because there was a lot of people who were complacent and said, I understand exactly what happens now. And then when you would question them on it, you say, it's where it goes back to knowing the pain, knowing the why things are the way they are, more than the people who are actually doing the job. So that when they said, I'm afraid because, you know, this is going to happen, you could say, do you know exactly how have you seen how the sausage is made, right? We've seen it, right? We want, we're the vegans now, right? We want to bring it in, bring you to us, right? So yes, sir.
Kind of along the same line.
Yep.
One of the, for right or wrong, one of the things that gets played in the game about changing the process and getting away paperwork is things like SOX and PCI compliance.
Yep.
People argue, well, these things are in place because
Yep.
of them.
Yep.
Externally.
Yep.
Do you have any particular comments on that?
Yeah. So I won't reveal too much, but about basically, the stuff we were working on was government related and everything, and so there was a little bit of that of people saying we have to do it that way because our contract says it has to be that way, right? And that had become like a tribal knowledge excuse for things. So I think if you're working at Visa, MasterCard, and saying that, please don't just throw out your rules and be a cowboy, but if basically what we were able to do is when we would come up with the face of something, we would have to do that deep dive. We have to do that deep understanding of why is it the way it is, and then if we got a reason like that, well, it's like that because it has to be that way because someone else told us it has to be that way. We actually did the homework and try to find out, is that really the case? And in the cases where it really was that case, then we went back to our second tactic of, are we actually following those processes? And that's where it could get, that's where you could also get leverage, right? You're either leverages, you're saying we have to do this because of some reason, because of some contract or whatever, and it doesn't actually say that, so we can just not do it unless it's a good idea. And then the other side is, it's in our contract, it says we're supposed to be doing it, but we went and looked and we're not actually doing it, and what we're proposing will make it so we know that we're not doing it, right? That's how we went about looking at it. All right, yes, sir, blue shirt.
I'm going to be interviewing my new boss next week.
Okay.
Any suggestions for any questions I should ask?
Is it for like a developer type position? You be a man? You be a lead developer? Oh, you would be the lead developer. I see. So I guess I would ask, that's a good question. How would you find out someone who's passionate? So I always like the question of like what was like the hardest, and this is maybe a little bit of a cop out. I always like the behavioral type question of like what was the hardest problem you had to deal with, not a technical problem, but maybe like a relationship type problem or a interpersonal type problem in the workplace, like where you had either a really crappy environment, and how did you just suffer through that, or how'd you make your life a little bit better, right? Because you would think that a good person would try to always make things better. So that might be what I would look at. What's another good one? Ask them if they really like dimensions. If they say yes, that is a litmus test. You go, oh, okay,
Dimensions has a new version now called Synergy, and it's even worse.
So to be fair, I found out later that we had been using it so long, we were stuck on a really old version, and because we didn't actually choose dimensions, it chose us, but we didn't need any of that approval stuff, right? We didn't need to go through all these different, we weren't using it for issue tracking, we weren't using it for any of the kind of ALM stuff it added. So we had scripts, and the scripts were the source of a lot of the trouble with dimensions. But the fact that it didn't, like our version didn't have built-in merging, you couldn't see commit messages when you checked in files. You could only check in one file at a time. It was just crazy stuff like that. It made it really, like when we went from dimensions to Git, like people's minds, people were sore. They would go in their office and they would just be rubbing their head, and they were like, I'm trying to check in a file, right? And you'd have to the first few weeks is like you have to talk to them and be like a therapist for them or something. So, any other questions? All right, how are you doing in the back there?
So, if the pain isn't very high yet, but you know it's coming,
Mm-hmm.
culture is something where people are either resistant to change and they just got used to it. What's a good motivation for to get them to your mindset? A lot of emotion.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to if it's one of those things that's been building and it's going to erupt at some point, all you can do is raise a flag of going something bad is about to happen. I think if you're resistant to the point where you can't make any changes, then you have to fall back to, can we monitor things so that when the flood happens, we know we have as early warning as possible for resolving it. And then to try to get people to come around to kind of see the issue. Sometimes you have to get on their side to see why they don't see it an issue. Because a lot of times what happens is their job just doesn't intersect with the problem that you're having, and you kind of have to find a way of relating the problem that you're about to have, or maybe everyone's about to have, with a problem that they have already, and kind of connect it that way. And so that's really hard to do if you're like talking about two completely different jobs, right? But so I'd say monitoring, early warning, make sure it's visible, communicated, and then try to become buddies with the people that are going to help be help make change. Some other questions? Yes, right here. All right. Yeah, so it's something custom, and it's squirreled away in a home directory somewhere in Iron Mountain or something. So basically, what you can do is this is how I found how to do it was the dimensions install or whatever had like a directory in it, had documentation, and had a PDF. And I opened a PDF and had like every command that you could run in dimensions. And I'm sort of looking at them, and some of them are terrifying, like delete OS. Like, why is that a command? Like, what does it do? And they're like, oh, I'll just run it and see, and it just doesn't work. So I think there's a command. It's like, it's been a while. It's been a few years. So I think it was something like download or something like that. And basically, what you can do is you can get snapshots of all the files for particular dates. And what I did is I wrote a script that would check out all the files for a particular month, like the first of the month or last of the month, whichever way I did it. And then it would turn that into a tarball with a commit message file that had there was some sort of dimensions metadata stuff that I dumped into it as the commit message. And then once I had the 8 years of tarballs, then you can run get fast import, and that will take tarballs and turn them actually into commit messages. So there was some massaging there you had to do to get it to work, but that's what I did. And that was one of the cool things about people who were used to dimensions, in that you could never tell why a file had changed, or like when it had changed, who changed it, why it changed. It was really hard to tell with the way we had it set up. And so when I was able to go to a file and I could say, hey, you remember, last year we had that problem, and so and so fixed it, and it had to change this file. I can do get blame, and it would show that the changes had been made around that time. It showed the diff, or it showed the lines that had changed and everything. That was like really cool when I could have all that history and show off like, this is what we've been missing. We've had this information, but it was just so hard to get to. It was really cool. All right, some more questions? Yes, sir.
So if you know that your process really stinks.
Yep.
And you know that it was devised by a manager 2 levels up.
Yep. Who's disconnected.
Who is, of course, infallible.
Yeah.
And,
Of course he is.
And knows that his system works perfectly.
Yep.
But I'm convinced that managers are not capable of doing simple math. So everything that takes only 5 minutes, they don't realize that it all adds up. So
Yep.
it makes the process really
Yep.
cumbersome.
Yep. Yep.
So how do you convince them that?
It's the M word that you'll maybe hate is metrics. That's what they go off of, is metrics. So the nice thing that we had was it was very nice that the metrics that they were already capturing showed that what we were doing was a lot better. But the problem we found like a year after we had started making changes, is that they wanted more metrics. They wanted to see how much better are we in like a lot of other places, and that's where some of the tools helped, and that we could start measuring things. They started wanting to go down things like we want like developer productivity by Slock and stuff like that, and I never really liked doing that, and never really supported doing that. But so basically, you have this manager who's 2 levels up, and he says these shall be the commandments you follow, right? And the thing there goes back to what is he measuring? And if you're lucky, he's measuring something that your process will either be exactly the same or your process will be better, right? The difficulty is that sometimes the things that he's measuring don't make any sense, right? And we had that for the code reviews that we did, for the code inspections. Everyone was fine with us doing the Garrett code reviews, but some people said, oh, those should be converted back into code inspections so that they can be imported into some sort of crazy metric thing that would tell them how many developers they were going to need in 6 years or whatever crazy thing it was. And that was based on the number of minutes spent in a review, the number of minutes spent preparing for the review, the number of defects found, all this kind of crazy stuff. So that's one thing I never thought the numbers they were collecting were very useful, but I found a way to get close enough to what they were looking for. And over the year, I think we had started, and they were really demanding the metrics. We took all the reviews we had done and got the metrics, gave the file to them, like did all the work to get it in a way they can import it. And when they did that, they said, never mind, we don't want these reports, because what happened over time is that on average a normal project would have fewer than 100 reviews in a period, in a like a project, and we were having 200 a month or something like that. And so when we took the data, imported it, and gave it to them, it like screwed up all of their metrics. Right, there was like the VP's chart, like it showed like all the projects having their reviews and everything, and then this one project having a spike that was 100 times bigger than everyone else's, and they basically said, we don't want your data anymore because your data is not useful. So what I would say is that there are numbers. There's unless he's completely irrational, he thinks he's making decisions based on metrics. He thinks he's making rational decisions. So if you can find out what those metrics are, I don't say you don't want to game them, but you want to understand what they are and say what can we do so that what we want to change is going to make those metrics look better, right? And that's how you have to get on his level. Like, these are the numbers you're looking at. We know that they're kind of stupid. We know they're not really connected to things. Like maybe that's the second tactic, but it's a lot more dangerous of saying, all those metrics that you're collecting, they don't actually mean anything. They'll just stick their thumbs in their ears and they won't listen to you at that point. But so it's like you kind of want to know what their metrics are. How's your improvement going to affect those metrics? And then I think any sane person would say, hey, we're going to make it better. They would say, okay. It just then comes down to a budget, time, schedule, all that stuff. But not much you can do about that. All right, is there another question, I think? Can I go back here?
Yeah, so still on the subject of managers.
Yep.
So I work for a pharmaceutical company.
Yep.
And we have a PMO, the traditional PMO.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's any kind of project that occurs in the organization, they assign project manager
Mm-hmm.
to that project. Now, I'm actually a principal engineer,
Mm-hmm.
tech lead. So there's a bit of a conflict there because I'm leading an agile project. You have this guy sitting in here managing
Mm-hmm.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
He has no idea of the agile. He's a functional work.
Right.
What do we do with this guy? That's a big question because I did ask that question
Right.
by my senior managers.
Like, what is he doing?
What is he?
Right. So it depends on how fanatical he is about waterfall, I guess. A lot of people, I don't particularly subscribe to the opinion, but some people feel comfortable of describing the agile process as many tiny waterfalls. So it depends on how rigid he is in terms of. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wants to have 6 months down the line. What features are we going to have or whatever, right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. We had so the last year or so I was at my old job. We had a similar kind of struggle going on. Of our process was very waterfall, and not that we were trying to do agile, but there were people who were saying they were trying to figure out some way of saying that because we released once a year, that we were agile because we could go a lot slower, because historically releases had been 10 years. So they were saying comparatively we were agile, right? So yeah, in your particular situation, it's hard to tell, depending on what the structure is in terms of are you peers, or is he technically supposed to be telling you what to do or whatever. I would say that you want to be friendly if he's going to be able to be a destructive force, right? If he can derail the agile steps that you're taking, or impede those. But you have to, you have to make it clear. Maybe it's another metrics thing, right? You have to make it clear these are the reasons why we picked agile, right? It's not we didn't do agile because agile is good. We did agile because it does what we need it to do for our organization, and that might be where he's coming from as well with waterfall. Waterfall is what we do because it tells me that in 6 months we're going to have a feature or something like that. Yeah, it's really hard. I don't think there's any silver bullet for that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel for you. I'll keep you in my prayers. Yeah, you had a question over here?
So as well as the issues around processes and culture,
Mm-hmm.
the challenges there, you're dealing with business critical application support, and that application's got the burden of dealing with antiquated tools that support it,
Mm-hmm.
and APIs
Mm-hmm.
used by 10-year-old jars, for example. The fear is in the present.
Mm-hmm.
How do you go about kind of breaking that, knowing that they're very business critical for the application,
Mm-hmm.
but you need to be getting onto new versions?
Right.
Trying to overcome that fear.
Right. So I had a similar thing going on. We our build was a Ant makefile shell script hybrid, I'll say, and going through and trying to understand exactly, like really do a deep dive on what that build was doing and what was the output of that build. Uncovered a lot of weird things in terms of people had checked in binaries, so he had been running against some library that had been compiled in someone's desktop 3 years ago. And it's like, how'd that get there? But also we had things where we had jars that were apparently critical for the system to even function, and we had no idea where they came from. They were just like 3 class files in a jar that were checked in and had to be included. And so part of that could be, so your question is more of a, how do I migrate from just chaos, right, to just not knowing what's going on there to something that I have control over. It's the same story for how you eat an elephant. It's one bite at a time. What you want to do is try to, as much as possible, keep outputs the same. So if the software is business critical, then you need to have some way of knowing that when you change something in the chaos, that the output is going to be the same output as before. So that's sometimes really hard to tell where you can start. But there's like little things you can do in terms of maybe that comparison part is a place to start, it's really specific to what you probably have. but basically it's you want to have a way of knowing that when you've changed something, it's not breaking because you changed something, but maybe it's breaking because the process has always been broken. That's always a good place to also get ammunition of saying, this is a business critical thing, and every 6 times it's broken, right? And we didn't even change anything, right? And you expose. You get ammunition. You get basically latitude to stop the pain, do something about it, and then that's where it becomes really important for you to be restraint, right? To restrain yourself, to say all this stuff is just crap and I want to replace it and rip it out. You have to really, really be careful about that, because
That's the evolution versus revolution.
yes, it's very important, because it can be very easy to just basically blow all the goodwill, all of the work you've done, and basically plunge everyone back into dark ages again, right? So.
Which is the that's honestly, you need to see some managers, that's what they want to see.
Yeah. Okay. Was there any other questions? Good. All right. I hope you enjoyed everything. Hopefully I wasn't too boring. So. All right. Thank you. Huh? Sure. I haven't uploaded them yet, but I will. I'll upload them to the. I'm not sure where they show up, but yeah. I'll try to do that. Or you also can send me an email at, I have my email address on here. Yeah, you can also send me an email at sterling@gradle.com. I can also send you that. I had a lot prettier picture for the new process. I had little pictures of the tools and stuff, but I've lost that chart somewhere, and I just didn't feel like remaking it.
We're in the process of burning stuff now, and I'm like, I guess you would say one of those people that are pushing to get everything automated and get there.
Yep.
And sometimes it's hard to get my managers on board, other management on board.
Yep.
And then the biggest thing is getting other developers on board.
Mm-hmm.
It's a constant push.
Yeah. I mean, there's different flavors of developers. So with Gradle, we see a lot of people who are. I'm not even sure how to classify it. It's basically people who don't know anything other than Eclipse, right? They do everything in Eclipse, and if Eclipse doesn't work, then it can't be done. And so then you have other people who are.
How's it going?
How's it going?
All good, thank you. All good.
Is HDMI going to be all right?
Yeah, be perfect actually, if that's all right.
Be presenting at the podium?
Yes, please. Yeah.
They are live streaming, so we just want to tell everybody to speak into the
Oh,
microphone.
right, okay. No worries. I've just come from Part 55 and had like a wireless thing there, but...
Yeah, no wireless.
So I'll have to remember. Right, that one.
Oh, clip here?
Cool.
I'm using the microphone until you get going. So let him in.
Yeah. I'll use my finger, that's all right.
Oh, no
Cool with that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone works.
Sweet.
I'm going to switch it off of your display right now. I'll just tell you how to do it back when you want. Just hit this 3 when you're ready to go. And that's when I'll bring your mic up.
Brilliant. Can I test it works first? Is that right? Yeah. I had problems in one of my earlier sessions. Looks good to me. You happy with that? Sweet, thank you. I've always let that lesson test just to make sure. Yeah, same. The deal is, you can only sit in the front row if you're not going to heckle. Right? No shouting, no heckling.
No problems.
Yeah. not just of you guys, it's everyone.
En als ik het niet snap, dan...
Hello. Yeah, we're good. Welcome everyone to Thinking Fast and Slow with software development. My name is Daniel Bryant. Apologies if I am looking a little bit haggard. It's because Oracle managed to schedule all 3 of my talks at JavaOne, one after the other today. So I've literally done 2 talks already. I'm, coasting on caffeine, basically. So I should do my best anyway. So yes, so today we're going to look at thinking more deliberately. Yeah, we're going to see that as human beings, our decision making can often be flawed. Yeah, and it's all of us, doesn't matter who you are, kind of thing. We're going to look at applying process and models as appropriate to overcome some of those issues. We're going to be looking at collaborating more, because I think software is inherently a collaborative event, but more often than not, some people shy away from that. And we're going to be looking at using the scientific method: plan, do, check, act, build, measure, learn, all that good stuff. Because I think this is really important, what I see in my day-to-day work as a consultant. So I work for a company called Open Credo. We're based over in the UK. We do also work in Europe and in the US as well. And I do a lot of technical digital transformations, all that good stuff. Fundamentally, I am a Java developer, one of you guys, which is all good. And I love Java, work with the OpenJDK, work with the Adopt JSR crew. Really happy to see Java, continuing onwards, strength to strength from like JDK 8. I also work a lot with like Golang, do a lot of microservices work, containers. Nature of my work I'm based in, we do a lot of that kind of thing. And although I've got no psychology background, I would happily be talking about psychology here. I'm only into pop psychology. I do have a PhD in artificial intelligence. That's kind of my love of like AI and all this kind of thing. And empathy associated with AI has come from my days as an academic, but they were like 10 or 15 years ago and now. I'm also a member of the LJC, London Java User Group, and have a great time there. Met so many cool people and learned so many cool things over the years. So if you're not a member of a JUG, I strongly recommend you do find your local JUG or form one if you haven't got one, because it's an amazing opportunity to learn more from like-minded people. So let's dive straight in. Thinking Fast and Slow. Who's actually read the book? Brilliant. So about 10% of the audience read the book. Brilliant. It's an amazing book by Daniel Kahneman, and it fundamentally talks about the heuristics and biases we use and we have at making decisions as humans, yeah? So I think a lot of us, I'm going to assume the room is mostly developers, QA, ops type people. I think a lot of us look at our managers, a la Dilbert, and think decision-making sometimes appears a bit crazy, doesn't it? Yeah? It's like, I've done all this stuff, and here at leadership, and they're like, what? That's your job kind of thing. But fundamentally, all of us are subject to this, and you're all leaders, yeah? Wherever you are in an organization, you are a leader to some degree. So this is, this talk is aimed at everyone in the organization. And the thing from the book introduces a model in the way that we think and make decisions. And the model consists of System 1 and System 2, yeah? This is not my work. I say Daniel Kahneman, amazing work, won a Nobel Prize for it, it's great stuff, but I'm going to borrow some of his stuff. System 1 is fast, instinctive, emotional, and subconscious. It's the limbic part of your brain, near the brainstem back here, and it's the one that's developed like early on in evolutionary senses. So back in the Sahara, running away from tigers and things like that, it was the bit of the brain that's going, tiger's face, run, that kind of stuff, yeah? System 2 is the neocortex, which is developed over the time, and it's the bit you identify as you, yeah? Slower, more deliberate, responsible for reasoning. Okay, so System 1, System 2. I'll hopefully demonstrate the concept now to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flash up 2 calculations on the screen in relatively quick succession and try and do the calculation in your mind. It'll be a simple arithmetic calculation. And try and watch what you're doing as you make the calculation. That makes sense? Do the calculation, try and watch what you're doing. First calculation. Second calculation. And then the answers. Now, fundamentally, the answers are both the same. But I bet the first one you thought, 2 plus 2, like that. Since kindergarten, since primary school, wherever you're from, fundamentally that's drilled into us. 2 plus 2, 4. That's a System 1 event. There was hardly any effort involved in that decision, yeah? You were like, 4, no worries. The other one, you were like, whoa, 24 divided by 2, that's like 12. Probably most of you thought, I'm not even going to bother. The guy's going to tell me what it is anyway. Fair enough. And I am. But do you know, it's a System 1 like that. System 2, you need to kick it into gear. Have to make some effort. On a biological level, your blood pressure goes up a little bit, pupils dilate, all this good stuff. Depending on how hard the problem is, and that isn't a hard problem, but think about it in terms of decisions we make as developers, we make some pretty complex decisions, yeah, every day. Next little example is an optical illusion, 2 things the same size. You might see a face, 2 faces, or you might see a vase, yeah? Instantly you'll see one thing, the vase or the 2 faces. Now that I've explained there 2 things, you can see both. System 1, System 2. I don't know if you've seen this before, but I'm going to say to you now, I'm going to give you 3 options. Who thinks the top line is bigger? Who thinks the bottom line is bigger? And who thinks they're the same? So who thinks the top line is bigger? Lovely, about 10%. Who thinks the bottom line is bigger? No one. And who thinks they're both the same size? See, what I've actually done is tricked your System 1. You've seen this all before, yeah? So instantly you're like, oh, I know he's going to trick me again. Bad luck. One final one. So Bob is a single male in his 20s who is bright, quiet, likes science fiction and fantasy, and avoids interacting with people in the real world. What do we think is more probable? Is Bob a programmer or a programmer who plays the massively online games? Who thinks it's more probable that Bob is a programmer? I'm going to say 10, 20%. Who thinks Bob is a programmer and plays the online games? Who's not playing anymore? Yeah. What it is, it's conjunction fallacy. It's much more likely that Bob is a programmer. Yeah? I've given you extra information, but fundamentally, there are more programmers than there are people that play more games, and you've got the conjunction of the two of them, it's even less likely. Does that make sense? So fundamentally, System 1 and System 2, System 1 is rapid, it's associative, and it has systemic errors. Back in the days of escaping from tigers, that's not a problem. You saw some leaves on the ground, you thought they were a tiger's face, you're running, false positive, no big deal, yeah? Much better than rather hanging around and it being a real tiger, yeah? The problem is, we see tigers everywhere now. We see tigers, at home, we see tigers at work, we see tigers crossing the street, lots of systemic errors that our brain kind of jumps into. Now, System 2 is lazy, it's causal, and it's not statistical. We transmit knowledge to the ages by stories. We don't say that, 13.7% of magic beans are not real. We talk about Jack and the Beanstalk, yeah? It's also that the laziness is a key thing. We have to kick it into gear. And this is something I'm going to touch on quite a bit throughout today in terms of, and now we're going to look at some heuristics and biases that affect us as software developers and architects and QA people as well. Fundamentally, I don't think we kick System 2 into gear enough. So we're going to look at about 4 or 5 different heuristics and biases. The first one is the availability heuristic, and it says if something can be recalled, it must be important. Yeah? So whatever you hear a lot, particularly in elections going on now and all that kind of stuff, whatever you hear, people think is more important. It's kind of this virtuous or vicious cycle of reinforcement. And I think in IT, we kind of suffer from this hipsteritis. Hopefully that translates over the pond, but in the UK we say you're a hipster if you're on the latest, most available things. Excuse me a second. It's talking too much for the day. And what I'm going to say is one thing I'm going to point out here is, what do we think the best architectural style is? If I was to say to you today, Greenfield project, you can go any architectural style you like, someone shout out what I think they want to use to build it. Oh, no, Spring's good. I was going to say, it's microservices in terms of architecture style, yeah. Microservices are everywhere. And I'm guilty as charged. I love microservices and all this kind of thing. Current flavor of the month, very available in all the media. You only look, and I'm guilty. I've done one talk already on microservices, but JavaOne this year, Docker, microservices, Kubernetes, everywhere, yeah. They're available, so it's this virtuous, vicious, kind of cycle of people see it, they go, oh, I want to learn about it, I want to talk about it, all this good stuff. It creates what's called the bandwagon effect. Have you heard of sort of the adoption curve? You get the early adopters, the early majority, late majority, that kind of thing. People jump on the bandwagon because they think it's popular, think it's going places. Microservices, Docker, they are amazing architectural styles. Docker is an amazing tool, but it is just that. It's not a way of mind, necessarily. It is kind of a tool to be used, yeah. So, have we found the silver bullet? The answer is pretty much no. Anyone who's read Fred Brooks' classical Mythical Man Month knows that there is no silver bullet in the IT industry. I've worked in the industry now for 15 years, and I've seen classical SOA, I've seen Corba, I've seen other things, and there isn't really a silver bullet. Often things get reinvented, Corba, SOA, microservices. They're all great, but they all have a context behind them as well. The problem is, whenever things are available, it's like when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Make sense? When all you have is a SOA, everything looks like a service. Please do not create the 2-string service, yeah? It's the mythical 2-string service. I've never seen it in the wild yet, but the mythical 2-string service. When all you have is a Jenkins, I often find people put everything in a Jenkins job, yeah? And I've seen ETL processes put in Jenkins. I've seen all that crazy things put into Jenkins. Jenkins is a great build tool, but it is not a panacea to all our needs and wants. And the classic thing, to balance up, I've been doing a lot of Spring love today, in my microservice talks. I love Spring Boot, awesome framework. But I want to balance it a little bit. When all you have is a Spring framework, everything tends to look like an abstract singleton proxy factory bean. I love Spring, but if you looked in the guts of Spring, there is some crazy things. So some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't, and we've all done it. We've all done that crazy factory type thing. But think professionally, yeah? This is what I'm going to try to say to you a few times today. Stop and engage System 2. It does take effort, but it's well worth it in the right context. Spike, prototype, experiment, evaluate. The reason I got into IT is because it constantly changes. I love learning. I'm sure many of you do too. But please do it in a systematic way. Constant learning is fundamental. Finding trusted mentors is really valuable. They can be like wherever you are, work, jugs, even in this room, there's lots of people that potentially are mentors. They can be people junior to you, people senior to you. There's lots of things to learn from all types of people. I've learned the most from people who are junior to me, actually. They've taught me some really valuable lessons. Do cultivate blogs, great stuff, lots of, keep up on the latest hype and stuff, but read the classics. Now, I do a lot of job interviews over in the UK for my company and also for the companies we work with. And all too often I say, how do you keep up to date with knowledge? And everyone rolls out some blogs they're going to look at. InfoQ, New Stack, all this good stuff. And then I'll often wind it back and I say, what's the last book you read? Because for me, books capture a different kind of knowledge. Not only tech books, but also books that may be outside your comfort zone. I think they're really valuable. Books are still valuable. It doesn't matter if you read them electronically or paper or whatever you want. But I think blogs are really valuable for new information, fundamentals, good principles to build on. Books are really valuable. Some fundamentals I'd like to recommend. This is a book-heavy presentation. The slides are already online. If you go to my SlideShare account, you'll see that. And also, I'll put this one out later on tonight as well on my Twitter and my SlideShare. But I'm going to recommend stacks of books, and there's a reason for it at the end I'll explain. But Effective Java, awesome book. If you're a Java developer and haven't read it, please do. It's like an amazing book. The Art of Unix Programming is a bit of a random one, but if you're doing microservices, the principles in that book are amazing. Yeah, a lot of good stuff in that book about just good programming practices, full stop. SRP, cohesion, coupling. And like I say, for microservices, that's my recommended book. Architecture, bit of a dry read. I wouldn't recommend it bedtime reading, but it's a really good book, in terms of like fundamentals of what architecture is, risk management, all that good stuff. If you're getting into your DevOps, I highly recommend the Unix and Linux Administration Handbook. And if you're doing transformations, I'm doing more and more of this lately, where I'm trying to bring in new tech, bring in new practices into organizations. These two books are awesome. Agile IT Organization Design, a new book by one of the thought workers, and also Linda Rising. Linda Rising's awesome. I've seen her present many times. More Fearless Change. It's basically a pattern book. So anyone who's familiar with design patterns will instantly get. It's about patterns of change. Brown bag lunches, how you drive, early adoption, all this kind of stuff. It's a fantastic book. So read the fundamentals as much as the blogs. Get rid of that availability kind of bias. Now, in terms of evaluation, I want to share with you a little quote, actually, which I find really quite nice with evaluation. Because evaluating things, be it frameworks, be it text, or whatever, is really valuable, yeah? And it says, I will postpone using this shiny new framework until my peers have validated the proposed benefits with rigorous scientific experiments. Now, this was, of course, said by no programmer ever. Yeah? Because we just don't do it, do we? Guilty as charged, yeah? I'm not going to stand up here and say I'm better. I'm certainly not. What I find useful is Rabel's comparison matrix. Matt Rabel, awesome guy, fellow InfoQ editor, and he'd come up with this matrix 5 or more years ago now, comparing web frameworks. So he's got his web frameworks along the sort of x-axis at the top, and the y is the properties he's comparing. Does it have good documentation? Is it easy to install? Is the operational overhead low or high? What you can do then, you can pass this around your team and score appropriately. Obviously, it's still subjective to some degree. You are giving a score on 0 to 1 or whatever, but your team can kind of go, I value this more, whatever, and you can weight certain things. It's a really nice way to, as a team, evaluate all the options. A clear caveat here is you must know the properties you are evaluating. Now, shout out to Tarek Abijabo, who's one of my colleagues at Open Credo. He made this point really clearly. Like, when you're evaluating, say, languages or like Spring and Java EE, we often know as developers what we're looking for. And what we often find is people are bringing in containers and microservices. They don't know what they're looking for, and that's where this technique does fall down, because you don't know how to score things. But given that you think you know the domain really well, or relatively well, this is a really valuable tool for kind of providing some framework amongst your team. And the real bonus is it gives you documentation as to why you've chosen things. Yeah? So often I walk into organizations, I see you're using the Play framework, I see you're using Mongo. Why is that? And 9 times out of 10, the answer is not sure. It looked cool. We got it working really quickly, that kind of thing. Yeah, all great answers in the right context, but is it the right context? Yeah, there's no documentation to people to back up why they've made choices. And say the project changes or the technology changes, how do we compare our choice, given what we know now and what we knew then? This is really valuable. Some form of this framework really valuable. Next bias is the optimistic bias. Now, I think, people tend to be overconfident, certainly am, yeah, believing that we have substantial control in our lives. I think that's fairly obvious. For me, it's like, I see this a lot, I know what the customer wants, how could I possibly be wrong? Yeah. Well, I've only worked on a few projects that came in on time and on budget. I think that's probably the majority of the room are kind of like that one as well. There's 4 factors of optimistic bias. Is the desired end state. We like to think of good things, basically, yeah, self-enhancement. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? We don't visualize bad things because then that doesn't really make sense. But we have these cognitive mechanisms called representative heuristics, hard to say after 2 talks, and singular target focus, in that we stereotype things and we get locked into things very quickly. The human mind can only comprehend so many things. We use little tricks all the time. Sometimes these tricks are quite damaging. Optimistic bias here is one of them. And we have a lot more information about ourselves than our target often. Particularly if you're a team lead, it's very easy to project your feelings onto other people, thinking they think and are the same, and they're not. I'm not saying everyone's a snowflake, but everyone thinks about things differently. Fundamentally, we are all unique in our own special way, yeah? So you've got to think about that. You know more about yourself. Have some empathy, basically. When you're talking to someone, when you're leading a team, think about this kind of thing. And you don't over-project your optimism if someone's being a bit negative. Listen to it. It might be a good... their idea about why we might want to be more pessimistic here might be really valuable. And the overall mood is massively important. I don't know, a lot of developers I interact with like to think they're very logical creatures. I think I'm the same, to be honest. But we're all, fundamentally not logical. Yeah, we're logical to some degree, but there's just moods. You had a fight with your spouse, or someone cut you up in traffic. These massively impact decisions you make. I see it, for example, when people get financing. They get like a big Series A, loads of cash. They make some crazy architectural decisions because they're all excited and happy. But just think, good and bad, mood really affects your decisions and your team. So be aware of that kind of thing. Again, it's empathy. I'm going to keep banging this drum. Empathy, for me, is a really valuable concept. Yeah. Think professionally with optimism. It's define and share clear goals. Yeah? And it's build, measure, learn. Lean startup kind of thing. It's that constant scientific method of iterating towards a target condition you think is the right condition. It might not be. You might want to pivot and change away from it. But it's that sort of scientific approach. Too often not, I see people just kind of go for stuff. It fails, they walk away. Go for something else, it fails, it walks away. Build incrementally. Not always appropriate, but quite a lot of times it's more beneficial to do that kind of thing. And you don't have to throw away all your work. You can kind of incrementally build. Remove uncertainty early. Like Dan North is an awesome speaker. Hopefully many of you have seen Dan North, but if you haven't, please check out his stuff. And he's got this presentation called Patterns of Effective Delivery. It's a kind of software development pattern thing again, and he talks about the dancing skeleton, the ginger cake, all funny names, but all presented as kind of patterns, given the context, how do you apply them, what problem do they solve, these kind of things. Removing uncertainty early in a project when you know the least about the project is really fundamental, yeah. Software is inherently collaborative as well, and we've definitely got a lot better as an industry, I think, over the last 5 years. Whole DevOps stuff, Agile is, to some degree Agile, a bit of a project management fest, but it has allowed us to kind of, do some things better as well. But I've really got into pair programming. Pair programming is awesome, I think, in terms of, it's collaboration on design, collaboration on thinking. We have a lot of bias, and optimism is one of them, which can be diffused to some degree by collaborating well with other people throughout the business. And for me, I'm going to give you 3 sort of areas where I use this little trick. First one is the 3 amigos. People heard of the 3 amigos? Awesome. Yeah, so it's the BDD concept. So behavior-driven design. Whenever you're designing a new feature, you have your stakeholder, your user. You also have a QA, tester, and a developer. Because we've all got different approaches to the problem. Yeah, the business person knows what they want, hopefully. The QA person might be thinking of edge cases, testing conditions, and the developer's thinking about how tricky it's going to be to implement given the scenario. And he and she can offer advice on that kind of thing. I found this technique really valuable. BDD in general, I think, is really valuable. The actual output of automated tests for regression analysis and stuff is really good, but for me, the communication is the most important point of behavior-driven design. Once you've got your kind of design going on, it's all about the programming, yeah? And for me, it used to be like more pair programming. And I think pair programming is awesome. Most of you, I'm sure, at least know of pair programming. If you haven't tried it, I highly recommend you do. It takes a bit of getting used to, particularly, and some things I still just want to code on my own because I find it really hard to articulate things and stuff. But pair programming is a really valuable tool for building, well-architected systems. Mob programming takes it to the next level. I saw this at a conference in the UK a few months ago now, but it's been going for several years. Woody Zuill is behind it, and it literally is like an Unruly co over in the UK, and I think they're global actually, practice this really well. And I know the Unruly guys and girls quite well, and they do some amazing work. Mob programming is one person driving and up to 9 others navigating. Now that sounds a bit crazy, doesn't it? That's what I thought. And yeah, it's not right for every context. Hands up on that one, obviously. But I actually did some mob programming at this conference, Agile on the Beach, the conference is called in the UK, fantastic conference. There's a company called Bluefruit who do embedded hardware, embedded software. And they're massive mob programming fans, and they invited a load of us in to like mob program with them. And it is bizarre, I'm not going to lie. They sat there, the person actually driving shouldn't be doing much thinking in terms of code. They're more like the person just typing. But you rotate very quickly. Yeah, 5-10 minutes, rotate around the team. And you mustn't undo, without good reason, what the previous person's done. So you don't just go in and go, Bob's messed it up, I'll get rid of it. You can't do that, that's not cool. But it's really interesting because what I find, that as a consultant, like we have these sessions, but not when we're actually building it. Yeah, so everyone's got an opinion, yeah? We're developers, we've all got opinions, yeah? 5 developers in the room, 10 opinions, yeah? And the problem is that when you're doing this, when the code's been cut, the code's been written, it's really hard to change, yeah? I'm sure many of you have had these kind of conversations. Oh, why do you architect it like that? Why did you do that? Why did you use that library? With mob programming, these happen at the time it's actually occurring. Now, not for everyone. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to dump out loads of ideas, loads of books, loads of things to get you thinking. I'm not saying, definitely as a consultant, there's a lot of it depends. That's one of my favorite answers. Like clients don't like it because it's not very billable. But it's context. Yeah, context is king or queen. It's really important to think about these things. But I think mob programming, it's easy to dismiss it, but it's a really powerful technique. The final bit, you've got your programming done. It's all about the DevOps in my mind, yeah? And we've been banging on about DevOps now for several years, and DevOps is just a label, I think. Like Diane Marsh did a great talk with Netflix yesterday, awesome talk, and she was like saying basically what is DevOps? Who even knows what it is? But for me, it's about culture and developers working with QA, with ops, that kind of thing. And fundamentally, it's about sharing the pain, yeah? And the analogy I like to use is, it's like the safety culture. If you as a developer don't feel any pain for your mistakes, you're going to keep doing the same things, yeah? Only makes sense, doesn't it? As soon as I moved into a company and we were getting paged at 3 in the morning when our code was breaking, I learned to write better code. Simple as that, yeah? And like Netflix and Google talk about it, and it's very easy to think they're unicorns, but a lot of real companies are doing this kind of thing these days. When you're actually a developer who experiences the pain, you just get you basically empathize more with your operations team. See the kind of things they're seeing, you start writing your logging statements better, you start monitoring a lot more things I found, and I started being a lot more defensive in my programming, using like try catches appropriately, and using like things like hystrix, circuit breakers, all this good stuff. But it's this kind of the analogy I like to use, bear with me, it's a slightly strange analogy, but it's like airbags, yeah? They are a fantastic invention. They've saved countless thousands, millions of lives. But there's an argument that it's safety culture. They cause people to drive more recklessly. If you know you're going to be tailgating someone 80 miles an hour down the motorway or whatever, cut them up, and if you do have a crash, the safety records these days are really good, airbag deploys, you're probably going to be okay. And there is an argument that causes you to drive and behave more recklessly. Interesting thing. Some people are saying we need to put a spike on the dashboard instead of an airbag, yeah? And the thing is, imagine you're tailgating someone down the freeway, I should say over here, down the freeway, 80 miles an hour or whatever, and you've got a big spike there, you're going to think twice about hitting that brake, aren't you? You're going to think twice about cutting up someone. It's trivial, sort of like a trivialized analogy, but I think it's really key. For me, this is the notion of dev on call, yeah? Because an occasional spike to the head is a good thing. Metaphorically speaking, my legal team have maybe put the metaphorically speaking in there. You are not allowed to spike your developers in the head. I found that's generally not cool. But no, in all seriousness, this stuff is really valuable, yeah? It's that whole concept. Amazon CTO, Werner Vogels, talked about this several years ago. You build it, you run it. You write it, you run it. And for me as a professional, that just makes sense. Yeah? I'm writing code, I want to be responsible for my code. If it breaks, it's not someone else's problem, it's my problem. Yeah? I think I think my colleagues and other people, I've learned this from my mentors and so forth, it just makes sense. I like to think of myself, and I aspire to be a professional. Software craftsmanship, put what label you like on it, but I aspire to be professional. And for me, it's about being responsible. I want the freedom, but I want the accountability as well. It's only fair, I think. Get a bit preachy there, I'll dial back a minute. But for me, that you build it, you run it, shared responsibility and collaboration again, communication, that's what DevOps is in my mind. It's more about the culture, it's more about breaking down the silos than it is about the tech. The tech's cool and easy to get sort of, into, but the DevOps thing is more about sharing the pain, sharing this kind of stuff. Dialing back a second, removing and limiting uncertainty, some books I'm going to recommend you here. Impact Mapping, awesome book. If you're looking to do what's the impact you're trying to cause for your business? Drive sales, increase conversion, all that kind of stuff. The Lean Startup and the Lean Enterprise talk about how to do these things in startups, or enterprises. Like the Lean Enterprise is an amazing book. Like I read it in the summer, I think it was. And yeah, it was just one of those books. I've been reading a lot of stuff over the last few years, and it basically encapsulates all the stuff I've been reading into one very manageable volume. It's really good if you work in an enterprise and want to drive change, want to drive DevOps, want to drive good testing, want to drive continuous integration and delivery. It is a fantastic book to read. Some business model ones, extreme programming sort of is where the pair programming type stuff comes from. Like that book is written in, I think, in '97. It's still a fantastic book by Kent Beck. It talks about the real cause of XP. And that for me is agile done right. Yeah, it's not just about project management. Agile is fantastic at project management. I'm not ragging on it, but it became a project management fest. We didn't do the technical practices behind agile really. Game storming is really cool in terms of like lots of little tips and tricks about like kind of creating games to get everyone in a creative mood and do some kind of things that, on how to limit uncertainty and increase collaboration as well. So like they're really good books. Final bit for this section of the talk is check the HIPPO. Now I'm not sure if anyone's heard of the HIPPO, but HIPPO stands for highest paid person's opinion. All too often I go into companies and we do all the sensible stuff and then the SVP or someone will come along and veto all the changes. If I'm the highest paid person, I know best. And that, I think, is like rubbish, 9 times out of 10, to be honest. But really be careful of this stuff, all the way down through the stack. When you're doing transformations, in particular, I see this. And, we'll be careful, my clients won't name any names. But the same thing with, like, there's a joke here is about using A/B testing. Don't just go on your gut, or don't just go on the gut of someone who's highly paid. Test stuff, yeah? Scientific method. Plan, do, check, act, build, measure, learn. That kind of good stuff. On to the next one. The planning fallacy, and is a phenomenon in which predictions about how much time it will be needed to complete a future task will display an optimistic bias. So kind of related to optimism again, and again, as I've already hinted, when was your last project completed on time and on budget? Quite often not, it doesn't happen, does it? IT's track record is not great, I'll be honest. So Sainsbury's supply chain management system cost like $500 million. We're just as bad in the UK. NHS was kind of like 10 billion project that was going to make all our, a bit like healthcare.gov type thing, it was going to make all our healthcare records nationalised. That kind of failed. It's been rolled out regionally now, but it cost like, 10 billion. And healthcare.gov, I'm sure many of you, I don't need to talk about healthcare.gov, you know the deal, yeah? It kind of works eventually, but like it's crazy what's going on. I've sort of chatted to people and know what went on behind the scenes. It makes for fascinating talks and fascinating reading. The most common factors for failure are by the IEEE. They're very well established, very interesting organisation. Most common factors of failure in IT projects are listed here. And I think these ones in particular are ones we as developers, QA and architects can do something about, yeah? Poor communication, use of immature technology, hands up on that one. Inability to handle project's complexity, sloppy development practices. And often I see people like, oh, we're agile. Agile is not sloppy. Yeah, I'll just say that, because people often say like, agile is an excuse, and it's not, clearly. These, I think, are within our control as developers to change. And for me, like at the start of a project, it's about what I call feedback and federation. And I've borrowed this from various other people, Mary Poppendieck and a few others. It's about sort of doing plan, do, check, act, and showcasing as early as you can along the way to make sure what you're building is the right thing. Improving estimation is really key. I'll talk a little bit about no estimates in a minute, which I'm finding quite interesting. But estimation is often like some companies I work with, we have to estimate, and it's really hard. Yeah, so I'll give you some tips about that in a minute. Dividing and conquering seems like a very good way to do things. So SOA, microservices, modules, it's all fundamentally the same idea. Divide things down, it's easier to reason about things. Microservices, as James Lewis fundamentally said, is about software that fits in your head. You can understand what goes on. Many monoliths I've worked with, I just can't understand because they're just so complex and so big. Whereas microservices, the dream is they will allow me to reason about subsets of the application. This also maps to teams as well. So many of you, I'm sure, have heard of like Spotify, with their squads, guilds, and chapters, and it really is valuable. This is like Spotify. I've wholeheartedly stolen this from Spotify. I've tried this on a few companies and worked in a few, didn't work in others. But if you're developing microservices and developing around kind of cross-functional areas, you probably need cross-functional teams, yeah? Now, Spotify have the notion of a tribe, so that might be a tribe responsible for increasing conversion, a tribe responsible for the player, that kind of thing. And they have this product owner, cross-functional teams like front end, back end, QA, etc., architect. Chapters are where they're line managed across the sides. That might be the QA chapter, like that person might be the leader of the QA chapter in that tribe. That person might be the leader of the architecture chapter, say. And the way it's sort of done is it's very loosely aligned in terms of they have this notion of guilds as well. And guilds might be like a leadership guild. It can even span across the tribes, across the globe. And it's kind of people come together, they run unconferences, they like have newsletters, all this kind of thing. So it's kind of all, it's like a reverse of a hierarchy to some degree. There's like notions of very tightly aligned cross-functional teams building stuff based on a KPI, so your KPI is to increase conversion, that kind of thing. But there's also this notion of support, like the chapters, you know, the people line managed are not also responsible for your performance in a specific thing you're doing, which is quite nice. So Spotify, like, they've been doing this for years. It is an advanced pattern, but if you're interested, read more about Spotify online. This notion of if you're doing microservices, like micro teams, kind of makes sense in my mind, yeah? And I've got to get the buzzword in there. It's kind of Conway's Law. Anyone who's heard of Conway's Law and microservices? I've worked in the industry long enough, I'm sure many of you have. The way your organization is set out clearly impacts the way software is delivered and developed, yeah? So, a side note, even if your upfront planning is good, things inevitably go wrong, yeah? And it's often people involved in the melee. When it goes wrong, you want to be this guy, yeah? You want to be kicking back with a beer, you know, knowing what's going on, basically. And it's all about people. Like, the more and more I work in the industry, the more I realize the tech is kind of like a side show, or whatever you want to call it. Tech is clearly massively important, but for example, this actually came from healthcare.gov. Mikey Dixon went in from Google, and a few others, Nori Hakkinen and a few others, went in and helped healthcare.gov kind of, you know, come back online. The story behind healthcare.gov was allegedly no one thought it was actually going to succeed. Like, it was a typical government project, no one really cared about it. Of course, President Obama based his whole, you know, re-election on that kind of stuff. So it was really important. But like when Mikey Dixon, excuse me, when Mikey Dixon walked into healthcare.gov, into the, you know, the dev team, and he was like going, right, so I see that the site's broken. Yeah, no, it's come back up, it's broken. Right, first thing we need to do is we need to monitor the situation. How do you guys monitor if healthcare.gov is working? And someone pointed to a TV in the corner of the room with CNN on. And they said, we look at CNN. When they focus on healthcare.gov being down, we know it's down. And Mikey's a bit like, what? That's crazy. But that was the reality of the situation. They didn't even have basic monitoring. No one was accountable for monitoring, so it didn't get built. Simple as that, yeah. So first thing Mikey did, and his team, Nori and the people, they put in basic monitoring, health checks, all this good stuff. It just makes good technical sense. But then it was all about the way things were handled, yeah. Incident response, post-mortems, everyone was very quick to kind of run away, point the finger at someone else. And Mikey, it was all about a culture of kind of like that shared responsibility, yeah. Once you've got the basic technology in place, whatever it is, in this case it's monitoring, think about the people. It's really important, yeah? Do things like game days and, you know, disaster and recovery testing, all this kind of stuff is really important. So anyway, from the macro to micro, other books I'm recommending, User Story is really good. If you want to improve estimation, that's a great book there. Architecture is really fundamental. Simon Brown's stuff on the right there, Software Architecture for Developers, is really fundamental for learning about these things. And then in terms of like Drifting into Failure, fascinating book there by Adrian Cockcroft recommendation. If you let the little things slide, you can often drift into bad areas. So great book. So it's a fun read. It's not a techie read. Thinking in systems is the classic thing. If you are going to break things down into microservices, you've got to think of the big picture as well, yeah? So as much as it's easier to think about localized areas, you clearly need to think about the bigger, you know, what's actually happening, and that's systems thinking. It can be formalized, there's some mathematics behind it if you're interested. If you're not, it's fine as well. But it's just a really nice book about how to break things down and how to build them back up and how to reason about complex behaviors that emerge. Because definitely in microservice systems, you get sort of emergent behavior sometimes, evolutionary kind of behavior. So it's a great book to sort of prime you on that. If you're looking to build interesting teams, I highly recommend Laszlo Bock's book. He works at Google, and he talked about how Google hire, how they train, how they retain people. And yeah, Google are, again, slightly unicorny. I think that's true, fair to say. But they do some stuff really well. And I love chatting to the Google people. I learn so much from them. And Laszlo's codified what he knows. He's like the VP, I think, of people resources or HR kind of thing. And he's got some great tips for how to train your people, all this good stuff. So really good book. Final thing on the planning stuff is do accept the unknown unknowns. Yeah, there's always going to be stuff that's unknown. It's the nature of the game, and don't worry about it. Yeah, like you can try and think like a manager and fix problems before you find them, but in reality, that's not going to happen. So don't worry about it. Do your best you can, but again, have some empathy for yourself and your team, I think. So final one is I think the final one actually, the sunk cost fallacy. So it's any past cost that has already been paid and cannot be recovered should not figure into the decision-making process. Yeah, I'll say it again. So any past cost that has already been sunk, been paid, and cannot be recovered should not figure into the ongoing decision-making process. Classic is, when did you last remove a framework or a library? We don't like doing it, do we? We kind of, we've sunk the cost. If we reverse it, even we don't like it, but our managers definitely don't like it. Oh, I've paid for that development. I'm not going to pay for you to take stuff out. That kind of thing. Fundamentally, I think it's about the fact we don't like being wrong as humans, yeah? You know, we like to think we're doing the best we can, and a lot of people I work with are doing the best they can given the scenario and the knowledge they have at the given time they're making decisions. But it's fine to admit you didn't have the information. Like, as a consultant, frequently, I roll in somewhere, fix stuff, and only later find out why that's, you know, caused that kind of thing. You're always operating on the information you have at hand. Existing effect. Yeah, effort appears wasted. And the endowment effect. When we own something, be it, you know, physical things or be it code, we endow, like we put special meaning onto it. If I was to pick up like a mug off here, smash it on the floor, you'd probably think I was a bit crazy, but not too much about it. If I was to give one of you a mug, take it away and throw it on the floor, it'd be more disheartening, yeah? Because I've given something to you, it's been endowed, you aspire more value to it. So definitely, once you own a bit of code, that's why I like shared ownership of code, the endowment effect is weakened. This kind of shared code ownership is really quite powerful. And famously, loss aversion is twice as powerful psychologically as gains. So have a look in the book for the proof behind that, but it kind of makes sense. When you win stuff, it's often good. But say if you open up your wallet and $100 just flies out of your wallet, that really hurts, yeah? Your money is just gone. Do you know what I mean? But if you win stuff, it's good, but loss aversion is really powerful. That's why we're reluctant to admit we're wrong. Bottom line, this is consultancy 101. Try not to sink costs is the obvious solution to this, but it's really hard. I find the OODA loop is quite useful. Like Adrian Cockcroft talks about this a lot. It's about it's another form of plan, do, check, act, build, measure, learn. It's about realizing where you are, what your options are, and then feeding back when you take an option, that kind of thing. It comes from John Boyd, who's a US fighter pilot, actually, who's done some amazing work on this kind of notion in terms of, it was originally designed to how to disrupt fighter pilots' thinking process in the sky. So he said, if you get into the enemy's OODA loop and you're faster, then you know, even if you haven't got the best plane, you may still win the dogfight, that kind of thing. It's a fantastic read about how he came up with it. Colonel John Boyd, very interesting person. And Adrian Cockcroft talks about the OODA loop quite a lot. And for me, I started reading more about it, and I started, yes, this is how feedback systems work. Really quite interesting. Retrospecting regularly is really good. Agile, a lot of us retrospect, yeah? You know, we do our weekly retrospectives, bi-weekly retrospectives. I'm going to say random number really, but 9 times out of 10 organizations I walk into and I say, can I sit in on a retrospective? And they go around the room and they go, so how was your week? It was all right. How's your week? All around the room, yeah? People are like, you know, I've literally, one company, we saw it was almost like fist fights between developers, yeah? Like crazy stuff, heated opinions. I admire passion, but it was a bit like too much, you know, at the top. And then we went into retrospective and it's like, I was thinking, this is going to be a juicy retrospective, yeah? And they're like going, yeah, I think we need to upgrade Jenkins. It's like, Jenkins is not your problem, dude. Like, you only punched him in the face. You've got to be honest, yeah? Like, deal with the real issues. It's hard, particularly, you know, a lot of us, don't like to, you know, to dive into our emotions at work and stuff. And yeah, there's a boundary there somewhere. But you've got to think about this stuff, yeah? We're all humans, bottom line. Did we make the right choice? Retrospect on that. When was the last responsible moment? And the last responsible moment is the moment where if you do not make a decision, one is implicitly made for you. Yeah. So if you can find this last responsible moment, which comes from the lean software development stuff, it's really powerful. It's like just-in-time compilation type stuff. You make the decision just in time. You've got as much information as you can. You make the decision. That's something to aspire to. It's very hard. I'm not going to lie on that one. And you need to do lots of learning. It needs to be a cultural thing as well. Think about how we can get better as a team. If you have just punched your colleague in the face, they're probably, you know, therapy might be available, that kind of thing, yeah? You don't just ignore this kind of stuff. It's really, we've got to, as a team, it's inherently collaborative. Software development and delivery is inherently collaborative. Got to work through the issues, be they technical, be they social, be they cultural, yeah? I think this is the final. So yeah, anchoring bias. So, we have a common tendency to rely too heavily on the first piece of information offered when making decisions. This is classic. If you've been in an auction and someone goes, give me $2,000, you're kind of anchored on that 2,000. You might think the product's only worth 1,000, but because someone's anchored you on 2, you go, 1,500. And they go, 1,750, that kind of thing. We get anchored on figures. And for me, what I see a lot is, how does your manager ask for estimates? Yeah? Is it an unbiased question, or is it more like this? Yes, this application will be ready in 2 weeks, right? Anchoring you on the 2 weeks, yeah? See it all too often. And then developers, particularly junior developers, I've been there, you're reluctant to fight back. You know, my manager says it 2 weeks, and he probably knows better than I do, or if I don't say yes, I might get fired, kind of thing. You've got to learn to say no, but do it professionally. Don't just say no and walk away. That's going to get you fired, probably. Not good. Provide explanations and alternatives is a key thing. It's about learning how to, what I call many people call upwardsly manage. Yeah, you've got to, be realistic. When I started saying no and explaining things in my career, I got a lot more respect, and people didn't dump stuff on me quite as much, which was kind of cool. It's about making sure so the goals and the stories are well defined, and it comes back to that collaboration and that feedback thing regularly. It's really, really important. If you absolutely must do estimates, there's something called the PERT technique. It's also called the tri-point estimate technique. Uncle Bob talks about it a lot. I'm a big Uncle Bob fan. And it's basically you say the best case, the nominal case, and the worst case. And you can get some kind of statistical variance if you're adding things together, compounding them. If you just give one estimate, it's very hard to know the variation. Yeah? Where if you do this tri-point estimate, you can get some notion of best case is like this, worst case is going to be like this, we think the normal case is like this. I find it quite useful. To be honest though, I'm getting more and more into this no estimates thing. It's quite a new thing, I think. I don't know what it was like in the States. I think it's pretty popular in the Agile community anyway. And I've only been exposed to it recently. It's quite cool. And it's saying that, what is the value of estimating? If you create your stories correctly, what 1 point, 40 points, 100 points? What does that really mean? And I definitely, as a developer, I've definitely been there. I'm like, that looks complex. Is it a 40? Is it 100? I don't know. And my 40 or 100 is going to clearly be different than each one of your 1400s. Yeah? It's kind of crazy when you think about it. And I'm sure many of you have done this kind of the planning cards. You familiar with planning cards? Stuff? Well, the no estimates planning cards are much simpler. It's 1, 2 flipping big, and no flipping clue. I like that. And it kind of it's not perfect, yeah. In some places we still have to estimate. But fundamentally, and there's an argument, what's the really trivial stuff and things, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can pull it apart, and I'm not the person to argue this, because I've sort of adopted it from someone else. Woody and a few other people on Twitter are happy to debate you on all these things, and they've written some amazing blog posts. I put a link actually down the bottom there. Ron Jeffries actually talked about it, to give you more. I'm just kind of introducing this today. I'm not going to, preach about it, but I think it's really interesting. I've seen a couple of talks, one at Software Circus over in Amsterdam, where they were giving them supposedly statistical proof of how they'd done 2 projects very similar, and there was really no difference in the ultimate kind of delivery time, but the estimates were wildly different using this technique. It forced the developers to break things down more appropriately and all this kind of thing. So just putting it out there, I think it's interesting, yeah? So finally, reading your way to tech leadership. I think, again, I mentioned it at the start, we're all tech leaders to some degree, yeah? Wherever you are in the organization, within your jug, just, in life in general, you're all leaders to some point, yeah? You can all inspire other people. And for me, it's developing those skills. Tech skills are one thing, inspirational skills, leadership skills. Some of it's maybe innate, some people say it's innate, but I think you can learn a heck of a lot, yeah? Definitely. Peopleware is a classic book by Tim Lister and the guys. I'm a really big fan of John Maxwell. I'm not sure, John Maxwell's over in the States, is a US pastor, and he's written hundreds of books. He's an epic author, but his books for me are amazing. They're kind of, some of them are he talks about his work as a pastor, but it's not preachy in any mean. And some of his, the way he writes, for me as a developer and architect, he very very compartmentalized, very kind of cohesive, his writing, and I just get it. And I found that book so useful as I've done more and more leadership through teams, through companies, and all this stuff. Crucial Conversations as a consultant, that is my go-to book, yeah? So a crucial conversation is one where the stakes have been raised. You have them all the time, yeah? And with your spouse, again, with your team lead, with your CEO, whatever. There's a time when you're having a conversation and suddenly the hair sort of shoots up on the back of your neck, where you say, this is a hard conversation. As a consultant, I get that a lot. So initially it's all friendly, I'll start making recommendations, and people suddenly don't like that. And it's fair, that's how it should be. It should be pushback. But I've learned a lot. I've learned when to recognize a conversation has turned crucial, so you behave differently. Unfortunately, I've laughed in a few people's faces because I thought they were being silly, and they weren't, and that's embarrassing. That happened just the other day, actually. So it's one of those things, you don't always read the situation right, but luckily I managed to save that situation. This book is just a really valuable book for detecting when conversations are going crucial and how to deal with those as well. Management and leadership are different in my mind. Management is kind of making sure the right thing is making sure the thing is done right, and leadership is doing the right thing. But management is those 2 books there are techie inspired. Jürgen's a really cool guy, and the Pragmatic Programmers are always good books. They give you some tips on how to manage projects and people. Again, leadership, whole different thing, yeah, but they give you sort of foundations on which to build upon. And the software craftsman, I'm a big fan of Sandro over in London, Sandro Mancuso. He's kind of like our Uncle Bob. Super cool guy, great book, and he talks about his journey as a craftsman, both from a social, cultural, and technical point of view. And it's really good, if you aspire to be a tech lead, an architect, or whatever, these skills, like the empathy again, and all this kind of good stuff, are, in my mind, essential. So, let's wrap this up. So I put this slide in recently, actually, this next slide coming up. I've been ragging on System 1 a lot. I'm saying to you, System 2, think, engage, all this good stuff. But System 1 is seriously awesome. We would not be here today in this room unless System 1 existed, yeah? It kept us safe from the tigers. It provides certain drives that we clearly need as a species to survive. I find it very valuable in certain situations, and the gut feel, particularly when I'm dealing with people, like I mentioned that crucial conversation thing, now I listen to my gut a heck of a lot more with people. I sort of think, funny, if I go into a consultant, as a consultant, I go into a company, I get introduced to Bob, and I'm like, hey Bob, how you going? I get kind of a funny feeling. I don't instantly label Bob as a troublemaker, but I make a mental note. Yeah, I'm like, oh, people are acting different around Bob. I've got a funny feeling there. I learn to trust at least register and trust my instincts, yeah. And again, when things are going wrong, you're like in one of those 3 a.m. crisis things, System 1 is really useful. But System 1 relies on expertise, yeah. You can only automate, and the brain is incredible. Like some of the solutions like I've seen my colleagues and friends come up with under pressure are amazing. But the reason they've come up with those solutions is because they've been exposed to so many things over the years. They can recognize patterns, they can bring solutions to their mind, this kind of thing. System 1, from a technical point of view, is not so good when you're new to an area. If you're new to ops, new to Go programming, I find it really hard. I'm not an expert in Go by any means, so I don't recognize when things are going wrong in Go sometimes. Whereas Java, I get that gut feel, oh, I need to do a stack trace. Do you know what I mean? Like, System 1 is seriously awesome, but it does need to be primed with experience and deliberate learning, they call it. Kathy Sierra, I'll mention in a minute. Deliberate learning is really key. The reason I'm sort of talking about this, I see too much System 1 in IT. I see too much kind of like, gut feel and, oh, we'll just use Docker because it's cool type thing. And again, Docker, love it, but it shouldn't just be pulled off the, off the rack kind of thing. If you're looking for more of a light-hearted read at why System 1 is awesome, Blink, I read it again on the flight over to San Francisco, actually. Blink is an awesome book. Malcolm Gladwell is an amazing author, and he talks about why you should trust your gut based on a lot of things. And it's just a fantastic read. It's all anecdotal, but it gives some really good evidence that I can relate to in terms of, yes, there are certain situations, particularly I find with people and with things I'm an expert about, where I do trust my gut a lot more than I do System 2 initially. And then I'll use System 2 to kind of, hopefully back up or repudiate what I've thought. Nudge is also really cool. Nudge talks about using subtle System 1 hints, like I did my little joke at the start about tricking you guys. Like, Nudge gives you subtle hints on how to nudge people, for good or for evil. Heads up, yeah? Use your superpowers for good. Nudge is a really good book for like nudging people in the right direction to do things. Key topic, hopefully, of the talk you've taken away is empathy. We all make mistakes, yeah? We are not logical. For some generation, I guess like Spock should be there. Yeah, and Data. I'm quite a Star Trek geek. So we are not logical. Like we are at times. Sometimes we're not. Yeah, we are not robots. We're not automata yet. So respect that. Respect that in yourself. Respect that in other people. Yeah, we're all sort of beautifully flawed, as I've heard people say, which I think makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we don't always make complete logical sense. We tend to work better in groups. We are social animals, yeah? And I see this like in IT so much more. Pair programming, mob programming, Three Amigos, all that great stuff is really valuable. Use your team to kind of prop up your weaknesses and vice versa, that kind of thing. Build a toolbox. I said this in my other talks today, like with Docker and stuff and microservices. Building a toolbox, and building sort of patterns to recognize when things are going wrong and what things you can do to apply to make them right is really valuable. And that's something, particularly as a consultant, I guess I do quite a lot because I get to see same scenarios over and over again, so I get to kind of build this toolbox and then apply the actual solutions. It's really valuable. Bear those things in mind, yeah? Also fundamental is have a little empathy. I mentioned this before, yeah? I love this quote. When I read it, I was like, that's so brutal, but it's so true, yeah? Have some empathy for your fellow human being, yeah? Respect that. So, final bit of the talk. I've put a lot of books up, obviously, yeah, and I love reading. Over the last couple of years, I've had a really long commute. I primarily work in the UK, but quite a long commute. And Charlie Tremendous Jones is a motivational speaker over in the US here, and he says, you'll be the same person in 5 years as you are today, except for the people you meet and the books you read. Obviously, that's a bit nuanced, but fundamentally, I like it. Yeah, it makes sense. This is why I come to awesome conferences, to meet awesome people. And I'm sure many of you have made that choice already. I'd like to see more people reading books. Yeah, I think, we're moving away from it as an industry, but I think fundamentals are vitally important. For me, these are 4 books that have really influenced my IT career. Thinking Fast and Slow, obvious one, I've ripped it off for the talk kind of thing. Passionate Programmer by Chad Fowler was an amazing book, and it talks about how to develop your career. I read that when it was published, quite a few years ago, and I was sort of changing my career at the time from an academic to being an IT person, and it was just a really cool book for giving me tools and stuff on how to shape my career. Kathy Sierra is awesome. I love Kathy Sierra stuff. She's been quiet of late, but she's finally come out with Badass. It's quite a new one. And it's interesting. It's more about UX and stuff, but it's about deliberate learning, which I think we can all really benefit from. So Kathy Sierra, like any of Kathy Sierra stuff, is generally good. She's also behind the Head First books. I'm sure many of you would have known the Head First books. And for me, the pragmatic books in particular, this one is a little gem that not many people know about. Pragmatic Thinking and Learning, Refactor Your Wetware. And that book, I've not done this is in the book itself, talks about how to gain experience better, how to manage focus, how to travel from a novice to an expert, debugging your mind. All these great. It's a really good book, and it's a pragmatic book, so it's very much written, pragmatic programmer book, so it's very much written from a programmer's mentality. Andy Hunt is a really good developer. So I found this really useful for thinking more about the thinking. Because as I've gone through my career, I realised technology comes and goes, the people and the methodologies and stuff, they're the foundational stuff. So yeah, definitely that book's highly recommended. So to properly put the cap on it, summary, it's apply process and models as appropriate. Always that caveat, as appropriate. Listen to System 1. It's there for a good reason, but engage System 2 more often, I think, yeah? Collaborate more and better. Software is inherently collaborative, be it from the design, be it from the build, be it from the test, and definitely the operations. We are seeing these movements spring up, Agile, Lean, DevOps, all for good reasons. It's all about collaboration. Learn, do, retrospect, repeat. That's build, measure, learn, scientific kind of feedback loop, scientific method feedback loop. And for me, a lot of the reason I do these kind of talks is it really forces me to think about the concepts I'm talking about. And I like writing a lot as well. I do writing for InfoQ and stuff. And in order to write or teach about something, you have to really understand it. And then you get awesome feedback from people like yourselves as well. Like this talk, I've basically done it over a year now. Started in JFocus in Sweden, and the talk has evolved so much over the year from great feedback. Have you heard of that book? Have you read this blog post? Have you heard of this methodology? And it's just awesome, yeah? It's that continual cycle of getting better, like identifying stuff to learn, learning it, sharing it with your community, with your friends, and the bigger community as well. Bottom line is think more deliberately. Think about thinking. Don't just fall into habits. Habits are really powerful at the right time, but ask any smoker, habits are also really destructive as well. So think about thinking. On that note, I shall say thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions now or come and have a chat to me. Some links on there. I'll tweet the slides out later on, and there's some already available. Check out my writings if you're interested as well. Thanks a lot. Have you really seen all three?
Hi.
So hard to, yeah. Good stuff. Wow, I wondered if anyone would.
A great pleasure.
Cool, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Really,
so-
I always appreciate the feedback because it's nice. It's sometimes hard to know what kind of thing you're aiming at and stuff. And but these talks are quite diverse. It was nice to get them all accepted, but all at one time was a bit much, if I'm honest.
Yeah, been trying, yeah. You're pushing another 70 words per minute.
Is that right?
Impressive.
I do talk. Thank you.
Awesome talk.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good talk.
Thank you.
You mentioned at the beginning you were going to mention something at the end. I think it was the package publishing. Is that what it was?
You're right.
I thought it had to do about a bookstores.
So I'm gonna put a blog together, but I haven't got a reading list. Someone at a previous conference I did suggest about a reading list. So all these slides are all online already, but I'll upload this latest version tonight.
Okay.
You're right though. I did say something, didn't I? I can't remember what it was now. But if I think you think feel free to get in contact or whatever on Twitter or email. But the books are all available, I say, on Amazon and stuff. Anyway, so if you search.
All right.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Whatever it was, it just made me think of
I've done like
bookstores.
3 talks
That's
today.
why I
My
wanted
brain's
to
getting a
check.
bit mashed.
Yeah, I
I'm being
understand.
honest.
Okay.
I recommended so many things the other day, so I'm like, I'm trying to break into Docker when I'm talking to ST.
Thanks
so,
again.
Now you were. Hey, how you doing, right?
You were talking on one slide for the 3 maples.
Yes.
So there are like 3 different areas you were talking about.
That's right, yes.
But is there any like instead of one people, usually there are like so many different
yeah.
people. So do you have like, some information on your slide or something? With
So the Three Amigos, I put a link to where I took that graphic from, and Three Amigos, like, it doesn't have to be three. It's like I'm a big fan of a guy called John Smart. I can give you his details actually, but he's written a book, Manning book called BDD in Action, and he says Three Amigos, where 3 is a number between 3 and 7. So it can be more people, yeah? So, but it's more the concepts behind it. So have a look at the link I put on the slides. I'll put that later. But remember, BDD in Action by John Smart. He's a super clever guy, thought about this stuff much more than I have. And like any questions I have around this stuff, I go straight to him. He's on Twitter. He's great on Twitter, on email and stuff. Like him and more.
Nice conference.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
What was the name of the book that you first mentioned by Danny Cameron?
Someone else has it. Which one was it? So
Danny Cameron, was it?
Daniel, the actual Thinking Fast and Slow book itself.
Ah, okay.
The let me just go. Like there was that book, Thinking Fast and Slow.
Yeah,
that was Daniel Kahneman. So yeah, if you search for that one, the slides are all online, and I'll put them up again. But it's a really good book. That's I based like the ideas on the talk from that book. So it's quite a big book though. I'll warn you that one. It took me like quite a while, but it's a really cool book. Yeah, cool. No worries.
I was wondering about the very first slide I think you had the
You know that on there?
Is this the only way to get the whole list?
No, it's all online, so like you can have a look online. Yeah, I'm going to actually write a blog post with all the books because several people have said to me like great recommendations, but I've got to go and Google or Amazon them all. So it'd be nice to put links. The only problem is that I do most of my stuff in the UK and Europe, and Amazon.co.uk is different than Amazon.com. So that's like. Yeah, but it'd be nice. I think I might do. There's a great website called Goodreads. Goodreads. I might put like a reading list there because I think then it links out to other things as well. So I only discovered that recently, so I might do that.
Even if just copy and paste the titles always helps.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, some of the stuff is links, but the books I don't think are. So yeah.
Spend a lot of time reading.
I do. Like, well, I've been like one of my gigs. I was traveling like nearly 2 hours a day. So like it was like audiobooks. I use Audible a lot. I listen to quite a few audiobooks. Techie ones are not always available on Audible, so like I've been reading them. So like now, like, I said to my boss, like I finished that one gig, and I was like, right, I'm going to work like on site from now on, like not this massive travel. But it's been awesome because I've learned so many cool things. Got to do a few conferences and like shared, and people are giving me stuff back. So it's been cool. Though I want to get my day back because like 2 hours commute is like quite long.
Yeah.
But I do love reading. I've always loved reading, and I've always loved like learning new things. You know. So.
I just want to say thanks for talking.
Thanks very much. I always appreciate that. Really, yeah, it's always nice to hear people enjoy it. So you never know sometimes. So yeah, thank you very much.
No, that's nice to see the topic.
Yeah.
Well, because that's popping up in a lot of different places.
Yeah, Thinking Fast and Slow is really this talk usually gets quite a good audience. Initially, I wasn't sure. A few of my talks in the past, I've tried to be sort of funny with the titles. You don't always get people that are interested because it's almost too obscure. But I think the book is well enough known that you can get away with it. People have heard the concept of thinking fast and slow. So so far it's been quite good actually. I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, great talk. I've actually done variants of it
Oh, really?
internally because I've been thinking fast and slow 4 or 5 years ago.
Brilliant book, yeah.
Really came out. I actually saw him do a presentation.
Really? I've never met him. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah. He's quite a legend by all accounts, isn't he? So.
Yeah. In fact, I don't know if you do this. I tend to do this, and maybe you're not going to. You do this. Like, let me go track down some references, and so you look at Kahneman and Tversky's.
Yeah, Tversky.
The military. It's like you read this, and it's like this is from like 1970 something or whatever. It's like, yes. Why don't people read this?
You know what? Like,
so I
totally
like
get it.
I know a lot like you because I read a lot of books.
Yeah. No, I find this even like with the IT, like a lot of the good books like are 10 years old now. People are like always like reading the latest hotness, and it's like you miss like domain-driven design published ages ago, yeah. And to your point, like so many things I read about, like be it like RPC or be it more like methodological stuff, it's been around for ages. And that's one thing when I was an academic, I used to like looking at other areas. So I was computers obviously, but I looked at biology, and I can't remember what it was at the time, but we were studying something, and I was like, oh, the biology people have already got that cracked. but like it's not instantly obvious, yeah. And then definitely, I've been learning a lot more about business of late, and business like a lot of stuff I can directly apply to IT, but we don't talk, yeah. So it's
right,
like
right. I mean, well, sometimes it feels like academia. It's like we're these silos of knowledge, and we don't cross over. And that's one of the things I like. I love doing XP since '99, and it's like, and even that's like this isn't new. This is like unit testing. You know, I'm surprised actually you didn't mention any of Jerry Weinberg's books. Do you know Jerry?
what's he in?
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
He's been around since he was like on the Mercury project, this space project.
Oh right, I'm always looking for.
So he wrote a book called The Psychology of Computer Programming in 1971. 1971 was the first edition, and you read that, and it's like, okay, yeah, the technical stuff has changed, but like you said, it's all about the people. It's all about how we think.
I think the name Kinder is someone else at a conference recommended a couple of things, and that might have been one of them.
Yeah.
Psychology of
Computer Programming.
Definitely check that out. Cool.
I mean, he's a prolific author. He's written 60, 70 books.
Oh wow. The name doesn't instantly ring, but like some of the ones I've got into lately, I don't remember the author's names. The ones I've been reading John Maxwell for years, kind of thing. So I always remember his name. But oh no, that sounds interesting.
He wrote a 4-book series on quality systems management. Fairly dense, but like really, really good. What he's been doing lately is he's been sort of he wrote a couple books on consulting. One is called Are Your Lights On? With him and Eric Gauss.
That rings a bell.
Yeah,
that one rings a bell.
You probably come across it. Like, you know, a lot about consulting. Like, I'm actually going independent, so it's like reading some of this stuff, and it's like, you know, clients, it's like, they already know the answer.
Yes.
But you have to sort of, like,
totally.
validate it for them.
That's many times. Yeah. Or we get often called like brought in to be a catalyst.
Right.
Like, you know, and that kind of sucks. Like people sometimes get not fired, but they get moved on or whatever. And it's like people are like, oh, you're the bad person. It's like, kind of, but to be honest, like your boss knew it already. Like we had to validate it, and it also gives them a scapegoat. So it's like fair enough. That's what it is. What it is, isn't it?
And so what he's been doing is sort of, you're familiar with leanpub.com?
Yes.
Okay, so he's been republishing some of his stuff, pulling out some of the larger books into smaller sections. So.
Oh, nice. No, like Simon Brown I mentioned, that was a Leanpub book actually, and Sandra's book was Leanpub. It's a really cool platform, isn't it? Oh, cheers! I'll have a look at that. Cause every talk, at least one person recommends something new, which is awesome. Yeah. Like, I did this one recently in Amsterdam, and people were like, "Hey, have you heard of this? And I was like, "No, it's brilliant." You know, I added that final slide in because someone goes, "You're so hard on System 1. Like, is it rubbish?" And I was like, "No, definitely not." But like, I hadn't said anything. Yeah, exactly. I was like, you know what? I'm pretty like. If you're not careful, it's tempting to get too dogmatic. But it's only because I see like System 1 a lot. But not everyone does, so you've got to like put it in context. Like System 1 is amazing, but hey, System 2 like is useful as well.
Yeah, the example I used recently is this guy, I think it's went viral on YouTube, who did a 180 degree on his bicycle in terms of turn the handlebars.
Right.
So, do you know how to ride a bicycle?
Yeah.
Could you describe it right now and describe the thought process? Of course not. That's all. It becomes System 1. Right? So what he did is he basically had somebody undo it and turn and set it up so that.
Oh, so when you turn. Opposite. Yeah, I've ridden fairground rides.
Okay.
That's really hard.
And so it's like, that's what System 1 does for you. And so I use that as
That's a great analogy. No, as a kid, like, I remember, like, cause I always love bikes. Yeah, I love mountain biking now. And as a kid, like, there was this fairground ride thing where I paid like £1 in the UK, and then like I got on it, and like the deal was you could win your money back if you cycled like back 10 meters or something. And it was impossible. Like you sort of lock in, and then you think it'll be good, and as soon as you need to correct a little bit, your mind instantly goes. And I found it hilarious as a kid. My mum was like, it's kind of crazy. But that's a great example because that was so like, it's the unconscious thought.
Because it's like we need that, and so
someone at Amsterdam actually recommended The Power of Habit. Yeah, I haven't read that one yet.
Yeah, I got it on. Then there's a whole area of behavioral economics.
I love behavioral economics stuff. Totally love that stuff. Yeah. No, I'm getting into that. But that was one of the standards. There was a couple of books recommended. This guy goes, "Have you heard about The Power of Habit?" And I was like, "No." And then so I went and bought it, and I'm going through it now. And I haven't incorporated it into the talk yet. To be honest, this talk's probably coming towards the end now. I've done it like 5 or so times. There's only so many times you can do a talk. But like, it's been an epic journey. Yeah, you're right. Different. Like, I haven't done it much in the US, so like, done it quite a bit in Europe and the UK and stuff. But yeah, you're right. I guess this is probably the most I've ever done a talk is about 4 or 5 times. So like mentally, I'm sort of thinking it's time. But you're right. As in, like, if there's still value for other people, and I'm not like definitely against it, like, why not? So.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that so I had, I use some of the heuristic stuff, and I talked about like how do you fight against it?
Yes.
And I think more of that is, I'm finding like, you know, sort of think of worst case scenario. Okay, now think really worst case. Like you thought worst case, I think it's about this. It's like, okay, let's really focus on the negative since we do tend to be optimistic in some of these things. Let's really focus on the negative, and then we'll come up.
See, I'm also like, because I've been studying about, like, because I'm quite into the whole psychology stuff, like something called CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and like often they say like we do tend to catastrophize, but let yourself do it, and then realize like the worst situation, like in life in general. I mean, the worst situation is so improbable, or even if it does happen, is not the end of the world. And then you then say, then like even myself, I kind of like relax into it. What's the worst that can actually happen? So there's so many things, so many disciplines, and so many ideas.
So Alistair Coburn.
Name definitely rings a bell. What's
COCKBURN? He's one of the signatories to Agile Manifesto.
Oh yeah, no, definitely the name, yeah.
And he wrote a book on crystal clear, so his sort of method.
Oh yes, yes. I've got a bump up against that, yeah.
But one of the things he says is.
I just wanted to say, great talk. Is this one of your cell phones?
That's actually mine.
Thanks a lot, appreciate that.
That was good stuff.
Thank you.
He says, well, I'm not being stabbed right now.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Right, so this very sort of, I don't know if you know Stoicism, but it's
very,
You know, very much like, I could die tomorrow, so, you know, and I'm not being stabbed right now. So what's the worst thing that can happen? So, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool indeed. No, great stuff. That was good. Right, I've got to bounce off now.
It's to everyone.
So we got a VGA or HDMI?
HDMI.
Cool. And then you just need to be presenting this podium?
Don't you have anything you can walk around with?
I do have something that clips on that lets you walk around. It just doesn't sound as good. Yeah.
That's okay.
Is that all right? All right.
I don't like standing behind.
On our phone. Just make sure you don't go in front of the.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not that on the screen. So
Yeah, just the camera. I mean, it's request because she says it gets washed out.
oh, there's a camera.
Yeah. You're getting live streamed.
I'm getting live stream. I didn't know.
Not bad, not bad.
No. Cool. So Sven, you're also getting live streamed.
Yeah, right. He'll be
He's
there.
up to my dark side. Okay, so let's see. Where's the HDMI stuff?
We'll test it out, and then when you're ready, you just have to switch over to the. Yeah, we'll take that off. Number 3 on this guy right here. Boom. There you are. Cool.
Close this.
Yeah, you can just switch over when you're ready.
Okay.
Cool material. It's like an Under Armour shirt almost.
Is it going to stick or should I?
Yeah, it looks like it should be good.
Okay.
And then this guy.
So do I have this one? This one closed. So I just
On anywhere. Yeah.
okay.
And I'll.
And I can. So it's on already, or?
It's on already, and I just have it muted. So I'll mute you when we get closer to.
Okay, perfect. And I'll just talk.
Sounds good.
Just want to. I like that.
No problem.
Did you know about the live stream? Did you know about the live stream?
I saw there was a camera, but I didn't know there were live streaming stuff. So it's good. Last year they didn't have a camera.
No,
So
no,
just-
no.
yeah.
They didn't have any camera anywhere. They just.
Oh, there were some cameras.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, last year was also in this room. So. Okay, perfect. Okay, sure. 1, 2, 3. So, just a quick check. 1, 2, 3. It's okay? Wonderful. actually, I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi. So give me a second. I'm going to switch back to this one. And I'm going to exit this one and turn off the Wi-Fi.
How do you do it?
It's number. So this is number 1 and number 3. So I'm just going to kill some other things. It was me. HDMI is both audio and video, of course.
No, yes, more.
No, that's not what I want. There we go. Sure. Normally it's like 67 seconds. 10 minutes in.
So thanks for clicking.
Yeah.
Are you happy with it?
Yes. Cool. You want to use it?
No. I think so. Some other stuff.
Yeah, that's just no more audio. So, how many people else should we?
The good thing is you can get the exact number, but I think it's not for 2.
Nice.
I don't know how small the system is.
Actually, how much can you vote for? So if there are like 10 people in that talk, can you actually vote 50 times? But your phone is crazy.
Okay, I can try. One euro star.
You already won it?
Yeah.
It would be cool. Actually, I asked it last year. It's based on the feedback you get in a certain number. I didn't make it last year. It would be cool. It's not necessary.
Just get this across. And I even don't have it.
Oh, no, you don't? Is it mentioned on the schedule?
No.
That's not fun. It's always wonderful to see how everybody ignores the first story.
It's always like this.
Yeah.
Last year, when last people came in, it was just the first one was Lincoln. Why is he coming to another track?
No stress.
You wanna put on some power, maybe?
Should normally be fine. There's not even power supply. It should be fine. And like 70 or 80% left. So it should be fine. So what do you think of my second slide?
What's that?
I don't know. Somebody on Flickr.
Okay.
Creative Commons.
Nice.
Beans already. What's here? Where is it? There. Behind the guy with the skull on his t-shirt. There it is. And Grace Green Matrix.
Okay. So she has seen the story.
Yeah. She's interested in a preview. So that's cool.
Even cooler.
So it's exactly 3 o'clock, and welcome everybody to my talk, Stop Doing Scrum, Start Being Agile. I'm Peter van der Voorde, or if you speak Dutch, you can call me Peter van der Voorde. I know there are some Dutch-speaking people in the audience. I'm a community developer at Atlassian, and if you want to tweet something, please do. My Twitter handle is here on the screen. Before I started working at Atlassian, I've been a Java and Agile consultant for 9 years, and I'm going to talk about those years and those experiences. So, probably the first thing you thought when you saw this title, the title of this talk was, Stop Doing Scrum? Never. Well, I'm not against Scrum. Scrum is great, but a lot of people are abusing Scrum, are abusing Agile, and that's what this talk is going to be about. So, now you might be thinking, okay, you might have a point. Maybe we're using Scrum, but we're using it the wrong way, or we're trying to be agile, but we don't really know where we need to go. So maybe we should just listen for 50 or 60 minutes to this guy. If you hate what I'm talking about, you can always leave. I don't mind. Feel free to leave if you want. So what is wrong with doing Scrum? Well, nothing. Scrum is wonderful. Scrum is a great agile methodology, but it's not the only agile methodology. And there are lots of problems with Scrum because Scrum is the first methodology people hear about. And sometimes, well, who knows this one? That's easy. That's Waterfall. Everybody has been using it. And then they learn about Scrum, and suddenly it turns into this. Well, we're doing Scrum. We have a product backlog, we have a design sprint, we have a development sprint, we have a QA sprint, and we have a release sprint. We're agile, we're doing Scrum. Actually, a lot of my previous clients were like this. They had an old process, Waterfall or something else, and then they learned about Scrum, they learned about Agile, and they simply Scrumified their process. The project manager became the product owner. The technical lead became the Scrum Master. And they would start doing sprints every 2 weeks. They were going to do at least something. And then in the end, they still had to do a couple of QA sprints, and then they still released every 6 months. But they were agile, they were doing sprints. They were doing Scrum. How many of you recognize this problem? That's quite a lot of you. Wonderful. Another problem with Scrum, and with actually almost anything, is that in theory, it's really easy. You have 2 wires, you connect them, and then it works. But sometimes you get something like this. It still works, but it's a mess, and you have no idea how it's working, and you have no idea what's happening behind the scenes, and you have no idea how to solve this problem. Again, it's something I saw a lot as a consultant. People start using something Scrumified or some agile methodologies, and then they just get themselves into a mess. They're thinking, okay, we are doing Scrum, so we take a little green book about Scrum and we're going to do exactly what the book says. We're not going to take into account how our company is working, how we are working. No, we're just going to do 2-week sprints. Every day we're going to have a 15-minute stand-up. We're going to answer 2 or 3 questions. What did you do since the last stand-up? What are you going to do by the next stand-up? And which problems did you encounter? You're going to have a demo, you're going to have a retrospective. And probably during the retrospective, you're going to be like, this isn't working for us, and we have problems with this, and we can't release anything, and our stories are too big, and whatever. That's because, well, you're making a mess out of it. Another problem I noticed a lot is that you're the only person or the only team in your entire organization that's being agile. For example, you're a developer workshop, and you want to be agile. You want to do Scrum or Kanban or extreme programming or whatever. But your business users don't care. They're like, well, here are 1,000 pages of requirements. Please make them and deliver something in 1 year. And no, don't come back. Don't ask us any questions. It's all explained in the requirements. Who has had this problem? Okay, some people. One of my customers was federal government, so always difficult. They loved making requirements. They had an entire process for making requirements, but they had no feedback process. So that somebody somewhere making requirements, those people didn't even talk to the end users. They just made up some requirements, and then gave them to the development team. And then they said, okay, now I'm off. Don't talk to me anymore, just make what I ask. And the developer team made something. They tried their best, they really tried. They delivered 6 months later or a year later. And then finally, the end user saw the product and was like, this is not what we need. We can't use this. We throw it back. And then a couple of years later, we actually might have a working program that our end users want. So another problem I noticed a lot is there is no definition of done. Who recognizes this one? Wonderful. So it's like you have documentation or requirements. When is requirements done? When is requirement ready? For the product owner, it could be, well, when I understand it, it's okay. But maybe a developer has certain questions about it, or maybe the QA people have certain questions about it. But, well, yeah, there's no definition of done. They just give you the requirement and they tell you, well, this is the requirement, fix it, do it, build it, plan it. Same, when is an issue, when is a bug fixed? What's the definition of a fixed bug? What's the definition of a completed feature? Is it works on my machine? Because I coached a lot of developers and they were like, okay, it's no longer my problem. It works on my machine, it's QA's problem. If it doesn't work on our QA environment, it's not my problem. What's the definition of done for an issue? Again, people just start using Agile, they start doing Scrum or Kanban or whatever they want, but they're forgetting to create a terminology, create a definition of done. Another problem I encountered frequently was QA is considered a second-hand citizen. The first thing if you're over budget, the first thing you're going to drop is QA, because we can always fix it in the next release. Because that's Scrum, that's Agile. You have lots of releases and you will just fix it in the next release. But of course, there might be some more problems in your next release, and then even some more in the release afterwards. And before you know it, you have an enormous mountain of technical debt. All because you didn't invest in QA. Anybody recognizing this problem? Okay, some people. And the last one is nobody's fighting for the user. There's like 3 or 4 layers of people between the developers and the actual users, end users. And this causes problems because people assume certain things. And everybody knows to assume is to make an ass out of you and me. People think, well, our end users will probably need this feature, or they might be using this feature. And they're not basing themselves on data. They're not basing themselves on interviews with end users. But because, of course, they know how end users think. Actually, one of my previous clients, they did it completely reversed. It was the Belgian Postal Services. And they took their entire development team and said, okay, now you're going to go to the post office. You're going to work together for an entire day with the people that are actually using your application. And you're going to make notes on how they're using the application, on what features they want and what features they don't care about. And then you're going to build the features they want. So some companies, even government companies, do it the right way, but still. So who recognizes this problem? Well, still some people. So what can we do about this? We know there are problems, there are always problems, but let's see them as opportunities to improve. Because we're agile, we want to improve, continuously improve. So maybe we should go back to the roots of agile. So does anybody have any idea when the first concepts of agile and reducing waste started? Just give me a guess. What? Early 90s? Actually, Benjamin Franklin. He actually had an almanac, and on it he wrote, "He that idly loses 5 seconds, word of time, loses 5 seconds, and might as prudently throw 5 seconds into the river." If you waste time, you're wasting energy, you're wasting money. Benjamin Franklin was actually the first guy thinking about lean manufacturing, about how to be as efficiently as possible in manufacturing goods, because they didn't have software yet. And then Henry Ford came along. Everybody knows the 4T was the first mass-produced car, first assembly line. But did you know Ford based himself on what Franklin wrote down? And the one thing Ford focused most on was quality control. Before the 4T, everybody who created a car created manually. Every single part of the car was manually created for this specific car by a craftsman, specifically for this one car. And Ford wanted to create lots and lots of cars, but didn't want to spend lots and lots of money on it. So he came up with QA, quality control. Every single part of these cars had to be quality checked, quality controlled for very strict regulations. So for example, if you had a tire, it would fit on any of those cars. If you had a bonnet, it would fit on any of those cars without having anybody to need to change a little bit of it or to adapt it to the car, because there was strict quality control. And then came Toyota. Toyota actually, before they started building cars, they made fabrics. And already in the 1800s, they were thinking about how can we do this better, more efficiently. They already introduced Kaizen teams. Teams from people working on the factory floor, continuously thinking about how they could actually improve the way they work. And then once they started creating cars, they started thinking about, well, how can we reduce waste in our manufacturing process? They actually came up with a pull version of building something. While Henry Ford, he just produces cars and cars and cars and then try to sell these cars. Toyota didn't build a car until it was sold. And then they would actually pull the car through the assembly line. And then, okay, they were pulling cars and they were only building the cars they were actually selling. But they still had major stockpiles of parts. So then they were thinking about how can we reduce the stockpiles? And there came just-in-time delivery. Now Toyota has only like a stockpile for 24 hours of production. And every time it's running low, they simply ship in more. So again, reducing waste. And they still have Kaizen teams. They still have every worker on the assembly line at Toyota has the power to stop the entire line to fix a problem. And based on Toyota, we got the lean manufacturing. And now almost every manufacturing process across the globe is doing some kind of lean and waste-reducing manufacturing. And then software came along, and the Agile Manifesto came along. 14 years ago, we wrote down 4 nice values. So I'm going to take you through these values. Who knows them all? Who knows the Agile Manifesto, first off? Okay, so you guys are in for a treat. So there are 4 values in the Agile Manifesto. First one, individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So it means that we want to have people working together, and that's the most important thing. And the processes and tools should be there to support them. Another one is working software over comprehensive documentation. You can have the nicest documentation in the world. If your software sucks, sorry, I will not buy it. I will not use it. So you need to have working software. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Again, story. At a certain time, a couple of years ago, I was on a fixed price contract. And there was a fixed scope, fixed timeline, and a fixed budget. And then suddenly the customer wanted a change. Just a small thing like maybe 2 hours of work. But oh no, said the project manager, we can't do this. This has to be a change request. So then they took like 5 managers, put them into a meeting room, had a 2-hour meeting. And then they decided, okay, we're probably going to do a change request. We're going to write it down, going to make a contract about it. You're going to sign it, and then the developer will make the change. So in the end, it cost them, let's say, 10,000 euros or $10,000. But if they just did it directly, it would have cost them like $100. So that's not agile.
last one, responding to change over following a plan. Again, Agile is being open to change, being ready to change anything in your design, your requirements, whatever. But, so we have the Agile Manifesto. It's a really nice website. But how many of you know what's written below those 4 values on the Agile Manifesto? At least one person here. This one. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. A lot of people misinterpret the Agile Manifesto, and they think, well, we only have to do the things on the left. We don't have to do the things on the right. So we don't need processes and tools. We don't need contract collaboration. We don't need documentation. No, that's not Agile. Documentation is not Agile. We just need to build working software. No. It clearly says we also see value in clear processes and tools, but they have to support people and interaction. We see clear value in contracts, because there need to be contracts sometimes. Even just if you want to create an API, you need a contract for the API, because otherwise you can't work. But this is something a lot of people miss first time they're reading about Agile. Even a plan. So you're thinking, well, we don't need a plan. We're just going to adapt to changing requirements. But like George S. Patton said in World War II, I make a plan, I think a lot about the plan, and then as soon as I start executing the plan, I drop it. But because I thought about the plan, because I made the plan, I already thought about all the possible solutions to my problem. So it gives you something, at least, to start with and something to think about. But how many of you know that these 4 values are actually based on 12 different principles? Okay. Some people, wonderful. So now, yes, I'm going to take you through all those 12 principles. First one, and the most important one, satisfy the customer through continuous delivery of valuable software. Continuously make the best software you can make and the software your customer needs. That's really what Agile is about, what Agile software development is about. Welcome changing requirements. Don't be afraid of change. Embrace it. It will improve your software, it will improve your product, and it will make your customer happier. Deliver working software frequently. Because if you deliver your software frequently, you will get feedback frequently. Your users will be able to say, okay, well, we don't really like this. Can we change it? And you can say, well, okay, in 2 weeks, it will probably be changed. If there's a bug, 2 weeks later, it's fixed, instead of 6 months or a year later. Business and IT need to work together daily. You're all working on the same product. You're not different departments. You're not different silos. You're working for the same people, and you're creating the same product. You need to work together as a team, interact, and then you'll actually be able to build the best product possible. Build around motivated individuals. If you want to start a new project, a new product, find somebody who's really passionate about it and let them build their own team. Give them the trust they need to just do the job. And they will succeed. They will find people, they will make them passionate, the passion will spread, and then they will get the job done. Have face-to-face communication. Really, really important. How many of you know how much communication is actually being done by simply body language? It's about 80% of all communication. Written text only transfers about 10% of what we actually mean. Body language, voice, eye contact, all those things are really important when we're communicating, when people are communicating. So don't put your trust on documents only. Don't put your trust on emails only. If you're in a distributed team, well, use Google Hangouts, use HipChat video, use Skype, whatever. I'm in a distributed team. I chat with my friends, with my colleagues and friends very regularly, always try to do it face-to-face. Working software is the primary, I would say the only measure of progress. If your software isn't working, you're not making progress. Promote sustainable development. I'm not talking about eco-friendly houses or eco-friendly cars. I'm talking about get a sustainable pace for your team. Something, again, I noticed as an agile consultant was, okay, our sprint was successful. Let's add some more stuff in our next sprint. Oh, this was also successful. Let's add some more stuff in the next one. And before you know it, your team is working late, they're working weekends just to finish the sprint because they committed on finishing the sprint. And then they burn out. Does this sound familiar for some people? Yeah. So get a sustainable pace. And don't be afraid to sometimes say, well, no, we can't do this sprint. Otherwise, we just burn out ourselves. Get a great pace, and then you can just keep on going forever. Have continuous attention to technical excellence and good design. Always be ready to change what you're doing. Always think about what are we designing, how is our design helping our customer. It's all about the customer. So don't try the latest framework because you want to use it. Only use it if it actually helps your customer. A really nice one, and also a nice quote, I think. Simplicity is essential. It's the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. Keep it simple. It's the KISS principle. Don't build features you're not going to use. Don't build features the customer doesn't want. Only build what's necessary. And then improve upon this. But also, don't use design patterns you don't need. Don't build APIs or sorry. Don't start doing fancy stuff in your code if you don't need it. Keep your code clean and simple. Keep your application, your product clean and simple. Create a self-organized team. Bring your people together around motivated, passionate individuals, and then let them figure out how to work together. Let them figure out how to build the product your customers want. Give them the opportunity to do this. Give them the time and the place to do this, and they will they will amaze you at how well they will do it. And the last one, and also a really important one, is look back, reflect, and adjust. Take time every now and then to actually take a step back, look at with your entire team at what you've been doing, and think about how you can actually improve the things you're doing. What should we drop? What should we add? What should we change? And act upon these things. So, those are the 12 principles. How can we start doing this? Because it's really nice in theory and practice is quite different sometimes. Well, I like to compare it with getting several levels of belts in like judo or karate or taekwondo. We all, when it's about agile, we all start as novices, as children. We enter this world and everything is possible. And as an agile novice, everything looks cool and everything is possible. You have no idea about the limitations of agile. You have no idea about any rules surrounding agile. You just want to learn about agile because you heard somebody talk about it or you read a blog post about it, and you want to start finding out what is agile, what can agile mean for me, and how can it fix my problems. And then you start becoming an apprentice. You start reading books about agile, you start actually following these books to the letter. You sometimes become a Scrum-fundamentalist, so actually following Scrum to the exact letter, or otherwise saying, you're not doing Scrum. You have a basic understanding of the principles behind Agile. You know about the Agile Manifesto, but you might not know about the 5th line or about the actual principles behind the Agile Manifesto. And you will probably try to apply the same solution to any problem. So if HR has a problem, let's do Scrum. If the development team has a problem, let's do Scrum. If the manager has a problem, let's do Scrum. If support has a problem, let's do Scrum. Because Scrum will fix everything. If you're going to plan a marriage, let's do Scrum. There are actually people, planning managers using Scrum. So anybody recognizing this? Oh, yeah, some people. So then what's the next step? What's the next belt? You're going to become a kick-ass practitioner. You know what you're doing. You feel familiar with Agile. You've read lots of books, read lots of blog posts, maybe even already written a blog post about it. You're trying to spread Agile within your company. You know there are different flavors of Agile. You know about Scrum, Kanban, extreme programming, test-driven development. And you try at least to apply a different solution to each problem. So instead of having everybody do Scrum, you will say, well, the development team can do Scrum, but maybe support should do Kanban, because that's easier for support. So then you're a practitioner, and you're doing great, but you still feel you can achieve more. So then we come to the last level, which is become a master at what you do. Actually become aware of the rules that are there, and that you can actually break those rules if you want. You can bend those rules, just like in the Matrix. You can choose which pill you take, but you still know the values and the principles. And you're actually going to create your own agile methodologies. You're going to try something new, something specific for your problems, for your company, for your product, but always based and on the 12 principles and the 4 values, the Agile Manifesto. And you're going to go out to conferences, and you're going to go out to user groups and talk to other people who are doing Agile. And you're going to your managers and talk about Agile. You're going to spread Agile within your company. And you're going to continuously keep on learning about Agile, because you know you will never have learned everything. So that's cool. I want to be like Morpheus in the Matrix. Where do I start? Well, let's take a look, like this child, at the current existing and popular methodologies. And the first one is, of course, Scrum. Who here is actually using Scrum? Okay, and who here was thinking I was going to bash Scrum? Okay, sorry, I'm not. Actually, I think Scrum is a great methodology. It has structure for the developers, so developers actually know in our sprint backlog, these are the things we're going to do in the next iteration. We have our daily stand-ups, so everybody gets to know how things are going, and we can do a demo at the end, and people get customer feedback about what they did. And we, of course, have a retrospective. And our customers, they can just change whatever they want in the product backlog. So that's cool. Scrum is actually a cool, if applied correctly, it's really a cool methodology. And lots of my previous customers used Scrum one way or the other. Another one is Kanban. Who here is using Kanban? Some people, wonderful. I always like to see it as the simplified and easier version of Scrum. You don't have any meetings you have to do. You can do them, but you don't have to do them. You don't have any strict timelines. You don't have any iterations. You just simply have to get your tasks from the left side of the board to the right side of the board, from to do to done, as quickly as possible. And the only real rule there is in Kanban is the work in progress limit. Who knows about the work in progress limit? Okay, for those of you who don't, it's really simple. Each column on your board or each status in your workflow has a certain limit. And only this many items can be in this state at any certain point of time. If you want to add another item into this state, you first have to move one into the next column. So for example, if you have a small developer shop, you have 2 developers, you don't want to have 10 features in development. You might want to have 2 or maybe maximum 3. And if they want to start working on another feature, well, they first have to fix or have to finish one of the previous features. This helps your team to focus on those features, and this helps your team to really focus on getting things done. Getting things done as quickly as possible, getting things as quickly as possible from the to-do to the done column. And this is also called the cycle time. The time it takes to get an issue from to-do to done. And Kanban simply wants to get this as low as possible. So this is actually quite useful for support teams, for example. Next one, Any guesses? Which one is this? Extreme programming, actually. But pair programming is what most people know about extreme programming. But extreme programming is actually about taking all the good programming practices to their extremes. So working together, writing many unit tests, continuously releasing, writing small changes in your code, writing as little code as possible to fix the problem. But of course, everybody knows about pair programming. And well, these guys seem to be doing it. Another one? Any guesses? Come on, this is easy. Test-driven development. You blow it up first, and then you fix it. That's what test-driven development is about. You make a test, and it's an automated test, and it fails once you build it. And then you build the minimum amount of code you need to actually get it to succeed. And then you refactor this to your coding guidelines. And repeat. That's it. That's test-driven development in like 2 or 3 sentences. And 1 image, of course. And then we get some mixes also. For example, Scrumban. Who knows about Scrumban? Okay, quite a lot of people. This, for example, is if when you're doing Kanban, but you still want to do like the daily stand-ups or regular retrospectives. Then you have a combination of Scrum and Kanban, and you're doing Scrumban. So, once you start doing this, once you start basing yourself on those methodologies, basing yourself on those principles, and then start trying to become a practitioner or a master in Agile, what will happen? Well, you'll fail. You'll fail hard. You'll fail fast. And that's not a problem. Because, well, failure is just a lesson you haven't learned yet. You shouldn't be afraid of failure. You should learn from failure. And it's better to fail fast. So if you fail after 2 weeks, okay, we lost 2 weeks. If you fail after 6 months, you lost 6 months, which is way, way worse. And well, for example, I had a company, one of my clients, and they loved doing Scrum. And they tried to do Scrum everywhere. So they did Scrum for the development teams, and it worked brilliantly. And they did Scrum for the support team. And they always failed. Because they didn't know how to handle bugs. Bugs, well, the new bugs came up. And then, well, sorry, we can't work on this bug because our sprint has just started. We can't add anything to the sprint, so we'll have to wait for 2 weeks. Yes, but this is a critical bug. No, sorry, it's Scrum, we can't do it. So they kept on failing, and actually the customers started complaining. And then they were like, okay, maybe we should learn a lesson from this. And then they started implementing Kanban. And if it was a critical bug, it went to the top of the Kanban board, and it was the first thing they did. So it's okay to fail. Another thing that's going to happen is you're going to hit walls. And sometimes people are going to warn you about these walls, and you're still going to hit them. For example, another story, another client. I was hired to be an Agile consultant to an IT department of 18 people. They had read something about Scrum, and they wanted to have a certified Scrum Master explain it to them and help them start getting it started. So, okay, it was great. So let's split up the team in like 4 or 5 groups based on projects. Let's do a Scrum for each of these different projects, and then let's do a Scrum of Scrum. Who here knows what a Scrum of Scrum is? Okay, I'll quickly explain it. It's actually simply another Scrum meeting, but with one person of all the other teams going to the Scrum meeting, and then again, we're just doing a daily stand-up, but across the different teams. So they were like, no, we don't want to do it. We want to do Scrum. We want to do 2-week sprints with our entire team, our entire department, 18 people, daily stand-ups, retrospectives, every 2 weeks. And I was like, okay, you hired me to help you, but you still want to do it like this? Well, let's make a deal. I actually was going to leave on a 1-month parental leave. I was like, okay, you know what? Let's do it like this. You're going to do Scrum the way you wanted to do, but I'm going to bet with you. If you're still doing Scrum when I get back after this month, I will pay all of you a Belgian beer. I'm from Belgium, so I like beer, and they like beer. I'll pay you some beers. But if I come back and you've stopped doing Scrum, you'll pay me a big bottle of beer. So what do you think happened? I got beer. So I came back, and the first thing they was like, okay, here's your beer. Yeah. It only lasted for about a week. Because, well, by the end of the week, they had daily stand-up that took more than an hour. The manager was like talking for 45 minutes. Nobody wanted to hear what he was saying. And even in the 15 minutes that the actual team was talking, people were like, okay, but that's a completely different project. I don't care about this project. It doesn't impact my work. Why am I standing here? So after only 1 week, they already quit. So, lessons learned. Now they're actually working in 4 different scrums based on projects. Their daily stand-ups are like 5 minutes at the moment. And they have every 2 days, they have a scrum of scrum. And I got a beer out of it. So you're going to hit walls. And even if people warn you about walls, sometimes you will need to feel them before you actually learn the lesson, which is not that bad. Another one, and another story. You will get messes, really big messes. All the cables will be mixed up. And sometimes you'll be too close to the cables and too close to the mess to actually see the problem and to fix it. So again, another client. I had lots and lots of clients during those 9 years. They, for some reason, it was a really big company that had like 400 developers, and they had a really strict process for from requirements to approving requirements to budgeting for requirements, development, design, and so on, because of auditing reasons and stuff. So we couldn't really change this process, but we could try to make it as agile as possible, again, basing ourselves on those principles. But again, they heard about Scrum. So they were like, okay, we're going to take 1 product owner, we're going to take 1 designer, we're going to take 1 developer, we're going to take 1 QA person, we're going to take 1 UX designer, and we're going to take 1 operations person, put them into a team and call it Scrum. And then of course what happened, well, they had 2-week sprints. So in the beginning, only the designer was working and everybody else was waiting on the design. Then the developers were working, and then the last day, QA had to test everything, which of course didn't work and everything failed. Sounds familiar? Yeah. So, and they were like, okay, what are we doing wrong? We're doing Scrum, we're doing Agile, but it's not working, we're failing. And people are getting frustrated and people are actually quitting their jobs. So, and then we took a step back. And we noticed, well, okay, we can't change the process. It's there and we have to live with it, whether we like it or not. But can we change the way we actually use and implement the process? And then we were thinking, okay, maybe we should just see it as like a big Kanban process with different phases. Like first one is simply getting the requirements and getting approval and budget for those requirements. Second one is actually creating a technical and a UI design. Then we have a development phase. Then we have a user acceptance phase, and then we actually have releases to production. And they were like, okay, maybe we could do this, but then, well, those phases are way too big to follow up on anything. So, okay, let's dive into each different phase. First off, product requirement gathering. Let's get people from every different group into gathering requirements. So we want to have a developer, we want to have somebody from QA, we want to have somebody from operations to help build requirements. Why? Because they will have different questions than a product owner will ask. A developer might know the limitations of the current technology stack. A designer will know the limitations of their design. Operations will know what's possible on their current servers. So they can already start asking those questions from the end users and from the product owner. And in the process, we actually made it so that everybody has to approve the requirement, and only then it would move to the next phase, to the design phase. And we applied Kanban on this process. So we had a Kanban board specifically for product requirement gathering and approval. Next step, design. Again, we did Kanban style. We had a technical designer, several technical designers, and we had several UX designers. Again, they also sought feedback from the developers, from QA, from operations. So again, when there was a problem, they got immediate feedback. And of course, because developers were already involved in the product requirement gathering and the design, they already knew what was coming their way. They were already preparing to accept those features. So then we came to the developers, and they really, really liked Scrum. So we told them, okay, you can do Scrum, no problem. So they did Scrum. They had 2 weeks releases, and they had a clear definition of done, and they worked together with the QA team, already during the design, to actually make automated tests for all the new requirements. So it's a bit test-driven development over there. So then they shipped it off to the QA team, and they didn't actually have to check anything because they trusted the automated tests. They only did user acceptance testing. So they took the product, went to the users, and asked them, well, is this what you want? And you know what? Mostly the users said, yes, this is what we want, because the users were already involved in the process. And then they shipped it off. It was released. So that's not really Scrum, that's not really Kanban, that's a combination of different methodologies, but still based on the Agile principles. And now they're actually not only this team is using it, but all the teams in this company are actually using this way of working. Which also has more advantages that if people switch teams, they're all using the same tools, they're all using the same processes, and they're all doing the same methodologies. And every time they're doing a retrospective, it's with an individual from every single team, and it's about both their own small phase and about the total workflow and the total process. So, but of course, there are also good things that are going to happen. You're going to get to party a lot. Because now we have release parties whenever we do a release, but we only release like once a year, so we only have one party. Now, if you release every week, or maybe every day, you can have a party every day. It's going to be fun, it's going to be great. And of course, don't forget the Belgian beer. You're actually going to have happy customers. They're going to come to you and say, thank you, you've changed my life. I can finally work with this application. I don't have to click 16 times to get something done. I can click once. It's wonderful. Thank you. And you might actually feel a certain kind of zen, a certain kind of flow when you're working in a well-oiled team, well-oiled machine, and you know when there's a problem, you'll fix it. Your team will fix it. It will be the first thing you will be doing is fixing the problems you're encountering. And if you fail, you know, it's not a problem. It's a lesson we haven't learned yet, and it's a lesson we will apply next time. So, what's next? What's going to happen now? Well, it's up to you. So, once you get home from JavaOne, or maybe even today, I don't know, get some Post-its, get some Sharpies, get a whiteboard, or whatever you want, and start thinking about those principles. Start thinking about those values and how you can apply them on your problems, on your organization. And freewheel, be creative, and try it out, do retrospectives, take a look at what's working, what's not working. Don't be afraid to throw some rules out of the window and bring some new ones. It's all about experimenting. And read books, read blogs, go to talks. And just to get you started, I'm going to show some of my favorite books on this subject. And there actually only one of the 3 books is about Agile. So the first one is about change management. It's Our Iceberg is Melting. Who knows this book? It's actually about a group of penguins, and they're on an iceberg, and you don't guess it, the iceberg is melting. So they have to change. It's actually a parable about how you can actually change an entire company. And if you want to start doing Agile in your company, you will need change management. The second one is like my favorite book ever, Drive by Daniel H. Pink. Who knows this one? Great. You should all go and read it. It's about motivation. Especially it's about motivation in the modern age. He talks about 3 kinds of motivation. Motivation 1.0, he likes software, so it's motivation 1.0, is simply the basic instincts to survive. Get shelter, get food, and have, sorry to say, sex to get more people. The second motivation was the carrot and the stick, and it was invented during the Industrial Revolution. If you work hard and you produce more, you get some more money, so you get the carrot. If you don't work hard enough, you get the stick, you get fired. But now we're in a modern day society. We're now talking about motivation 3.0. It's not motivation that comes from outside, it's motivation that comes from inside, intrinsic motivation. It's about how you can get people to motivate themselves. So really, really interesting book. And he also has a TED Talk, so if you like YouTube videos, just search him on YouTube and you'll find his TED Talk about this subject. And the last one is actually about Agile and Scrum. It's a really small book, you can get it for free on InfoQ. And it's about how a Swedish company implemented Scrum and XP. And, well, I work for Atlassian. We love Agile. We even have an entire site devoted to how we see and do Agile. So feel free to browse it. Feel free to give us feedback about it. We always are looking to improve ourselves. And just at atlassian.com/agile. Really simple. So with this, I will just want to let you go out, experiment, try new things, throw some old things out of the window, bring some new ones, and just have fun. Even play with Lego if you want. It's cool, it's fun. But always keep on looking at what you're doing. Keep on looking at and reflecting about how you're doing this and how you can improve yourself. And even sometimes get somebody from the outside to come and look at how you're doing it. Because at a certain time, you're actually going to be noticing that there are less and less things you think you can improve. Then it's time to get somebody from the outside to take a look at your process and to bring some new ideas into the process. Get a consultant or get somebody from another division within your team and get their opinions. And then simply repeat. Do this every time. Keep on doing this. Keep on repeating this. So that's it. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions? So, does anybody has a question?
One of the issues that I see, at least in my case, is to continuous release. You want to release every 2 weeks. Some projects where replies, for instance, creating a backend and front-end, design a UI. How do you release frequently every 2 weeks? What do you release every 2 weeks?
You don't have to. So the question is if you are continuously releasing, but you have a really big project with design. I think it's just sort of stuff, whatever. Okay. So you have a project with design and with lots and lots of different features and lots of different modules. It's almost impossible to release like every 2 weeks. Well, then you release every 3 or 4 weeks, but you still try to release as much as possible, as fast as possible. And you might start looking at, well, maybe we can release the modules separately. Or maybe we can already release part of something, but the design isn't there yet. Depending on what you want, it's always possible, but it could be that you only release like once a month or even once every 2 months, as long as it's the shortest period possible for your team, for your projects.
For instance, one is requirement of the other. You need to develop first, for instance, the backend in order to deliver something to the front end, or you need to create the UI at the end, usually. So, what do you release? Do you release parts of the backend or segments of each one of the components?
So, going to try to rephrase it. So, if you have partly software and you have UI that's using the software, do you wait to release until everything is ready? Why? You can already release your software, but it's not, well, nobody can access it already, but you can test it, you can have maybe users working with a mock-up against it, and then you can release your UI. It's all up to you. You can change whatever you want, just as try to make it as soon and as fast as possible. Get feedback as soon and fast as possible from your end users. But there are, of course, certain rules you can't go out. If it's a really big project, it's of course really difficult. But even then, if you look at, for example, Flickr or Facebook, they release several times a day, and they're massive. So there are always ways to do it. They might not be easy, that's true, but still. So, any other questions? Yes? Yeah. that's also a good remark. You can just release a slice. So instead of releasing your entire UI, you just release one small part, another small part, another small part. So instead of thinking horizontally, think vertically. So instead of thinking, okay, I have to do the back end, then the front end, no, think I have to do everything. So a little bit of front end, a little bit of back end, a little bit of database for this one feature. Thank you very much for sharing. Anybody else? Okay.
So I have a question. I don't remember the name of the other technique, the one on the board.
Kalman, yes.
So we just do it. I didn't know about the name. But the thing is that, so what I found out is that, like, we have a bug in production, right? So all of a sudden that becomes our priority. So we go up this. But management is less flexible than how developers are. So for instance, they want you to keep a deadline before even the project starts, almost, right?
Yeah.
So you almost have no analysis yet. They already want the deadline.
You know what you have to do? Just give them a deadline. You know you won't make it. Just if they want a date, you can just say, okay, well, here's the date. But I'm not behind this date. You want a date, I can give you a date. But I'm not invested in this date.
I agree. I call tentative date.
Yes, it's a tentative date.
Yeah, but at the same time, tentative date in their mind, when we get close to it, they just, oh no, we told that, that's fine. No, I said tentative.
But that's actually a different problem. It's because your management isn't thinking agile. It's because your company isn't thinking agile. And then you have the problem of being the single team doing agile, and you get all the restrictions and all the problems, and it's all your fault. Wait, I'm going to go with him first, and then, sorry.
Yes, I was wondering if you've seen SAFe implemented anywhere successfully, or companies like framing SAFe?
I haven't seen it yet. So most of the companies I work for, except some of them, were rather small, so they didn't really need SAFe. I think the company I was talking about with the entire process actually implemented something like that, but I already left. So I haven't seen it yet, sorry. So, yes?
So my organization, we've just started following Agile principles, and so we have the Scrum, the daily Scrum. Is it normal that only one person talks
Yes.
during the Scrum?
Yes.
Is it?
Well, but it's normal that it's one person at a time talking. It's not normal that only one person is talking. No. No, it's normally everybody needs to talk, but only one person at a time talks. And actually, one of my clients, it's a fun story, they were all talking at the same time. So we actually brought in like these inflatable hammers, and we gave them to everybody. And if somebody was talking who shouldn't be talking, they could hit him. It was fun.
Kind of thinking about some of the other questions, in your experience, have you learned or seen behaviors or characteristics of an organization that would generally indicate that it's not compatible with an agile methodology? Are there organizations that have certain behaviors that would tell you, hey, this just probably isn't going to work here?
Well, if they start asking for dates and then keeping you to those dates, even if there are no requirements, if they just want dates and nothing else, that's already an indication that there might be a problem. Something else is if they say, well, yeah, but we have our own methodology, and this is what we're going to do. For example, the Ministry of Finance in Belgium, they had like this really complicated version of RUP. So who knows here the Rational Unified Process? Officially it's Agile, but the first rule in the manual is drop everything you don't need. They didn't read it. But the entire RUP is like 120 or 30 documents you have to fill in for every project and stuff like that. And you have these many phases and stuff, so it's like, okay, they think they're doing Agile, but it's a mess. And especially governments are really, really bad at this. So.
We had one customer, we have customer speakers come in, people using our software, and we had a defense contractor come in, and they told us that for some of their projects, Agile just doesn't work, but it's because of the product they're developing. Like, I think they were building like a radar system or something like that. So I think for some products
Yeah.
it doesn't work, but sure. So you have to
Yeah.
assess it.
Another example, if you're building a rocket to Mars, you're not going to do recursive development. You're not going to try, fail, try again. No, you want to get it right first time. But you can still do it in simulations, of course. But so yes, some products are really difficult to do. But then you can still start looking for having simplicity, for example, making the best you can make, about removing as much waste as possible. So still, some of those principles can still be applied to this, just not the continuous release. Yes.
Is there a guideline or a threshold you would say in terms of team size, choosing Scrum?
Well, I would never, if your team is bigger than 8 people, I would probably already split it, whether you're choosing Kanban or Scrum. It's really the guideline to have a Scrum team. You should have between 4 or maybe 3 and 8 or maximum 9 people. For Kanban, of course, if you want, you can have a team of 100 people doing Kanban. Then you will just have a really big work in progress limit. So it depends. But for Scrum, it's really try to limit it. And if your team gets too big, split it up and then do a Scrum of Scrums. Any more questions? Yes?
I was wondering, so teams that already do Scrum or Agile or Kanban, whatever works for them, and once they reach that state of Zen, right, so is there any, do they do anything more they want?
Yeah, get somebody from the outside in your team and get feedback from them, because there will probably still be the things you can do better. Yes?
So we've got the Agile Manifesto, and that's fantastic, and it's about working with the business and all of that. They see Agile as a way we develop software, not as a way they think about their business. How do we get that to change?
Talk about Toyota. Talk about Henry Ford. Talk about Benjamin Franklin. Tell them this is not based on, this is not for software. This is for manufacturing. This is for everything. Don't say, yes, we're going to do agile software delivery. No, we're going to become agile as a company. It's more than, of course, people think, oh, it's software, and we're not creating software. Actually, business users are helping to create software. They're like the first step into creating software. And if they're already saying, well, this is not my problem, then it is their problem. And you should make it their problem. Yes?
Is there, in these stand-ups, some developers just don't like to talk, right?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, any way we can encourage them to come up and say, because it happens that I know because what they're doing, so I start speaking on their behalf, but they don't say anything. They say, yeah, everything's good. Like, what do you mean? Like, I need to know what you do yesterday, what you're doing tomorrow, what you're doing right now. But the answer usually is like, everything is good.
Well, talk to them about it, but not in the entire group. Take them separately and just talk to them. Why are you just saying it's good? What's the problem? Why don't you share things you're doing? Do you feel uncomfortable? Maybe you can do something about it. Do you have the feeling that the stand-up is not necessary? It could be that some teams actually just skip on the stand-up because, well, they're sitting close together. They already know what everybody else is doing. So it's also a possibility. But speak to them separately, ask them what are the problems they're seeing, and try to find a solution for those problems.
We do email stand-ups.
Yeah. Actually,
so we just everyone on our team emails their stand-up to a mailing list, and then you can just review. And I like it because you can works well for our team because we're distributed, and also if you feel about a problem that someone's having, you can reply to everyone, and then if it gets too detailed, you just take it offline right away.
To go further on that one, actually we use HipChat at Atlassian, and we have a stand-up bot. So you can just type /stand-up and then whatever you were doing, and if somebody else just does /stand-up, they will actually see what everybody was doing. So that's also something you could use. Yes?
So just to add to that question, I've actually had teams, so people who don't talk in a team. What I've actually had success with is when I talk to them one-on-one, they open up a lot. And I do that a couple of times, and then I stop. And then when they come back to the team setting, they just kind of start talking. Because they're used to talking to me. And then when I'm there, they just kind of take.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I think we ran out of time. So thank you very much again for coming. And don't forget to give feedback. Just press the green button as much as possible.
Should have said that before I know.
So you're
Yeah.
Where's your clicker? Can you got your own?
I got my own, so.
And podium mic fine, or are you?
No, I'm taking this one.
Cool.
I just put it on, or is there an on and off button?
Here, let me get it going for you.
I mean, I don't want to take it now on because then I cannot move away from the.
Oh yeah.
No,
so it's powered on, and then pinch a piece of your shirt.
Right.
And trying to make it so that it's pointing at your face, your mouth, or whatever. Somewhere like within like a fist and a half of your Adam's apple or whatnot. Yeah. I'll unmute it when it's about a minute or two before this session.
Cool.
If you don't have access to the end user, so if you have a company that receives requirements through another company, and you don't have access to the end user, you just see what they produce, what they can play, and that's kind of can Scrum or Agile ever be implemented?
We have the same situation in our case, which is our client is a bank. So they give us requirements and then we can analysis and we start implementing.
Start talking about the instrument you tested out and for example, start talking to the bank. Tell them about the accounts for them, for the customers. Again, especially with banks. And tell them about the accounts and propose like, let's do a trial. Let's give us access to some other customers. Or maybe just let us sit in on the interface and help you prepare more questions.
I think we should move everything.
That's fine. I'm
starting with like
25 minutes.
It's actually
at last
actually when I said we did my talk,
one last question. You said every sprint is 2 weeks. Whatever it is. And what are people doing? Right? The deployment. Really? I mean, I agree, but getting whatever requirements that they like testing, they don't have anything for the beginning. What do they do? They've been involved in the discussion, understanding what technology is, what the change is coming in. So that's when you start to cooler.
I think
that's why I guess that's why the test don't know in the picture. You don't want to do technical chemical. You want to do
because you do testing. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So where's the red?
It's a red eye. It looks green. It looks green? You're colorblind? Really? Okay, yeah, it's red. It's red.
On the tweet it was red and now it's green.
Yeah, it's the same slide, so it's downloaded it from the internet. I will not, so I have everything from made it. Waiting for your oh, yeah, I think it was What's that?
Paul Weber with the San Diego Java users. Australia?
Not Germany. All right. Hey. So, I was thinking about totally automating this talk and just play it remotely, so have fun with that. No, actually, it's much more fun if I'm going to talk. So, the race of the machines. Are you afraid that machines will take over our jobs in future doing our software development? No? Okay, let's see. But first I want to start with a little bit of a disclaimer what this talk is not about, just to set expectations here, because this talk will not be about, you will not see any scripts, so not writing down how you can automate stuff, so I won't show you scripts and go through them. That's not what this talk is about. It's not about, you will not learn about Chef and Puppet, even though this is some kind of part of my talk, but it's just, so I won't show you any Puppet scripts or Chef scripts or recipes. That's not part of the talk. Also, the talk will not cover any better build pipelines or whatever you want to call it. So it's not about actually. So if you think about automation, you obviously think about continuous delivery, continuous integration. Well, there are good talks about that here at JavaOne. Go to them. This talk will just everything besides it, even though there is something with continuous integration in this talk. So what is this talk about then? Well, so what I want to give you is some ideas. So I talked to a lot of people from different companies, also inside Atlassian, what they actually automate for their software development, become more effective, to get more time for coding. And these are some examples that I gathered together in this talk. I wanted to show you and their experience in automation, their software development. So the rise of the machine is about to come. So if you look around us in our normal day lives, there are robots everywhere. We see robots everywhere. I mean, I like this thing and I want to convince my wife to buy it, but she says, okay, we can vacuum clean on our own, but I think a robot would do the job. That's great. Or if you think about the Nest, automating your home, that's a great thing, and we will see more and more from this coming. Or self-driving cars. I mean, obviously, I think we're not there yet, but we will be there in a few years. So we see robots are coming more and more. So where are we with cars right now? Well, so Volvo actually, they have this human detection. So if a human jumps in front of the car stops automatically. And this is a demonstration of this cool new technology from Volvo. Oh my God! Oh, well, maybe we shouldn't trust the robots that much. Nobody got hurt. I talked to the guy that took the video. Nobody got hurt actually, so no damage. But race of the machines, yes, but not totally. Okay, so we see robots are everywhere nowadays. But what about software development? What do we automate in software development? How can we become more effective? And I've been a software developer for a long time. My name is Sven. I'm from Germany. That's my German accent. And I work for Atlassian as an evangelist. So I travel around, speak at conferences, and talk to people about not just about automation, but how to become more effective in software development. So I want to share my whole personal story with automation in software development with you. So this is my historical view. When I started studying, I was writing some make build scripts, so kind of cool, 1996. Actually, then, 1998, I first became in contact with GUI builders. I think we're still not there yet. I don't know why, but anyway. So there was a C++ GUI builder. The bad thing is I clicked together something that was working quite well. I couldn't actually edit the code. I don't know why I couldn't edit, but they wouldn't allow me. So then JUnit 2001, I was blown away that you can write automated tests. Very simple way, but it helped so much. I become a little bit late in the game when changing from MakeScript to Ant, and later Maven. But this is also something where you can automate a lot of stuff. Eclipse. So I went 2005. I went from JBuilder, Ball and JBuilder at that time, to Eclipse, and that was just a new thing, a new universe actually. So you could refactor, and it's renaming everything automatically. So I had my all small coding bots running around and changing stuff, or imports. You can just import it automatically. If I had a list, I had imported awt.list, but didn't want the collection list. But I don't know if they have figured that out. Right? I'm not using Eclipse anymore. So, but then 2006, this was really where I was blown away by Hudson at that time. When Hudson, so I just installed Hudson, pointed it to my Subversion directory, and showed him my Ant script, and it was just on every check-in, built my code. Wow, I found that pretty cool. 2009, I played around with Puppet, so I didn't use that really. We didn't use that in production, but we played around with it. And then 2013 around, I started to use Docker, and what has that to do with automation, I will also show you a little bit later. So where are we with automation right now? Well, we can automate something like our deployments. Probably you do that. Hopefully you have automated your deployments. Yes? Okay, good. Builds and tests, of course. That's what we're doing the last 5, maybe longer, years. Small scripts. So you probably have some small scripts running around that can also do some stuff. But this is actually just the tip of the iceberg. So there's much more to automation, what you can do with automation in software development, and I will talk about how you can automate your support, your stand-ups, well, not really stand-ups, but can help, about how robots can help us automating stand-ups, engineering health, your operations, automatic merging and code reviews. So all this stuff, this is what this talk will cover. And bots are actually everywhere, and I collected all these cool bots when I talked to the people. I collected all these cool bots and put them in buckets. So first I would talk a little bit about coding bots, then about test bots, how we can have a better code quality using bots, using bots in operation, and using service bots. So we're doing service as a support as software developers too. So how can we use bots to be more effective with that? And then at the end I would talk a little bit about reporting bots, how they can help us to get shorter feedback loops and reporting. But the first bot I found, I couldn't fit in this bucket, so I start with it right away. So who knows that? We start at a new job and say, hey, this is your new laptop, go. Or, well, we get a new laptop, or our laptop breaks down and we don't want to install the backup because we want a clean installation, something like that. What we do is then, okay, let's download something and then install all these different things and configure this. So the JDK, with a little bit Scala, Postgres, IntelliJ, you name it. Everything that we need for our development environment. We install it, and then it takes, for the next 8 hours, we have nothing else to do but just installing this software. And then figure out how to configure it again. So we're pretty smart people at Atlassian. So for new people, we wrote this little help installation guideline, how to install your new Mac. And it goes like, install these following programs, set up your Bitbucket account, upload your keys, blah, blah, blah. Then configure Maven. The next thing you do is let Maven download the internet for you. Install Postgres, install IntelliJ, set up IntelliJ, and then if you're still waiting for Maven, read these articles. So, great. I mean, it helps. But so the first comment, or the second comment actually, that somebody did is, why are you not using Agent Charlie to automate a whole bunch of these steps? Agent Charlie? meet Agent Charlie. So we have Agent Charlie, and it calls Charlie, our little mascot, calls Charlie because of Charles Atlas. He was a bodybuilder and holding things up, so looks a little bit like our small Charlie. So Agent Charlie, what does Agent Charlie do? So you install a little bit, a small snippet, and then what it does is you start Agent Charlie, and it helps you actually downloading the software. So it's downloading the software automatically, it installs the software, and it sets up the software. Just automatically. So you just start Agent Charlie, and it puts all these programs that you need on your laptop. What's under the hood from Agent Charlie? Well, we have it. It's Puppet, a bunch of shell and Ruby scripts, and we have it for macOS and Ubuntu. And here again, what Agent Charlie does much more than just this, but this is the basics that what Agent Charlie installs on your machine. It's just the basic setup, of course, and then you install your tools, what you need too, but it helps a lot. Say that is without Agent Charlie, well, it's not so nice to install all these things and spend 8 hours. With Agent Charlie, actually, you start a new first job, you can actually go and meet your colleagues and talk to them and let Agent Charlie do the work. So automating installation, big deal. All right, but I told you I have these 5 topics, so let's get started with coding bots. So how do we automate how can robots help us to automate a little bit our coding phase to be more effective with that? So as developer, we have this huge screens, 27 inch. Who has a 27-inch screen or larger? Yeah, that's half of you. So the other half, why don't you get a bigger screen? Really, you see, people can do that. So go to your boss and buy a bigger screen. So why do we need this huge screens? Of course, we want to see a lot of code, but also we deal with so many programs and we want to see them all in parallel. And yeah, so let's remove some of those. So let's remove this issue tracker thing. I'm from Atlassian. Don't say remove an issue tracker at all, but remove it from your desktop. So let's get started with that. So a normal issue tracker workflow looks like this: to do, in progress, and view, done. Just an ordinary workflow. If you look at a coding workflow, it looks a little bit like this. We branch for every feature we do or for every issue we have. We branch, we code, of course, a little bit of factoring. We make a pull request, and then we merge. Okay, so how does the progress look like? So I look into my issue tracker and sets my issue from to do into in progress. What I do then is I go down here, coding, go to my terminal or my IDE and branch. Then I start coding, start refactoring. I'm done, so I make a pull request and ask people for feedback. And then wait, I have to go back to the issue tracker and say, hey, this issue is now under review. And then at the end, I merge and said, hey, wait, I have to go to this issue tracker and say, this is now done. So this is the way we should work. The way we work actually looks a little bit different. So we branch, we code, we refactor, we pull, we merge, and said, oh man, we forgot to update the issue tracker. So we go to the issue tracker and say to do, in progress, and review, done. Wow, we fixed this issue in 10 seconds. Yay! This is how it looks in the issue tracker. But jokes besides. But I mean, we have to keep the team updated, especially when we work distributed. The team needs to know where we're at. And sometimes just saying that at a stand-up is not enough. They want to have shorter time periods where they want to get updates. So how do we do that? So what people, they tried a bunch of things. They tried, for example, using this Epoch Mind Reader. And just think about, this issue is now in progress. And see what it does automatically here. It drags the issue automatically by just thinking, without using any mouse, into the in progress phase. It's great, isn't it? You just think about it. Well, you still have to open your issue tracker by doing that. So that doesn't really help. So let's look at some other things that we do. We call them smart commits, or you put actually what you do is you mention your issue key, and you have a trigger, and then you specify a transition where the issue should go. And tools like GitHub, Jira, Utrack, Trello, Bitbucket, they all support this thing called We call it smart commits. They call it probably a little bit different in other tools. But what it does is actually, you have your issue, it's in to-do. In your commit message, you say, hey, this issue, start progress. So the issue tracker reads the commit messages and say, okay, good, this issue must now under progress, start review, and then it says fixes. This is actually the GitHub notation. They just say fixes, blah, 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 and then it goes into done. Okay, that's great, isn't it? I mean, who's using these kind of smart commits here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, not too many. Okay, good. You should. You don't have to go to issue tracker. You just tell it through the commit messages. The good thing is we don't switch tools anymore. That's a good thing. The bad thing about it is we still have to think about the issue tracker. So we still have to think, we still just give this robot, we just give it commands and tell them, now this issue is fixed, now it's in review. So we still have to give this robot commands. But we can be smarter than that. Robots can be smarter than that. So if you use Jira together with Bitbucket, you can just say, I create a branch and mention the issue key in the branch name. So Jira sees that and transitions the issue automatically over. What you then do is just you make a pull request on this issue. And you don't do anything else. You just do the pull request. And Jira sees that and transitions the issue over. And at the end, you merge your code. And also Jira sees that and transitions the issue over. So that works great with Jira and Bitbucket at the moment, but I guess other vendors will also do it later on. But anyway, so when I first saw that, I was thinking, woo! This is awesome. This is great. I love it. That saves so much time. Great. So let's talk about this workflow that we have, this branch, pull, merge workflow, and how robots can help us even more by doing that. So as I said, for every issue that we have at Atlassian, we create a branch. So create a branch, and then we work, and at the end we merge. Very, very obvious workflow. But some people think they are cool, so what they do is actually, they say, I don't need to create this feature branch here. I commit directly to the master branch. Okay, well, we won't, we will allow people to do that. Maybe they have good reasons. But then maybe the build gets red. But this guy is so cool, he can just fix it right away, so he just writes fix, and the build is green again. Great, isn't it? But what it does then is, there's a senior developer who does it the proper way. So creates a branch, fixes some things, and then let the build run. Oh my God, it's red. Why? I just fixed this small thing here. Can't be. And then looks in the log files, and I didn't change this test. How can that be? Until it finds out. So what we have is actually, that's a really bad surprise, actually. And we don't want bad surprises. That's why we can use robots to tell us there's something here. You shouldn't create a branch. And we have this bot or this hook that tells us don't branch from a red build. You shouldn't do that. So we cannot branch. When the build is red, we cannot create a branch. So it helps us not to get into this moment. So the next thing is a pull request. So, but if you invite people, who are the best people you can invite in a pull request? Your friends, maybe. They already like your code, so they just approve your pull request. Well, anyway, so the best people that you can invite for a pull request are if you look at this here, the last committers of the file. So these are the best people you can invite. They know the file quite well, but then I have to look into the commit history and see, hey, who committed the last changes here, or who is the author. Let's get some help from some bots. And we have an add-on that's free for Bitbucket Server that's called Auto-Suggest Reviewers. And we suggest reviewers just like this, looking at who was the last committer or who is the original author. So they would be the best to review this file. And it's Auto-Suggest Reviewers. And then we have a bunch of merge hooks that helps us to do stupid things on merge. So we have, for example, a minimum of 2 approvals, or X approvals. You can set that up like you want. So if we have 2 approvals, we are allowed to merge before we can't really merge the code. Or we have unapproved code reviewers when the code changes. So if you have approved already the pull request and the code changes, we see that and set automatically the reviewers to unapproved again. That's also a bot that we are running. Okay, this is good. At Atlassian, we have this special thing that you can install your software on a server, and then we have different versions running. Like VW has also now the problem that there are different versions out running, and they have to change the code for these different versions. And we have the same issue, because sometimes we find a bug in an old release, and we have to fix that and update all the customers that have actually that version out there. So this is how we do it on the branch level. We create branches for each version. So each version we have a release branch, and we keep those release branches. So we know what's out there on this branch. It's this version that's out there. And then if we find a bug in an older version, we just create a hotfix branch, and then merge back to the actual release branch. And then what we do is we merge back from the most stable branch to the least stable branch, just upwards here. And for those people who work with Git, they know, well, merging is very easy. And if you don't have a merge conflict here, maybe you won't have merge conflicts up the way. So this is totally boring work. I mean, think about merging 10 versions upwards. That's mega boring. So what you do if it's boring work, you have a bot, of course, and we have that too. So the bot says, hey, I can do that, and he does it. So we have auto merges, so the code gets merged automatically upwards, and then we have some automatic builds running, and if that's successful, we deploy the software automatically to our servers. So we just merge here the first step, and then the rest is done by robots, which is pretty cool. All right, let's move on from coding bots to some test bots here. That helps us to be a little bit smarter with test automation. So if you look at this code, looks okay on the first thing, but maybe you spot out that there's an issue here. There's this magic number up here. There. So what you do is, of course, static code analyzers, they can catch this magic number. You shouldn't use that, so find bugs, check style, PMD, all these static code analysis tools, they do that. Maybe not check style, but find bugs and PMD. We're not using these tools. Actually, not in this with that tool that the people that I interviewed. So we have actually some Freud that tells us something about our source code. So Freud would tell us here, yeah, you should use a variable instead of this magic number here. And then Freud suggests this. These colors are quite the same, so maybe you pick one of those colors. And they do that, Freud does that in a pull request. So when we do a pull request, Freud looks at all the code and makes a static code analysis and put the comment directly into the pull request. So we have a bot that looks actually in a pull request. And we call it Freud bot. So Freud bot actually helps us first. Less review work for other reviewers, because that's obvious that we shouldn't use a magic number, for example. So it's less reviewers. They already see that, okay, Freud bot kicks in and told already about that. And then the good thing is it also makes suggestions. So it's a little bit intelligent and says, hey, this color, maybe you wanted to use this color here. Looks quite the same. So as software developers, we're trying to write awesome code. We put our hearts and minds in the code and make it really look great. We want to really make it look great. So there's a new class you write, and then you want to make it look great. And at the end, you're proud of my awesome class here that I wrote. Well, it's not very complicated, but it looks okay. And then you may go on vacation or something, and wait 1 month later, you look at your code again and say, what the fuck happened to my code? My awesome class is not awesome anymore. Huh. But that happens to code. It does. I mean, that's what it does. And there's not just that the lines of code of awesome classes goes up because people are just putting their stuff in there. There's more. If you look at your metrics, test coverage, deprecated methods, old unit tests that you have, so JUnit 3, you should use JUnit 4 test or compiler warnings. Over time, they go up and code gets unhealthy. So why are developers doing that? They are doing that on purpose. They don't want to make the code look bad. That's not it. But I think as developers, we often just look like this. We want to solve our problem here that we want to solve. And then don't think about, okay, this code should be maintainable, it should look nice, and we just want to solve our problem, and if the problem is solved, we move on. So at the end, you have to call someone that looks at your code and says, this code is unhealthy. I call him Dr. Code. So Dr. Code measures constantly the engineering health. So Dr. Code is, of course, not a person that looks at the code. Dr. Code is, of course, a bot that looks at the code. So, and we started with measuring our engineering health first when we wanted to move from JUnit 3 to JUnit 4. And we said, okay, we cannot migrate all tests that we have, so we say, no more JUnit 3 tests, just JUnit 4 tests. So this is what we wanted to have. So we wrote this small counter class that counts all the JUnit 3 tests and says, this is now what we have, and we are not allowed to have more. And then people said, wow, this is great. We don't just need that for JUnit. We can actually measure all this other awesome stuff that we have, that we want to have more at, minifying your JavaScript or whatever. So there's a lot of stuff here that people write and by measuring our engineering health. And if you got caught by Dr. Code because you wrote your JUnit 3 test, what happens then is you enter the Hall of Shame at Atlassian. Not good. You don't want to be in the Hall of Shame. And you got really caught up by your photo, so people can see who entered the Hall of Shame. So it's a little bit social pressure that you keep your code healthy. And then we have these wallboards, so people show your pictures everywhere. They can see that and say, why did you break it? Good. But you can get also, of course, out of that by fixing some matrix here. And then if you fix something, for example, you fix JUnit 3 tests and make them JUnit 4 tests, you enter the Hall of Fame. So you can also get out of the Hall of Shame by entering the Hall of Fame. Great. So let's look at some code. We are all coders. We love to look at code. So here's an old version and a new version. I give you a little bit to spot the difference between the old version and the new version. Does somebody has seen the number here? Yeah, right. So we are good at looking at code and comparing code. We've really developed an eye for code, so we can really see that. So look at that. Where's the difference in this user interface? I know you can look for hours. I think also the resolution of this projector is not very good. But what I wanted to point out, these are different icons. So, and I think designers, if they look at it, they can really spot that. They say, hey, this is 1 pixel off. And you say, what the fuck? I haven't seen that. How can you do that? Because, I mean, we know code, but design, So we said, okay, we can't hire a bunch of designers always to look at the designs or at the new versions that we are developing. So we have actually a bot that looks at the newest version. So on a build, it runs and makes a picture from the newest version and compares that with a screenshot from the database. And then it gives you an alert if the picture is different. And then it also helps you and showing actually here at that stage, there's the problem, there the picture is different. And you can of course go in and fix it and make it right again. Or you say, okay, this is the new version, so just click on it, and it uses the new picture or the new screenshot as the version in the database. Okay, talking about testing and automatic testing. our tests actually at Atlassian, they ran for hours. They were really long tests. So the first thing that we did is, of course, we make them parallel. So we run those tests parallel. So we bought a bunch of new machines, split up our tests into different tests, and then we ran them just in parallel. And it looks like this. So this is a statically sized test block, and the problematic with that is we are always waiting for the longest test, and then we can say, okay, fail or success, green or red, just waiting for the longest test. So we thought, okay, of course you can split that up again, but then it's not very smart to do that, and you have always do manual work. So let's use some bots to make our functional tests balance better. So we have a functional test balancer here. We call that Hallelujah. So Hallelujah takes all the functional tests, and then we have this bot just acts as a dispatcher. I mean, it's totally simple, but as you can see, we use our time much more wisely, and at the end we see, okay, good. It's very effective to use Hallelujah in that case. All right. And then at the end we say, the build is green, and we love green builds, don't we? So build state is green, we say, hey, hooray, awesome. But sometimes, of course, the build is red. It's not live or death. I mean, that's why we have that automatic tests. That's the reason why we have it. Okay, it's red. I fixed something, but then you look at the log files and says, how can this happen? I don't know. What I do is I rerun the test. It's green again. Woo! And that's a frustrating part. I say, oh no, because you just discovered a flaky test. So what we did is actually we hate flaky tests. All of us hate flaky tests because they don't say anything about the test. I mean, if it's success or not, doesn't tell anything. So we wrote actually a flaky test detector. So this detector detects flaky tests. What it does is it sees a failing test. So what it does is it just reruns this failing tests. If the test is still red, okay, we fail the build. But if the test is green, all of a sudden we know we have detected a flaky test here. So we continue the build, but also we put this test into quarantine. So it won't be executed with the next run anymore. But not only that, we also create an issue automatically. Sorry, that transition shouldn't be there. We create an issue automatically at the end, so this flaky test gets tested. All right. Good. So how did it go? We actually found 817 flaky tests when we started with it until now. We found 800 tests and we put into quarantine. That doesn't mean they are fixed now, but they are in quarantine and people have to look at it and fix those quarantine tests. And we're a little bit bad at fixing those, but we're trying hard to do that. And we keep pushing people to fix it or throw the test away. I mean, what is a flaky test? So just throw it away if it doesn't tell you anything. So flaky test detector. I think it's great for forcing us for fixing these flaky tests. And we don't have this one again moment again. I wrote once a test with some where I tested some time zone stuff. So I set the time zone and set different time zones and compared it. And it also 2 times a year it was always failing because of the daylight saving time change. And so two times a year I was thinking, okay, good. Close my eyes for one day and then it's running again. Great. But we don't have this aha moment. I should have fixed it, of course. No log file searching. You don't have to look into the log file and says, I don't know why this failed and then rerun again. And no manual reruns. That saves a lot of time. These log file scanning and manual reruns, if you have a flaky test detector, that saves a lot of time. All right. Let's move over to some ops bots that helps us to automate our operations. And we know we have to work together with the IT folks. It's not just like this guy here. Hey, here's the software. Bye. I mean, we know that we don't say, hey, this is now the ops problem, so it's your problem here. We shouldn't do that. All right, but what is actually when a problem occurs on the production system? So, problem, the ops guys jumped in, look at it, maybe, and then the dev guy. So a problem occurs, the ops guys got pinged, they try to fix something on their own, maybe they look at the manual or whatever, doesn't really turn out that they can fix something, so they call the devs and they start looking at the code and maybe change something. They know, okay, I changed it yesterday, so maybe it has something to do with that. But we want to have fast, this is really a slow feedback loop, and this is not good. So we want to have faster feedback loops, so from problem directly to the developer. So the problem occurs, the developer gets pinged, and then they start coding. This is what we want. So how do we do that? So what we do at Atlassian is we use PagerDuty. So PagerDuty actually combines different systems and can tell, okay, when this service fails, I know that this team is responsible for this service. So it finds out this service failed, this team is responsible, so I forward the problem directly to this software development team. So PagerDuty knows that. But you might say, holy shit, that's great, but all this configuration, when I have a new service, I have to tell PagerDuty that I'm responsible for this service, and we said also, no, we don't want to do that. So what we actually wrote is that PagerDuty finds out directly who's responsible for the service, or who actually deployed the service, because we mention actually the team name in the deployment description. So PagerDuty can read that and build their own matrix. So that way, actually, if something fails, PagerDuty knows automatically who to call. If the new service that somebody introduced fails, PagerDuty knows who to call. So, and this is very, very essential I think for every software team. We should own our code. We are responsible for our own code from end to end. And this service helps us a lot. So, before we release, we can maybe lay back and say, hey, we are prepared for the release, everything fine, until somebody says, have you thought about the release notes? Say, oh, yeah, I have to also write the release notes. So what you can do is, of course, you couldn't look into your issue tracker and see, okay, which is all this version tag here, and just export that. But does it really tell you the truth? Isn't the truth in the code? So the code says, okay, this is a new feature, we did an improvement here, and we do it there. So what some companies do is on their release branch, if they start their release, they create this release notes automatically. So they actually, and that's not a surprise then, what's in the release. So they actually write their commit message, so they have a service that look at all the commit messages, reads the issue key that is mentioned in this commit messages, combines that with some issue information that they get out of the issue tracker, and create their release notes automatically and deploy that automatically. For example, Hazelcast is doing that. If you read that release notes, they're using GitHub and GitHub issues. And if you read the release notes, they have this labels they use for GitHub, because GitHub don't have different issue types. So they use GitHub, they use labels for labeling the issues, so they can say these are improvements, these are fixes, these are new features. But not just Hazelcast does that. If you look at Zero Turnaround, does the same thing. They just use a Jira Bitbucket combination, and they create their release notes automatically. So you can also see here, depending on the issue type, if this is a new feature, an improvement, and fixed bugs. This way, you always write your release notes like so. It's a truth, because your code is telling the truth here. So issue description as release notes. It's not just like that. This is so great because everything is automatic and it's no surprises in the release notes. But what I think it's more important is that you tend to write human readable issue descriptions. So sometimes you read an issue description and you don't know what to do with that, but if you know, okay, this will end up in the release note, so I better write something that the customer will understand. And not just this, that they will understand it, but it's also good for, you think about value this issue has for the customer. So you also think about the customer value. I think this is very valuable stuff. All right. 20 minutes left. Let's go to service bots. We also have to do some service as software developers. So let's think if the support can't help the customer anymore. So the support Atlassian, for example, they say, okay, please give us a log file, and then we have our developer look at the log file. Because we have this speciality that the software is running on our customer server, so we have to ask for the log file. So then what we do is we're scanning the log files, and we're good at that. We can scan through log files and directly point out, okay, there's the problem. I can see that directly. I don't know how we do that, but it's just magic. We can scan through log files and know, okay, this exception, I know this exception, I know this is something new. And then we have this system knowledge that we know, okay, if this happens, it's probably that problem here. But the problem is that the support has to reach out to us. So the problem is you have to pause your work, and everyone knows when you're in the flow and you get distracted, interrupted, then it takes you 15 minutes or something to get into that stage again. So it's really losing a lot of working time here. You probably know this talk is about robots, so we replaced this nice developer into a robot. And we call this robot Hercules. And what Hercules does is actually looks at the log file and suggests some article from our knowledge base. How did we do that? Well, so we have this section here. So this is our knowledge base here with some diagnosis, cause, resolution. And we have this section, this machine-readable section. So Hercules is looking at that and said, oh, I found this pattern here in the log file. So this could be a solution for this problem. And puts that in a comment in this issue. So the support person can actually read that. And the support is constantly updating this knowledge base. So we're teaching the robot constantly. And this is how it looks like. So the robot suggests something to the support person, updates the knowledge base, and Hercules reads the knowledge base again. So at the moment, we use that internally. We're also thinking about just get it suggested directly to the customer, but we need to have some more experience with Hercules. But we're thinking about that. And we think that we can maybe solve 5 to 8% of all support cases that come in with Hercules. So that's good. And the first time Hercules kicked actually in, somebody wrote a comment and said, wow, fuck me, the robot was right. I increased the memory available, and the things worked. And we thought, this is so cool. And we're a t-shirt company, so we created this t-shirt. Well, fuck me, the robot was right. Awesome. So, but we're not just doing support for our developers. We also do support for other people, for our bosses, for example. So, and then imagine your boss comes and has a really important task to tell you. You have to do that immediately. And then he comes to your desks, and the whole team is gone because everyone works from home or somewhere else, playing ping pong or something. And you don't want to become your boss looking like this, getting really angry. So what actually Spotify did, they actually developed this terminal. So if they're not in the office, you can use the terminal and ask your question to the terminal. So this is what they did actually in a hackathon, 24-hour hackathon. They wrote this thing, so nobody's in the office, so you can fill out this ticket here. And the cool thing is that you see there's this printer machine. So this printer machine is actually printing the issue number on this ticket, and you can take something physical with you, get back to your desk and say, yeah, my folks are working on that. Great. So this is good. But as you know right now, we all have chat installed. And I mean, you can reach everyone immediately with chat. I mean, everyone has a mobile app, and you can reach everyone in the team with chat. So, but then you have this problem that you get all these questions in. All these different questions like, your boss comes and say, hey, how do I download this sprint report? I need that for the management meeting. Or some teammates come and say, how do I set up a build for my new feature branch? How do I do that? Or what Java version do we support? Stuff like that. And you say, oh, yeah, read the fucking menu. It's all in our knowledge base. Read that, come on. Or you can just go into chat and use the ask bot. So we have an ask bot that actually you can just type ask your question, and the bot is looking actually at the knowledge base. So here you ask, hey, how to SSH to agent, and the bot suggests some things that it found in the knowledge base. And sometimes it's just people asking, and I just teach them with a bot. So I just say, hey, !ask, copy the question that they have, and then let the bot give you the answer. Cool. So, support bots, covered that. Let's go over to report bots, because manual reporting sucks. So, and when I talk about reports, we are all very agile kind of style working. So let's automate stand-ups. Well, I don't want to automate stand-ups because that's something human interaction and stuff like that. So we can't really automate that 100%. But there are some problems with stand-ups that bots can help us to solve. So, for example, they are too long. People speak too long during their stand-up, and we can have a bot helping with that. We have to remind people that there's a stand-up every day. They normally hang out in the kitchen then at that time. Or if you have a remote team, a distributed team, setting up VC calls take also time, so your stand-up starts normally 5 minutes later. Or you have this problem that you work in different time zones, and there's really, in 3 different time zones, there's really no overlap where you all can meet to a normal working time. So let's fix this too long, that people speak too long first with a this is actually the real physical bot, the only physical bot that we have. And this is actually quite cool because you press a button and then after a while it starts vibrating. And it's this, I don't know if you know the small bugs that can run around. That's inside there. So it's this vibrating bugs that are inside there. So if you speak too long, this small bot reminds you that you shouldn't. Next problem, that people are not coming to stand up. So how do you never miss a stand up? And the developer of Atlassian, he wrote an extension to Chrome, and it's Chrome tab. So Chrome tab actually automatically at a specific time opens a tab, and we have set it up to Pandora. And every team has set it up to a different playlist in Pandora. So if you hear AC/DC, you know it's your team that has a stand-up in 1 minute. If you hear Taylor Swift, you know it's a marketing team that has a stand-up the next time. So okay, and we use that. This is the same Chrome tab also for setting up VC calls. So we have a permanent link here as a video conference call, and so it's started automatically, so we don't have to do any setup, and it stops automatically also. Okay, stand-up bots. I think they are great for co-located teams, so having this vibrating bot. They're great for distributed teams with VC calls starting automatically. But what about different time zones? How can you really work in different time zones and have a stand-up in different time zones if you have no overlap in your working hours? So we have also a bot, of course, for that. And you tell actually the bot what you have been doing the day. So you tell it, okay, this is my status update, and then you go to bed, and the other person on the other side of the world gets up and asks just the bot, hey, what is the team doing? And it gets a team update from the last 24 hours, what's happened with the team. And we put it into our chat room. So what you do is you type just /standup and give it your update of the day. And if you just type stand-up without anything afterwards, it gives you from the whole updates from the whole team. And you can see the whole team, what they have been doing the last 24 hours. So great. And we use actually bots, chat bots everywhere. For if we get a new exception or a build failure or something, chat bots are literally everywhere at Atlassian. And for example, if the build chain fails, we have a bot that tells us about it, that reports the build failed, and we can go into chat and talk directly and say, hey, who's fixing that? Then there's deployment bots, so we can see when somebody deploys something. There's a bot telling that in the chat room, in the team chat room. And then we use a Sentry on the HipChat team for exception. And if Sentry sees a new exception that has never happened before on the production system, we have a bot from Sentry telling us in the chat room that there's an exception happening, and then we can discuss out who's fixing that. And yeah, chatbots everywhere. Chatbots helps us actually to have faster feedback loops. So we know directly in the chat that there's something happening, and then there's a single place where all these things happen. Team knowledge. Well, the team looks at the chat room, so it builds up the team knowledge, and they know there's a new pull request, or the build is broken at the moment, and we can start discussion directly in the chat room. But on the other hand, this is great, but maybe you also need some additional things, because what you see is just something at the moment. So you can see, okay, the build failed right now. You can see, okay, there's a new deployment. Then there are some chat messages. You can see there's a new important issue somebody has, and sometimes you actually need something more, and you need to get the big picture. And we get the big picture by having wallboards everywhere. So we actually wrote our own Node.js Atlas board. You can download that. It's free. It's open source, so you can use that. And development teams are using this for getting the big picture, to see what's really going on during development. So who's working on what? Who's our code review champ? The Hall of Shame, of course, is also on there. And you can point directly, because these are really screens, so really information radiators. You can point directly to it. So we have all kinds of our board. Our developers have their own development board. Our developer advocates have their own board measuring blog post views. And then we have support people that have also their own board measuring support cases and critical support cases and stuff like that. All right. Bots are everywhere. Bots are in coding and testing and operation. We have service bots, report bots. Been talking now for 50 minutes about bots. So how do you start with automation? So sometimes you think, okay, do you really have to reinvent the wheel? Everything has been written before. I just go to some open source repositories, so I go to GitHub or whatever, and there are so many services out there, and download just this automation service. And I talked to some people and say, hey, why don't you just use something that somebody else wrote? And they told me, well, we tried that, but the code is mostly, because it's just small code, mostly unmaintained. And sometimes it really solves a very specific problem. We can maybe take the code and port it, but maybe it's also easier for us to write it ourselves. But that's not the biggest problem. I mean, you can write your automation code. What's the number one problem when you think about automating your software development? It's your time. Your time investment. You never have time to automate anything, because there's a full backlog, and you have to work on that, and you have sprint goals. So how do you deal with that? Well, you have to take your time, of course, to write some bots. So if you look at that, we had this problem that we still have, that we are still in technical debt with the Jira team. So our technical lead said, hey, we have to fix it. Our engineering health is really not good. So you get 10% of your work time in fixing our engineering health here. And what somebody did said, okay, good, I can fix everything, or I write a bot or automate something that tells people that there's something wrong, that they have to fix something. And he actually, this is Philip from the Gdansk office, and he wrote this Dr. Code bot that tells about the engineering health and enforces people to fix something. So this is really good. So use your time. Maybe you have some specific story point for your sprint goal that you can put into automation. Or you do something, we do it in a hackathon, in a 24-hour hackathon. We do that every quarter, call it Ship It Days. Use that for writing some automation to be more effective in your software development. And it's not just like you're being more effective. Writing automation code is also serious fun. It's really fun to write automation code. Why? Because it's so motivating to write code, because it's really your problems that you have day in, day out. And you're so motivated fixing those problems, so it's really fun to do that. Not just that. Well, you get fast success, so it's fast feedback loop. Normally it's just a small thing that you write, and then you say, wow, this is awesome, that this small thing helps me so much. So you get really fast feedback loops by writing writing some bots that helps you. And also you can try new languages. I talked to people and said, hey, what do you use normal for languages for automation? Java didn't come up anywhere. They say, okay, we use Go, Ruby. Some people write PHP code, I don't know why, but do that. And then Python. So these languages came up a lot. And you can play around with a new language and write that. And you learn new technologies like Puppet, Chef, Ansible. It's a cool technology. You can use Docker for deploying your automated service in a container. This is kind of cool. But when you start with automation, it runs normally. You write it on your machine, and sometimes things happen to your machine. So this is really unprofessional. So how do we get to really professional automation? So first, add your code to source control. Also your automation code. It has to be into source control, it has to be versionized, so do that. All the code you write, it has to go into source control. Also, don't forget code reviews. Just use your normal, what you use for your normal professional software development, use that also for your automation code. So the team gets knowledge actually about how this small robot works. And then, of course, put it under automated tests. Write tests for every automation service that you have. And I think this is the most important thing, because you can find maybe the code in your repository, but having deployment scripts, knowing where this thing goes and how, well, I mean, sometimes people say, okay, it has to go into this cron job and it started on this machine and stuff like that. So having deployment scripts makes that also automatic. And keep your systems actually under control. You probably end up with a lot of different services running around everywhere, and you don't know where all the snowflakes running around somewhere. Keep your system under control, that you know which service runs where and what happens to us. So a bunch of people that does that at Atlassian doing automation code, they actually use Amazon Web Services for that, AWS, for that, and running their code on that. And then we saw an explosion, the automation code on that. And then we saw an explosion in different servers that people had. So we said, okay, we have to get that somehow under control. So what we did is actually, we said, okay, every Amazon Web Services, you can use labels for AWS. So write down the cost center, the service name, and the owner, so we know which server belongs to who. And then they get actually built directly, so they don't have to fill out anything. They just write down in the Amazon Web Services, in the label, they just write down the cost center, and off you go. But we found it, okay, Amazon Web Services is great, but we put a layer on top of that. We call that micros. So that's where we deploy our microservices, our automation code. So, and the micros has already some bunch of stuff in there. So it's our own platform as a service. So you can deploy Docker containers on there. There's an orchestration running already. Python code, Go, Java code, whatever you want, you can run on micros. And we made it very, very simple for people to register their service, their small microservices on micros. So you just type service create, service name, and then you give it a service descriptor, which I think it's pretty cool, because the service descriptor, it contains the owner, the cost center, the pager So if you want to put it under PagerDuty, and the team name, so it knows who, if the service fails, who to inform. And yeah, so this is what we use as our automation platform. So where are we heading with automation? Well, I think we're getting more and more smarter in finding out what the customer value is. So better customer insights, robots helps us there. There's so much data, and robots helps us to find this data and to make smarter decisions based on that data. And also, if you look around the tool landscape, well, these tool vendors open more and more their APIs, so the tools can talk together. So we get faster developer feedback loops, and we have an end-to-end traceability there. So we get more integrated tools, and that. And then, of course, testing bots helps us also to get smarter tests. Bots are getting smarter in reading our code and finding bugs in that code. So bots are getting smarter with that. What I said that is building software is a craft. And like every craft, parts can be automated from that craft. So we can automate a bunch of stuff here. And we will automate a bunch of stuff that we are now doing manually that can be automated. But actually creating customer value, that's really an art. And I found it hard to see that bots will take over in creating customer value. But yeah, so this is really what we concentrate on to create customer value. This is really an art. So the race of the machines. I don't see that machines will take over our jobs in the next 10, 15 years. So the race of the machines is there, but these bots are just helping us to get into the real problems. What's that? Something's wrong here. Shit. Oh my God. Bots have taken over. We are all doomed. Sorry, we can go home. All right, that's it. I'll be back. So I hit the hour, so come to me if you have questions. I'll be here the next hour if you want.
How do I get one of the T-shirts and say, "Oh, well, fuck the robot, right"?
Sorry.
Wait for your mic to be on.
Yeah, I wanted one about our support people. I think it's so cool, so they took all the t-shirts. It would be great to have that, but then it wouldn't be that fun laughter.